Chosen one, have you ever felt like something beyond your understanding was about to happen? Like the universe was pausing for you? This Monday isn't going to feel like just another start to the week. No, this Monday has been marked, etched into the timeline of your life like a secret chapter only heaven could write. There's a divine atmosphere building, charged with purpose, with alignment, with breakthrough. And those who are spiritually tuned in will feel it before it even begins. Could it be that this is the moment you've been unknowingly preparing for? You won't need to chase it. You won't have to force it. You'll simply find yourself in it, like a scene unfolding around you that matches your deepest prayers. And not the ones you spoke out loud, but the ones you whispered in tears, in silence, in faith. This Monday has a plot twist. Something unexpected is being released, something that was hidden behind the veil of delay, now stepping boldly into your reality. If your spirit is already stirring, type 777 in the comments right now. It's more than a number, it's your confirmation code to the divine alignment ahead. Say to the heavens, I receive it, I'm ready. And before we go further, let me take a moment to honor each of you who has sown into this message through Super Thanks. Your generosity isn't just support, it's spiritual partnership. It fuels this mission and brings light into places where darkness has lingered for far too long. Whether you've given, prayed, liked, or simply watched, thank you. Truly, you are a blessing beyond measure, and this community is stronger because of you. But now, lean in, because what's coming next will feel like prophecy fulfilled in real time. Something is already in motion, behind the scenes, preparing to meet you where you are. The kind of encounter that doesn't just shift your day, it shifts your destiny. Let's open the curtain and step into what's been divinely scripted for you. The scene is set, the timing is now, and you are the main character in this unfolding move of God. God's chosen ones, this Monday will be like a movie. Listen. You, God's chosen one, are about to step into something extraordinary. This Monday is not just another line on your calendar. It is a divine appointment, a spiritual unfolding that has been orchestrated behind the curtain of the visible world. Everything you've been through, every delay, every detour, every disappointment, they've all been leading up to this precise moment in time. Can you feel the shift in the atmosphere? There's something stirring that doesn't feel like coincidence. That's because it isn't. It's not random. It's revelation. Heaven has been scripting a scene just for you. This isn't just a Monday. It is a divine turning point wrapped in the ordinary. And just like Joseph didn't know that the very day he was summoned from the prison would be the day he'd be crowned in Pharaoh's palace, you too may not fully grasp what's being aligned for you behind the scenes. Genesis 41 tells us that Joseph went from pit to palace in a single day. Could this Monday carry that same redemptive shift for you? There's a cinematic energy building, a kind of holy suspense. The lights are dimming, the curtain is rising, and all of heaven is holding its breath. Have you noticed how sometimes life feels like you've stepped into a scene from a film you didn't audition for, but somehow it fits you perfectly? That's not luck. That's divine authorship. God has written this chapter long before you were even aware there was a story being told. This moment has been in development for years. Through every quiet night of prayer, every tear shed in silence, every time you held on when nothing made sense. When Michelangelo, the legendary sculptor and painter, was asked how he created masterpieces from marble, he replied, "I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free." What if this Monday is the moment God chips away the final layer and reveals the masterpiece He's been shaping in you all along? This isn't hype, it's holy. It's not exaggeration, it's prophecy in motion. What you're about to experience is not the result of mere chance. This is the unveiling of what was promised. As Isaiah 60:22 says, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." Could this be your appointed time? Stay close to this message. Don't click away. Don't let distraction rob you of a word that was tailor-made for your spirit. Because this isn't just a video, it's a sacred signal, a divine bridge that connects where you were and where God is about to lead you next. Could it be that this very message is your spiritual cue to get ready? Now, breathe deeply and take a moment to write your boldest, most radiant, unshakable desire in the comments. Let it be filled with light, filled with hope, and charged with fearless faith. Make it something that doesn't just touch earth, but activates heaven. Seal it with 777 as your heavenly confirmation number, a symbol that you are aligned and ready. Remember, divine favor responds to faith that dares to speak. The floodgates of blessing are triggered not by wishful thinking, but by radical belief. And when you declare your intention boldly, you're not just speaking into the air, you're commanding the spiritual atmosphere to shift. If you haven't already, now is the time to subscribe, to connect, to anchor yourself into this divine journey. Like this video as a sign that you're not just observing, you're participating. Because this Monday isn't about fleeting motivation, it's about a transformational alignment, a spiritual elevation that has the power to change not just your week, but your direction entirely. You're not stepping into a scene, you're stepping into your calling, and that changes everything. This Monday will not be just another sunrise in a string of ordinary days. It is destined to be the moment when the extraordinary no longer feels foreign, but begins to feel familiar, when what once seemed impossible becomes your new normal. For too long, your days may have echoed with disappointment, your nights filled with unanswered prayers, and your calendar marked more by survival than success. But that season is shifting. The author of your story is turning the page, and what's about to unfold will feel like a divine plot twist in a script that had once gone silent. You've experienced delay, but not denial. You've walked through valleys where the silence felt louder than your cries, and you've endured days that blended into weeks where the only progress you could see was that you were still standing. But remember the story of Hannah in 1 Samuel 1. She was overlooked for years, mocked in her pain, and yet after her faithful cry to God, she gave birth to Samuel, the prophet who would anoint kings. What if your prolonged wait has been preparing you to birth something prophetic? Something rare is stepping onto the stage of your life. And here's the holy tension. You may not even realize just how close you are to the part of your story where everything changes. Could it be that you are standing only inches from your breakthrough, yet still unaware of the divine cue about to be given? You're not a background character in this season. You are the central force that moves the plot forward. The narrative has always revolved around the journey God is writing through you. The tension, the conflict, the silence, they were never signs of abandonment. They were the setup, the foreshadowing. Just like David, who was forgotten in the fields while his brothers stood in front of Samuel, you too have been hidden for a reason. Because when heaven schedules your rise, no earthly voice can block your name from being called. This Monday will be unlike any you've known. It won't be another routine morning. It's the day a divine interruption arrives. The moment the phone rings with the message that shifts everything. The conversation that leads to doors swinging wide. Doors that weren't supposed to open for you, not by earthly standards. But that's the beauty of God's hand. When He opens a door, it stays open. Revelation 3:7 reminds us that what He opens, no one can shut. Isn't that the kind of shift you've felt quietly brewing? It won't happen because you schemed or hustled your way into the room. It will happen because the invitation was always in heaven's calendar, because God didn't forget the tears, the sacrifices, the moments you almost gave up but didn't. Every rejection, every delay, every no was not punishment. It was divine editing. God was shaping your character for the weight of what's next. Can you feel how the pressure has been forming purpose? After all the pressing, the pruning, and the patience, the curtain is about to rise. Your life is stepping into its next act, the one where the message becomes clear, the story becomes inspiring, and the light hits you at just the right angle. Just as Job, after all his trials, received double for his trouble, so too will you find that this next chapter holds more glory than all the pain behind you. And what if you wake up Monday and everything just feels different, not confusing, but clear, so aligned that it almost feels unreal, the coincidences too precise to be accidents, the timing too exact to be luck? That is the atmosphere of divine storytelling. That's what happens when God writes the scene. Even Steve Jobs, the visionary behind Apple, once said, "You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward." And yet, when you live by faith, those dots sometimes connect right before your eyes. That's the kind of Monday you're walking into, one that proves the dots were always meant to meet. Right now, God is scripting something that only you can fulfill. The spotlight is scanning the room, and it's about to rest on you, not for attention, but for assignment, not for applause, but for impact. You've waited, you've prayed, you've endured. Now, get ready. Your name is being whispered in rooms your feet haven't entered yet. And Monday is when the story changes for good. What is about to unfold in your life cannot be delayed by any human hands, dismantled by any earthly system, or contaminated by the plans of the enemy. This move is divinely sealed. You've shed private tears that no one saw, stood your ground in seasons of hidden growth, and matured in the silence of spiritual obscurity. While others were celebrated publicly, you were being prepared privately. But now, God's timing has arrived. And this Monday, the light that touches you will not be a harsh spotlight. It will be a revealing light, one that unveils your purpose with divine clarity. This won't be a chapter marked by struggle. It will be a scene of elevation. Just like how Jesus was baptized in the Jordan and immediately the heavens opened, Matthew 3:16. This is your Jordan moment. A shift so holy, so unmistakable, that your soul will recognize it before your eyes do. Even as the morning breaks, you'll sense something new in the air, the kind of peace that doesn't need an explanation, because your spirit already knows what your mind is just beginning to comprehend. Have you ever woken up and felt the air charged with purpose, as if all creation was leaning in? That's what's coming. There is a divine rhythm accelerating now, and it's not waiting for hesitation or fear to catch up. It's moving forward with or without your full understanding, because heaven's schedule is not bound to your comfort. Just like Esther, who stepped into the king's court not knowing whether it would mean her death or her destiny, you too are stepping into a moment designed to crown your courage. For such a time as this, Esther 4:14, was never just a phrase. It's the very reason you've been prepared in silence for so long. This Monday carries a divine surge. It may begin like any other day, but before the midnight hour strikes, something will have shifted so significantly that your soul will never be the same. That ordinary morning may end with an extraordinary revelation. Maybe it's a phone call that delivers long-awaited news. Maybe it's a message that confirms the very thing you've been sensing in your spirit. Or perhaps it's a door, one you knocked on months ago and forgot about, that suddenly swings wide open with supernatural ease. How many doors have you walked away from thinking they were closed for good, not knowing God had just been polishing the hinges for the perfect time? When renowned artist Vincent van Gogh was told his work wouldn't matter, he still painted. Today, his creations are considered masterpieces of light and emotion. What if this Monday is the day your years of unseen work finally gain recognition? Not for fame, but for impact. Not because people suddenly changed their minds, but because God said it was time. This Monday will not just be a date, it will be a divine event. But for you to fully receive what's coming, you must stay spiritually open, emotionally grounded, and alert to the subtle ways God moves. Don't let distractions cheapen the depth of this encounter. Don't let doubt whisper louder than your faith. You have to remain expectant, because the language of the miraculous is built on faith that refuses to flinch. Prepare yourself, not just for blessings, but for beauty in its most surprising forms. Breakthroughs may not come wrapped in the packages you imagined. They might arrive disguised as interruptions or detours. Yet these are not obstacles, they are answers. Answers to the prayers you whispered in the dark, the moments you said, "If only," and wondered if heaven heard you. God did hear you. And he didn't just hear, he collected every longing, every cry, every someday plea. Now, those prayers are returning to you transformed. The director of your story, God himself, is calling for action. The camera is rolling. The climax of this act is near. And your role? It's no longer hidden. You're stepping fully into it, with power, with clarity, and with divine timing. What once lived as a quiet hope in your soul is now becoming a loud testimony. Those "if only" moments are turning into "it finally happened" miracles. The scene is set, and you, chosen one, are about to walk into the fulfillment that was always written into your story. This Monday is not simply the start of another week. It is the moment where the ache of waiting turns into the awe of witnessing. The shift may seem sudden to others, but you will know in your spirit that it was never random. It's been building quietly beneath the surface of your life, like a seed breaking through the soil after a long winter. This is divine timing, not coincidence, and while others may call it luck, you will know. It's the faith you sowed in secret now being harvested in the open. Have you ever wondered why your soul still hoped, even when circumstances gave you every reason to stop believing? That's because your spirit could already sense what your eyes had not yet seen. As Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, "Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." Your faith has been the quiet evidence of something God has been preparing long before the world took notice. And when it happens, when that moment arrives, will you shrink back in doubt, or will you rise in trust? Don't talk yourself out of what you've prayed for. Don't dismiss what you feel simply because it doesn't come in the package you expected. So many of your past "if only" whispers are being turned into "finally now" declarations. Could it be that the moment you almost gave up was the moment the breakthrough was nearest? This Monday won't need to shout to be sacred. Like Elijah in 1 Kings 19, you won't find God in the wind, earthquake, or fire. You'll recognize him in the still, small voice, a subtle peace that settles on you like a whisper from eternity. Have you noticed how sometimes the most powerful changes begin in silence? That's the kind of shift you're about to walk into. You might smile without understanding why. People may ask what's different about you, and you won't have words yet, but your spirit will know. Something has moved. A door has opened. God has whispered your name in rooms you've never entered. And suddenly, alignment will feel effortless, not because you made it happen, but because heaven did. Even in the world beyond the church, those with spiritual awareness speak of these moments. Consider Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Before he built a global brand, he grew up in public housing and often spoke of how his humble beginnings shaped his desire to create a third place, a space where people feel seen and safe. He once said, "In life, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backward." Doesn't that echo Romans 8:28? which declares, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." Could it be that everything in your story, every detour, every silence, every delay, was a dot waiting to be connected by divine timing? What if this Monday is when those dots suddenly align? You don't need to manipulate this moment. You don't need to perform. The director of your story, God himself, is calling for action, and your role is no longer waiting in the wings. It's stepping into the divine rhythm that's already unfolding. Psalm 37:23 tells us, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord." Are you ready to step into the order God has already laid out? This miracle won't burst in with noise. It will enter gently but undeniably. And you, chosen one, are the recipient. Will you be present enough to notice it? Will you recognize when the holy enters the room? Let the script unfold. Let the grace of God carry you into the scene he's already written. There's nothing left to force. You don't need to rush. The timing is perfect. The rhythm is divine. And it's all for you. What's arriving this Monday is not some frantic answer to desperation. It's the unfolding of a divine reward born from deep alignment. You didn't manipulate your way here. You didn't climb by stepping on others. You didn't craft shortcuts in the dark. Instead, you waited, sometimes through clenched fists and trembling prayers. You watched others take the spotlight while you remained behind the curtain, and through it all, you held on, quietly, obediently, even when it hurt. That's why heaven is honoring you now. This isn't compensation, it's confirmation. You're not here by accident. You are here because you aligned with the timing of God. Galatians 6:9 says, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Could it be that this is your proper time? That everything that felt like silence was actually strategy? There's a scene ahead that will look like the dream you once thought was too wild to speak out loud. But it won't feel like fantasy. It will feel like peace, like confirmation, like home. Because this moment is not man-made, it is God-authored. You'll find yourself in the right room, speaking the right words to the right soul. And you won't be performing, you'll be flowing. Heaven is not making last-minute changes. What's about to happen has been scheduled on God's calendar long before you were aware there was even a story being written. Yes, you've endured the winds of discouragement. You've heard the voices that told you you're not enough, not chosen, not seen. But those seasons didn't define you, they refined you. You've become unshakable, forged in hidden fires, and now your time has come. That's why this moment cannot pass you by. You've shed fragility. You no longer carry doubt like a burden. You now move with spiritual poise and holy permission. This Monday, you are stepping into the scene with stillness and strength, with a calm that confuses chaos, because you are no longer trying to fit into someone else's story. You're walking into the one God wrote for you. You will feel a quiet prompt in your spirit, a divine nudge that says, now, speak now, go now, say yes now. And when it comes, you must respond. That isn't fear, that is flow. It's the moment heaven aligns with earth, and your spirit says yes before your mind catches up. Have you ever considered that all the delays, the denials, the not yet responses were simply heaven holding space for a better now? That's what this Monday carries. It may start with silence. It may look uneventful at first glance. But don't be fooled. Heaven often moves quietly before it reveals loudly. Think of those cinematic scenes where the city is still, the music is soft, and everything seems calm until the breakthrough crashes in. That's the mood of this Monday. A holy suspense, a divine build-up. A moment where the spiritual tension snaps and what's been hidden is finally revealed. Even in the real world, those who walk with patience often carry the deepest reward. Consider Pope Francis, a humble man who spent decades serving in silence in Buenos Aires. He once said, "God is in the gentle breeze, not the storm." His unexpected elevation to Pope didn't come through ambition, but through surrender. What if your quiet years were not obscurity, but preparation for a moment of elevation that comes without striving? You're about to experience that moment, not as a spotlight, but as a shift. It might be a flash, it might be a whisper, but when it comes, you'll feel it like a window opening in your soul. It will feel like deep knowing, like clarity in chaos, like peace that passes understanding. Could that shift come from something as small as a conversation, an idea, a single email? Absolutely. Because God often wraps miracles in simplicity. Don't dismiss it. Don't call it coincidence. That moment is the invitation, the signal that you are stepping fully into the storyline of your rising. And now you see why the shaping had to be so intense, why the quiet seasons bruised so deeply. You were not forgotten. You were being refined, trained, molded, prepared for the scene only you can play. The version of you emerging this Monday is nothing like the version who began this journey. You are not the same person who cried last year, doubted last season, or questioned everything just last month. You've walked through fire and kept your faith. You've stood through storms and kept your praise. Now you carry a strength that doesn't shout. You carry a peace that doesn't shake. You no longer respond to noise. You respond only to the divine signal. This is not the beginning of your story. This is the part where it gets good. You've learned something powerful through your journey. You now know the sacred difference between distractions and destiny. That's why this Monday, you don't need to walk in with worry. You walk in with expectation. Expectancy isn't naive hope. It's mature faith. It's the mindset of the chosen. You're not blindly wishing anymore. You're not anxiously pacing the floor. You're waiting for a promise you didn't fabricate. And that's what sets you apart. You're standing on something eternal. God's promises are never delivered in silence. They carry an atmosphere. And when you're close to the fulfillment, your spirit feels it first. Do you feel it now? The pace quickening, the alignments happening faster than your words can catch up. That's divine acceleration. Deuteronomy 28:2 says, "All these blessings will come upon you and overtake you if you obey the Lord your God." And chosen one, the blessings that once felt delayed are now chasing you down, not because of your striving, but because of your obedience. Even if you don't have all the details of what's coming, something within you already knows. It's time. You've been sensing the shift. You've been having dreams that feel more like previews. You've found yourself preparing for something you couldn't fully name. That's not coincidence. That's a spiritual indicator. God often awakens your instincts before he unveils the scene. Don't panic if Monday doesn't look like what you envisioned. The packaging may be different, but the promise remains. Think of how God led the Israelites to freedom, not the shortest route, but the one that preserved them from unseen danger. Exodus 13:17-18. Could it be that your delays were protection in disguise? That what looked like closed doors were actually sacred redirections? God doesn't need your logic to move. He only requires your trust. The path may look unfamiliar, but the outcome will feel like home. That's how divine alignment works. You'll notice a difference, not because everything's loud, but because everything suddenly feels still. You'll experience peace, not panic. Assurance, not overthinking. You won't need to analyze the moment because your soul will simply know. It was authored by the one who never misses a detail. Stay attuned to the seemingly small things this Monday. Sometimes heaven wraps a miracle in a moment that looks too ordinary to attract attention. A delayed appointment, a stranger's word, a random idea that suddenly sparks purpose. These aren't accidents, they're clues. Will you be sensitive enough to notice? You are not average, you are chosen, and your spiritual sensitivity, The ability to see what others ignore, to feel what others brush past, is not a weakness. It is your superpower. It's what allows you to sense the divine in the daily, to detect purpose where others see routine, to hear whispers from God where others hear noise. Even in the world outside the church, those who succeed at the highest levels often speak of this inner knowing. Take Maya Angelou, the legendary poet and civil rights activist. She once said, "I believed that I had something to say and I said it." That belief, that inner knowing, that sense of timing, it's not just for poets, it's for you. What if the voice within you is more accurate than the noise around you? This Monday may not come with fireworks, but it will carry confirmation. You'll know it's divine not because it's dramatic, but because it's undeniable. The shift will settle your soul. The moment will make sense, not with facts, but with faith. As this Monday unfolds, your emotions may swell in unexpected ways. Joy may rise without explanation, tears may fall without warning, and your heart may feel the weight of something sacred. That's not weakness, that's recognition. The soul knows when destiny is near, and when the spirit senses arrival, emotion follows naturally. Could it be that these tears are not from sorrow, but from sacred alignment? This isn't merely the start of another work week. It's your spirit standing tall and whispering, "We've arrived. This is it. The shift we've carried in faith is finally here." Just as the Israelites crossed the Jordan River and finally stepped into the promised land after years of wandering, Joshua 3. This is your crossing moment. The terrain beneath your feet may look the same, but the atmosphere around you will testify. Something has changed. The narrative is turning. The next scene is beginning, and the spotlight has begun to warm your skin. What lies ahead will not just feel different, it will be different. Your conversations will carry divine purpose. Your decisions will echo into rooms you haven't stepped into yet. And the favor that finds you will be confirmation of what your soul quietly held on to all along, that God was not finished. He was simply constructing a plot twist so profound it could only unfold in divine timing. Think of Ruth, who faithfully gleaned in Boaz's field, not knowing that behind the scenes God was preparing her for redemption, honor, and legacy. Ruth 2-4. She didn't strive, she served. And in doing so, she stepped into the spotlight that would position her in the lineage of Christ. Can you see how even your simplest acts of obedience have not gone unnoticed? Even the seasons that felt meaningless had meaning. Every scene in your story, even the ones written in pain, were not wasted. They were rehearsal. Every goodbye, every silence, every moment that seemed insignificant was God clearing the stage, resetting the lights, and positioning you for this very entrance. Romans 8:18 declares, "The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us." Is it possible that your pain was just the prelude to something glorious? And now that moment has come. The air feels electric with divine orchestration. This is not a moment of anxiety or confusion. It is a moment of orchestration, of precision, of holy momentum. You are not scrambling for position anymore. You are no longer waiting to be seen. You already have the place, because heaven assigned it. This isn't about striving, it's about stepping. This isn't about performance, it's about positioning. And that positioning is not earned by applause, but by alignment. Everything that needed to be removed has already been removed. Everything that needed to be delayed has already been delayed. And everything that needed to be reshaped has been remolded in the hands of the potter. Isaiah 64:8. Do you realize that all of it, every detour, every redirection, was God rehearsing your rise? Now the stage is ready, and the spotlight is no longer searching. It's found you. Just as Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai, who once lay in a hospital bed after being shot for going to school, rose to speak before nations. You too are stepping into a moment that no one saw coming, but heaven always planned. Malala once said, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful." Haven't you felt that quiet power rising in you? You are no longer rehearsing. The lights are up, the audience is silent, and heaven is calling for your next act. The only thing left to do is step into it. This Monday isn't about comfort or convenience, it's about consecration. It's not arriving because the timing looks perfect from the outside. It's arriving because heaven declared it so. This is not an ordinary hour, it is a holy one. It has been appointed, anointed, and marked for you long before you ever stepped into it. Just as God told Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. This moment, too, has been set apart for your unveiling, your emergence, your rise. You may wake up and see the same ceiling, the same morning sky, the same routine, but something in the spiritual atmosphere will have shifted. The air will feel charged. You'll breathe differently. You'll think differently. There will be no fireworks, but the silence will be sacred. Without anyone saying a word, your spirit will whisper, "This is it." Could it be that the most extraordinary days begin not with noise, but with stillness pregnant with purpose? This won't be a day where you imagine life as a movie. This will be a scene that feels like it was written for you, and you alone. There will be no uncertainty about your role. You won't feel like you have to shrink to avoid unsettling others. You won't wonder whether you're worthy of being seen, because this time the calling on your life will be too loud to ignore, even in the quiet. This Monday, you don't steal the spotlight, you inherit it. The story demands your leadership now. The arc of your life, the journey you've walked, the trials you've survived, they've all led to this chapter. Just like Queen Esther stood before the king for the sake of her people, knowing she risked everything, you too are being positioned for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. Could it be that your courage has matured to the point where heaven now trusts you with more? And when the moment comes, because it will come, you might feel stunned. It may feel surreal, but resist the urge to freeze in hesitation. Don't ask, "Am I truly ready?" Because the truth is, you already are. You've been prepared through fire, through pressure, through silent nights where no one clapped, but God saw your faithfulness. And what you think you still lack, heaven will supply in real time. Philippians 4:19 promises, "And my God will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus." Doesn't that mean even your uncertainty has already been accounted for? Where you feel weak, divine strength will rise. Where your words fall short, the Spirit will speak for you. Where fear used to paralyze you, divine energy will now push you forward. This is no longer the era of delay in your life. You are no longer waiting, you are walking. You're no longer hoping from the sidelines. You're moving in divine momentum. And watch this, even the way people see you will change. The eyes that once skimmed past you will stop and stare. The doors that once seemed welded shut will swing wide. Where there were once polite excuses, now there will be eager invitations. But this won't be because people suddenly became more generous. It will be because you've stepped into a new frequency. You've aligned with the call on your life, and everything around you is now forced to acknowledge it. Even in the world outside the church, we've seen this shift. Tyler Perry, filmmaker and storyteller, once described how he used to sleep in his car while chasing a dream no one else believed in. But he stayed faithful. He aligned himself with purpose, and when the time came, the world took notice. He said, "What I've learned is you can't wait for someone else to validate your gift. You have to move and let God catch them up to what he already told you." Isn't that the kind of confidence you've been quietly cultivating? This Monday is not about forcing things open. It's about realizing you've stepped into such deep alignment with God's plan that the doors, the blessings, and the right people can't help but respond. You're not pulling on destiny. You're in rhythm with it. And in that rhythm, mountains move, opportunities multiply, and heaven's orchestration plays louder than the doubts ever could. There will be a stillness in the air, light, almost imperceptible, like a soft breeze brushing against your skin. And yet, within it, a divine clarity will settle over you. You will simply know. You'll know which steps to take next, which burdens to release, which words to speak, and which battles no longer require your sword. There will be no panic, no pressure, only peace. The day will unfold not with chaos, but with choreography. Every moment will feel timed perfectly, like a sequence from a film so carefully written it could only have been directed by God. And while others around you may smile and assume you're lucky, only you will grasp the sacred weight of what's happening. Because you know the price of this peace. You know how many nights you cried without an audience. How many times you stood firm while your world was shaking. You know what it cost to stay faithful when nothing was changing. And now, that hidden perseverance is bearing visible fruit. Could it be that this stillness is not just a sign of rest, but of reward? This clarity is not the result of good timing. It is the reward of right posture. You didn't stumble into favor. You aligned with it. Psalm 25:14 says, "The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant." You were not in the right place by accident. You were in the right posture for revelation. This isn't luck. This is legacy. This isn't coincidence. This is covenant. Every moment you thought was a delay was actually a rehearsal. Every silence was a refining fire. Every detour was a redirection toward destiny. This moment, this Monday, is the culmination of every hidden prayer, every act of obedience no one else applauded, every time you chose trust over fear. Consider the journey of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years imprisoned before becoming the president of South Africa. The world called it a political victory, but Mandela saw it as destiny revealed through suffering. He once said, "I am not a saint unless you think of a saint as a sinner who keeps on trying." Doesn't that echo the heart of the chosen ones? Those who fell but refused to stay down, those who kept trusting when all logic said to quit. Your journey here wasn't easy. You know what it's like to carry the weight of unanswered prayers, of closed doors, of deep isolation. But all of it, the heartbreak, the silence, the sacrifice, was forging something eternal within you. Something that can't be mimicked or fast-tracked. A divine substance, a warrior's heart, a mind that no longer bends to fear. That is the true identity of a chosen one. And this is what makes you ready. Not perfection, but purification. Not being flawless, but being faithful. Not a spotlight, but surrender. You don't need a platform to be powerful. You need alignment. And now that alignment has drawn your moment to you like gravity, this is the hour. The curtain is rising not because you forced it, but because your obedience has made the moment inevitable. The divine script has reached your scene, and all of heaven is leaning in, waiting to see how you will respond. You've walked through fire. You've endured the crushing. But now comes the rising. The divine script of your life has reached the moment when everything pivots. The lights dim, the music swells, and the audience leans forward, not out of curiosity, but out of anticipation. Something's about to shift. The main character, battered yet bold, steps into the scene that changes the narrative forever. And that main character is you. You are walking into a day that will redefine how others see you. But more importantly, it will solidify how you see yourself. This Monday carries the energy of confirmation. Not just confirmation of your gifts, but of your resilience, your calling, your identity. You'll look around and recognize it, not with surprise, but with sacred familiarity. This is the scene I dreamed of, the one you visualized in the quiet corners of hope, the one you once feared was too good for someone like you. And yet, here it is. Not because you forced it, not because you pushed your way through doors, but because your endurance became your magnet, because your spirit aligned with heaven's rhythm, because you chose obedience when shortcuts were easier, because you laid down ego for peace, you stayed faithful in obscurity, you prayed when no one saw you, you prepared when nothing seemed to move. And now you're walking into what only preparation and patience could unlock. Isn't that the pattern of the greats in Scripture? Joseph was thrown into a pit and then a prison, but he never stopped preparing. And when Pharaoh called him forward in Genesis 41, Joseph was ready, not because he knew the timing, but because he knew the promise. Could this Monday be your Pharaoh moment, the divine summons that shifts you from waiting to reigning? It's time. Time to walk into what's been reserved for you. Time to say yes without fear, holding your voice back. Time to believe that what's happening doesn't need your full understanding, just your full trust. You don't need all the answers to take the step. You just need the confirmation. And here it is. This is the moment. Don't shrink it. Don't dissect it. Don't try to make it make sense. This isn't logic, it's legacy. This isn't coincidence, it's covenant. What's coming isn't explainable. It's evidence that God finishes what he starts. Get ready to see what happens when God decides it's time for your silence to be transformed into celebration. The waiting room becomes the throne room. The ordinary turns sacred. What once was delayed becomes undeniable. A message arrives. A name is spoken in the right room. A door creaks, then bursts wide open. A yes you didn't chase finds its way into your spirit and seals everything. You won't have to force this moment. You won't have to campaign for it. The assignment will find you because it was written for you. Like David being called in from the fields in 1 Samuel 16, while everyone else assumed he didn't belong. This moment has your name written in invisible ink, visible only to heaven until now. And when it shows up, don't wonder if it's real. It is. Don't question if it's for you. It is. You won't have to strive to prove you're worthy. Your preparation already proved it. And God never misplaces his promises. Heaven is precise. You were never forgotten. You were being positioned. Just like the poet and civil rights activist Maya Angelou, who rose from trauma, poverty, and rejection to become a global voice of strength and dignity, once said, "I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. Haven't you carried generations of pain and promise to reach this very moment? Aren't you stepping into something not just for yourself, but for those who will come after you? This Monday won't be loud, but it will be legendary. The echo of your yes will ripple into dimensions you haven't even imagined yet. This is your scene. No one else can play it. No one else can replace it. It was etched into time for you. And now, the heavens are watching, the angels are leaning forward, and the stage is yours. Step into it. Chosen one, you've been carrying dreams that once felt too vast to explain, too sacred to share. Visions so massive that even putting them into words felt like betrayal, because no one would understand what God whispered to your spirit in the stillness. And for years, those dreams didn't look like promises. They looked like burdens, heavy, isolating, misunderstood. Haven't there been seasons where it felt easier to doubt them than to keep carrying them? But now, this Monday, the fog begins to lift. The weight begins to reveal its purpose. The scenes start falling into place like puzzle pieces that never quite fit, until suddenly they do. What once seemed like endless delay now reveals itself as divine editing. You weren't falling behind, you were being aligned. Just like a film director sets the stage for the perfect angle, the perfect light, the perfect moment. Heaven has been positioning you for the shot that changes everything. Have you considered that every no, every moment of being overlooked was God quietly whispering, "Not yet"? What if the rejection wasn't punishment, but protection? In Genesis 50:20, Joseph looked into the eyes of the very brothers who betrayed him and said, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Could it be that the very pain that tried to bury you is now being used to elevate you? Don't be surprised when people who once dismissed your calling suddenly want to collaborate with it. Don't be shocked when rooms that once excluded you now request your voice. That's what favor does. It reverses the current. It flips the script. It rewrites the cast list and hands you the lead. God is not merely restoring what was lost. He is redefining how others see you. Think of David, the shepherd boy, nobody invited to the anointing ceremony in 1 Samuel 16, yet it was him whom God chose. The oil wouldn't flow until he arrived. That's the energy of favor. It waits for you. It requires your presence. It refuses substitutes. And now the oil is about to flow in your direction. Even in the world's stage, we've seen this kind of reversal. Viola Davis, now an Academy Award-winning actress, once shared how she grew up in deep poverty, ashamed of her circumstances. For years, she was overlooked, typecast, told her voice was too strong and her look too different. But she kept showing up, kept believing in the role she hadn't yet seen. Today, she stands as a global force, not because she changed herself, but because the world caught up to who she already was. Isn't that the kind of transformation you've been sensing in your own story? What's coming next won't be subtle. The shift will be felt, not just by you, but by everyone connected to you. God is taking you from hidden to highlighted, from questioned to confirmed, from dismissed to divinely established. This is the moment where the script changes, and everyone will see it, not because you demanded recognition, but because you carried purpose with dignity while no one was watching. This isn't revenge, it's revelation. The world is about to see what heaven already knew about you. And now, chosen one, you must prepare for the unfolding, not just of opportunity, but of responsibility. Because when the spotlight comes, so does the weight of influence. God isn't just elevating you for applause. He's positioning you to shift atmospheres, to unlock doors for others, to be a walking manifestation of answered prayer. Are you ready for favor that not only blesses you, but transforms everyone connected to you? Jesus didn't receive the Spirit at his baptism just to feel divine approval. He received it to begin his mission. Luke 3:21-22. The heavens opened, the Father spoke, and the Spirit descended. That sequence marked a turning point. Could this Monday be that turning point for you? A moment not just to be seen, but to be sent. Because with favor comes assignment. With open doors come divine instructions. This won't just be about what you receive, it will be about what you carry. What if the reason you've felt pressure lately isn't because something's going wrong, but because God is stretching you to match the weight of what's coming? You're being trusted with visibility, with voice, with victory, and each comes with its own spiritual weight. The question is not whether you are qualified, because God doesn't call the qualified, He qualifies the called. The question is, will you show up without shrinking? Consider this. Pope John Paul II, born Karol Wojtyła in Nazi-occupied Poland, survived war, assassination attempts, and communism to become one of the most beloved global spiritual leaders of the 20th century. He once said, "Do not be afraid. Open wide the doors to Christ." Haven't you also been prepared through hardship, positioned through trial, and now called to step boldly through doors only heaven could open? The people around you may not understand the full weight of what's shifting, but your spirit does. That gentle urgency you've been sensing, it's not anxiety, it's divine alertness. God is activating something in you. Something that was once dormant, hidden beneath disappointment and delay, is rising to the surface now. Not for your fame, but for His glory. This is what you've been rehearsing in the dark for. Every no that built your patience, every not yet that sharpened your discernment, every moment of silence that taught you how to hear God without noise. And now, the wait is turning into a witness. You're about to walk into rooms you didn't apply for, receive confirmations you didn't chase, and feel a boldness that doesn't come from self-confidence, but from spiritual clarity. And the beautiful part, it won't feel forced. It will feel familiar, because deep down, you've always known this was coming. You were never just preparing for a moment. You were being shaped to carry a mantle. Now that you've stepped into this new scene, chosen one, your role has shifted. You are no longer just enduring. You're governing. No longer surviving. You're influencing. Favor didn't come just to elevate your life. It came to establish your authority. Because divine elevation is not just about recognition, it's about responsibility. God has given you access, but with that access comes the need for awareness. The same way Nehemiah rebuilt Jerusalem's walls with one hand and held a sword in the other, Nehemiah 4:17. You are being called to build while defending. Why? Because what God just released in your life is precious, and not everything or everyone will celebrate it. Are you prepared to protect what you've prayed for? There is a new spiritual weight resting on your shoulders now, and it's not a burden, it's a mantle. It's the kind of mantle that Elijah passed to Elisha, 2 Kings 2. One that doesn't just transfer power, but passes on purpose. When Elisha received it, he didn't just receive the ability to perform miracles. He inherited a legacy of impact. Could it be that you're also being handed something generational, something that will ripple beyond your lifetime? This is why your sensitivity to the Spirit matters more now than ever. What used to feel optional, discernment, consecration, alignment, is now essential. You're not walking as who you were. You're walking as who you were always meant to be. That means guarding your time, guarding your words, guarding your peace. Because when heaven gives you territory, hell often sends distractions. You don't owe your past explanations. You owe your future obedience. You don't have to announce every move. The oil speaks for itself. The shift in how people treat you isn't pride, it's proof. You're carrying something different now, and the people around you will begin to notice, even if they can't name it. Suddenly, conversations feel deeper. Opportunities feel more aligned. Your presence begins to disturb some and comfort others. That's the mark of someone walking in divine authority. Even in the natural realm, we see this kind of transformation. Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo, once said that before she began making major leadership decisions, she would spend time in silence, discerning not just what to do, but who she was becoming. She led one of the world's largest corporations, not just with strategy, but with identity. Isn't that what you're being called into now? Not just to do more, but to become more? And don't be surprised if you begin to feel misunderstood. Divine elevation often creates spiritual friction. Even Jesus, after returning to his hometown with miracles, was rejected by those most familiar with him. Mark 6:4. They couldn't accept his authority because they remembered his humanity, but their comfort didn't cancel his calling. Should yours? This is your time to lead with humility and walk in clarity. God is placing you in positions where your words carry weight, where your presence opens doors, where your discernment becomes protection, not just for you, but for those connected to you. Have you noticed how the people God brings to you now are more purposeful, more prepared, more aligned? That's not random, that's reflection. They reflect who you're becoming. And as you rise, don't forget this truth. You are not rising instead of others. You are rising to lift others. The anointing on your life is contagious. Your boldness will give others permission to speak. Your stability will calm storms. Your obedience will set a new standard. You are not just living your life, you are shifting atmospheres. Now that you're walking in divine authority, chosen one of the greatest challenges you'll face is not opposition, but distraction. Not loud resistance, but subtle misalignment. Because when the enemy can't destroy your purpose, he will try to disturb your focus. But this time, you won't take the bait. This is the season where you must protect your peace with the same intensity you once used to chase your breakthrough. Why? Because peace is now your position. God didn't just bring you into visibility to be seen. He brought you here to be stable. Stability, after all, is the platform of legacy. You are no longer in pursuit. You are in stewardship. What you once prayed to receive, you must now protect. Not out of fear, but out of honor. Don't let comparison dilute your clarity. Don't let their pace distract you from God's rhythm. The oil on your life has a pace of its own. Just like Peter looked away from Jesus and began to sink when he noticed the storm around him. Matthew 14:30. So too will your confidence falter if your focus drifts. Can you remain locked in even when the noise gets louder? You must now carry yourself with spiritual intelligence, discerning not just what looks good, but what's truly God. Everything that glitters isn't gold. Everything that grows isn't God-planted. How many opportunities are simply disguised distractions? Even King Solomon, known for his unmatched wisdom, asked not for riches or revenge, but for understanding, a heart to discern right from wrong. 1 Kings 3:9. That one request gave him everything else. Could it be that what sustains this next level isn't ambition, but discernment? The people around you may begin to shift. Some will lean in with curiosity. Others will pull away in confusion. Don't take either personally. Elevation exposes hearts. You're not losing relationships, you're gaining revelation. God is not subtracting people to hurt you. He's editing your circle to preserve the purity of the next scene. Even in leadership, we see this pattern. Dr. Miles Monroe, the Bahamian pastor and global speaker, often taught, when purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. That's why you must not only understand your calling, but also the boundaries of it. Not everything deserves your energy now. Not everyone deserves access to this version of you. You are not just surviving attacks. You are now stewarding authority. You are not just hearing the voice of God. You are walking as a voice of God in your environment. Your life speaks. Your presence speaks. Your silence speaks. And when you move, heaven echoes. So how do you maintain this holy momentum? By staying rooted, by not letting attention become your addiction, by not mistaking applause for alignment. Favor is not proven by fame, it's proven by fruit. And the fruit of this season will not come from striving, it will come from remaining. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. John 15:5. Isn't that the kind of growth your spirit truly longs for? You're not here to impress, you're here to impact. You're not here to please crowds, you're here to carry kingdom. Let the noise rage, let the shadows whisper, let the world speculate. Your job is not to explain your elevation. Your job is to embody it. You don't owe them clarity. You owe God consistency. This season will not require more effort. It will require more intimacy, deeper communion, sharper discernment, quieter preparation. Because while others chase visibility, you're being called to carry presence. And that, chosen one, is the difference between influence that fades and impact that echoes for generations. Chosen one, now that the mantle has found your shoulders, your greatest task is no longer proving you're ready, but preserving the fire that got you here. You didn't arrive by chasing applause, you arrived by chasing God. And in this next chapter, that fire must be guarded more fiercely than ever before. You will be tempted to explain your rise. You will be tempted to shrink it, to make it more palatable to those who only remember who you used to be. But listen closely. Their comfort is not your confirmation. Their applause is not your assignment. You weren't called to be understood. You were called to be obedient. Even Jesus, after performing miracles and speaking truth with divine authority, was rejected in his own hometown. A prophet is not without honor except in his own town. Mark 6:4. If he was questioned, dismissed, and doubted, why would you expect your anointing to come without friction? But the lack of applause isn't the absence of anointing, it's the evidence of assignment. Because the deeper your calling, the quieter your circle becomes. Not everyone can journey with you where God is taking you. And that's not a punishment, it's protection. You are no longer fueled by external validation. You've matured beyond needing constant reminders. Your yes isn't conditional anymore. Your faith no longer depends on how many signs you see. You've reached the point where obedience is your rhythm, even when the heavens seem quiet. And that kind of obedience, it terrifies the enemy. This is where you must learn to live not by sight, but by seal. You've already been sealed by heaven. Ephesians 1:13. You don't need another sign. You don't need the crowd's reaction to feel chosen. The approval of heaven is already stamped on your story. That's why you must protect your oil. Don't waste it explaining. Don't dilute it defending. Don't pour it where there is no demand for the sacred. The 5 wise virgins in Matthew 25 guarded their oil because they knew the bridegroom would arrive unexpectedly. And when he did, only those who had preserved their flame entered into the next season. Could it be that your next elevation depends not on what you do, but on how well you protect what you carry? Even those celebrated in the world had to walk alone before the world understood them. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, was once ousted from his own company, rejected, misunderstood. But instead of pleading to be welcomed back, he sharpened his vision in the wilderness. And when the time was right, he returned, not to seek applause, but to rebuild a legacy. Isn't that the kind of resilience being formed in you? This is the season to burn quietly, to let your private altar be stronger than your public platform, to fall so deeply into God's presence that when people question your path, your peace will answer for you. You're not waiting for man's permission to move. You've already been commissioned by God. Your authority doesn't come from credentials, it comes from calling. So stay low in posture, but high in expectation. Walk softly, but carry fire. Move slowly, but carry weight. Because when the moment calls again, and it will, your inner life must be stronger than the pressure of outer visibility. This is no longer about being next. You are now. Chosen one, there is a quiet strength being formed in you right now, one that cannot be built in crowded places, one that does not grow in the spotlight, but in solitude, in the secret place, in those long stretches of time where no one claps, no one calls, and no one checks in. Have you noticed that God often does his deepest work when no one else is watching? This is the sacred wilderness, the same kind Moses walked through before leading a nation, the same kind Jesus endured for 40 days before his public ministry, the same kind David navigated with nothing but a harp, some sheep, and the presence of God. Could it be that your current silence is actually holy ground? You are not being punished, you are being planted, and planting never looks glamorous. It looks like burial, like disappearance. But what man thinks is a funeral, heaven knows is a seed. And seeds don't beg for attention. They go deep in the dark, in the unseen, until the roots are strong enough to carry the weight of the fruit. Are your roots growing right now? Is God stretching your inner life so your future won't collapse under visibility? This is why you must fall in love with the process, not just the promise. Fall in love with the mornings no one sees, with the worship that has no band, with the tears that have no audience. Because this is where your oil is pressed. This is where your strength is forged. You are not preparing for applause. You're preparing for longevity. Even Jesus didn't skip Gethsemane, and in that garden, surrounded by sleeping disciples, he sweat drops of blood, not because of pain, but because of pressure. And yet he said, "Not my will, but yours be done." Luke 22:42. That is the power of obedience. Not when it's easy, but when it costs you visibility, when it costs you comfort, when it costs you your old identity. Are you willing to be obedient even when it makes you invisible? Because, chosen one, invisibility is not insignificance, it's insulation. It's how God keeps the flame pure while the fire is still forming. Once it's ready, he will reveal it, not a second too soon, not a moment too late. Even in the world, those who made the greatest impact were often misunderstood at first. Florence Nightingale, born into wealth, shocked her aristocratic family when she chose to serve the sick and dying during wartime. She worked in silence with scandalous humility and was criticized deeply. But through her private, tireless work, she revolutionized modern nursing. History didn't recognize her because she demanded it. It couldn't ignore her because of the fruit. That is what you're carrying now. Quiet power, hidden brilliance, sacred conviction. You don't need to be loud when your life speaks, and it will. So don't rush your revealing. Don't resent your pruning. Don't despise the isolation. All of it is making you durable. And when the time is right, the God who has seen you in secret will reward you openly. Matthew 6:6. That reward won't just be things. It will be the fulfillment of purpose, the clarity of identity, the unstoppable peace of knowing you were faithful when no one else was looking. This is your sacred silence. Your anointing is not fragile, it's maturing, and you are not behind. You are becoming. Chosen one, if your spirit has been stirred by this message, it's because heaven is echoing what you've already been sensing. Your time is now. This is no longer about waiting. This is about walking. You've survived the crushing. You've endured the silence. You've obeyed when no one was clapping. And now, God is saying, step forward. The oil has already been poured. The stage has already been set. The assignment has already been written with your name on it. So don't shrink. Don't question it. Don't try to explain it away. You don't need confirmation from crowds when you've already been commissioned by Christ. Your obedience has brought you to this threshold, and your faith will carry you across it. You don't have to know all the steps. You just have to take the next one. Because when heaven orders your path, even the ground beneath your feet becomes holy. Let the doors open. Let the favor flow. Let the divine timing align everything that felt like it was once lost. You are not chasing the moment. You are the moment. So if this message found you, declare it. Comment 777 below as a sign of agreement, of alignment, of awakening. Let heaven and earth know, I am ready. If you feel led, we invite you to support this message through Super Thanks. Every gift, big or small, helps us reach more of God's chosen ones around the world. But even if you don't give, thank you. Your presence here matters. Your spirit matters. And your calling is priceless. Please like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and share this message with someone who may be standing at the edge of their breakthrough, not realizing that this Monday is the day everything changes. You are covered. You are called. You are rising. God bless you, chosen one. Heaven is watching, earth is shifting, and your scene is playing now. We'll see you in the next message. Chosen one, pause for just a moment. Take a deep breath. Something eternal is happening right now, and your spirit can feel it even before your mind catches up. This isn't just another video. This is a divine interruption. You didn't stumble here by chance. You were summoned. Heaven is whispering, And for those who have ears to hear, the message is clear. God has announced important days for you, not ordinary days, not dates you mark on a calendar and forget. These are sacred, written into the timeline of your life before your first breath. Days of transformation, days of release, days where the heavens will echo your name into rooms you've never entered. You've felt it, haven't you? The uneasiness, the shift in your energy, that unexplainable sense that something is coming, something big, and you're right. The days you've prayed for, waited for, almost given up on, are now being activated. Doors you didn't knock on are swinging open. People who never knew you will suddenly speak your name. What was sealed in silence is now being released in power. God doesn't move randomly. The divine operates in patterns, seasons, and holy timing. You may not see the full schedule, but heaven has been tracking every moment. And now you are stepping into the segment marked Acceleration. When the spiritual ground begins to shake beneath your feet, it's not to scare you, it's to awaken you. Destiny is moving. The announcement has been made, and because you are here, chosen one, I believe you are ready to hear, to feel, and to walk into what has already been written with your name on it. But don't just watch passively. Engage. Declare your alignment. If your spirit bears witness to this word, type 777 in the comments right now, a number of divine completion, of heavenly agreement. And to those of you who've been supporting this mission through super thanks, from the depths of our hearts, thank you. Your generosity and faith are helping spread this word to chosen ones all over the world, preparing them for what's coming next. But this is only the beginning. The revelation that's about to unfold might just explain the strange delays, the internal pressure, the dreams you can't shake. It will answer the questions you've been asking in silence. So don't go anywhere. Like this video, subscribe if you haven't yet, and stay with us until the very end, because what comes next could shift your entire life. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. God has announced important days for you. Listen, it's happening. Chosen one, those days you've been waiting for weren't delayed. They were hidden. Hidden not to hurt you, but to protect you. God didn't let you see them ahead of time because what He scheduled for your life was too sacred to be exposed prematurely. It was hidden so the enemy couldn't interfere, manipulate, or sabotage the miracle before it matured. Like treasure kept beneath the surface of the earth, these days have been safely sealed in the Spirit, declared over your life in a realm where time bows to divine instruction. Long before you felt the shift, heaven had already spoken. You're not catching up to a miracle, you are simply arriving at what has always been yours. You were never behind. You're exactly on time in a divine storyline that has no earthly clock. Have you ever wondered how Moses could lead Israel for 40 years without losing his way? It's because God's presence went ahead of him as a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night. Exodus 13:21. Likewise, something has always been going ahead of you, even when you couldn't see it. But could it be that the reason you didn't recognize what was coming is because it wasn't meant to be revealed until you were ready to carry it? Right now, you are approaching the invisible border of a breakthrough that's been waiting for your arrival. You didn't even know it was there because it was never about your awareness. It was about your preparation. You might have cried yourself through the long nights. Maybe you've even questioned whether your prayers were reaching heaven at all. But those moments of waiting weren't detours. They were deep investments into the foundation of your future. Each tear you shed was not in vain. It was watering the soil of your promise. Every sleepless night of hope, held in silence, was another brick in the altar being built for your transformation. You were not being ignored, you were being forged. Can gold complain when it is placed into the furnace? Yet it is fire that brings out its brilliance. As the Bible says in Zechariah 13:9, I will bring the third part through the fire, and they shall call on my name, and I will answer them. I once heard the story of Layla, a nurse who had spent years working overnight shifts in an underfunded hospital. One winter, she stayed behind after her shift to comfort a patient no one else seemed to notice, a retired judge named Elias. What she didn't know was that this man had once overseen a medical philanthropy fund. Months later, her simple act of compassion led to the funding of an entire clinic in her name. What seemed small and unseen was actually the moment that changed everything. That's how divine days work. They appear ordinary until they open extraordinary doors. Could it be that what you called ordinary is the very moment that heaven has chosen to elevate you? Even now, something inside you knows the weight of what's coming. The glory that awaits cannot be carried by someone untested. That's why your story is not light. It's layered with trials that others didn't see. It's forged by moments where faith was all you had left. But that is what made you ready. You've walked through disappointment without bitterness. You've kept believing when your hands were empty. And that kind of obedience has weight in the kingdom. Author and speaker Christine Caine, known for her global humanitarian work, once said, "Sometimes when you're in a dark place, you think you've been buried, but actually you've been planted." Chosen one, you weren't being buried in the silence. You were being planted for impact. And now you're starting to feel the soil breaking above you. What if the reason it hurt so much was because you were growing faster than you realized? Can you sense the movement? The winds are no longer still, but they're not just swirling in your circumstances, they're shifting in your spirit. Just like the change in seasons, when the air smells different and the birds begin to migrate, there is a holy rearranging happening inside of you. It's the kind of shift that signals you're about to step into something not just new, but appointed. Let me tell you about Aidan, a young artist who had never sold a painting. He spent his days in silence, creating images he believed no one would ever see. Then one day, without warning, a collector stumbled upon one of his works hanging in a forgotten gallery. That moment led to a feature in an international exhibition. His art hadn't changed, but the timing had been released. This is how divine timing unfolds. What you thought was rejection was really preservation. What you saw as failure was actually protection from platforms that weren't meant to carry your purpose. The delays weren't divine neglect, they were divine defense. Psalm 31:15 says, "My times are in your hands." What if the timing you hated was the exact hand of God guiding you away from something lesser? And now, as these days draw nearer, you will start to understand why the preparation had to go so deep. It wasn't about punishment, it was positioning. Like David, who faced a lion and a bear before ever meeting Goliath, God was preparing your hands to carry weight without trembling. These days coming will not just shift your surroundings. They will answer the questions you whispered in the dark, the ones you were too tired to speak aloud. They will align the broken rhythms of your life and bring your scattered pieces into harmony. You will not need to explain it to anyone, because the fruit will speak for itself. Isaiah 60:22 declares, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." And chosen one, the time is nearer than you think. Heaven is not distant, it's unfolding now. What felt like silence was strategy. And now you are not just stepping into your future, you are becoming it. Chosen one, relationships that once felt broken beyond repair are about to be miraculously restored. The hearts you thought would never soften, the connections you feared were lost forever. God is weaving them back together, not through your effort, but by His mercy. Resources you once chased will begin to locate you. You won't have to beg for the opportunities that belong to you. And recognition will come, not because you sought applause, but because the heavens have marked this moment. This is your season of divine repayment, and it will not come from the hands of people who overlooked you, but from the hand of the one who saw everything. Have you forgotten that God is not unjust? He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him. Hebrews 6:10. You may still be wondering how such restoration could be possible after the silence, the rejections, and the long nights of invisibility. But here is the mystery. God doesn't consult your past to define your future. The announcement of these days never required your permission. It only required your preparation. And the truth is, you've been preparing all along, even when you didn't know it. You woke up on mornings when hope felt thin. You chose purpose over despair, even when the world around you didn't reflect your effort. Can you remember how many times you showed up with excellence, even when no one was clapping? That was not wasted. Heaven was watching. Every quiet yes, every private act of faith, every moment you chose to trust, these were all sown into the soil of your destiny. Like Noah building an ark under a cloudless sky, you've been building by faith when logic told you to stop. Could it be that your silent obedience was the very signal that activated heaven's response? And now, heaven is responding. Prepare for acceleration that defies human reasoning, the same way Joseph went from prison to palace in a single day, Genesis 41:14. You're about to witness divine momentum. Don't shrink back when doors swing open without explanation. Don't second-guess the timing when your name is suddenly welcomed in places it had never been spoken before. This isn't random. This isn't chance. This is divine orchestration, and your obedience has been the key. Your name has been mentioned in rooms of favor where you have no physical access yet, but God goes where you cannot. Your presence has already been marked with light. Your steps, though weary, have been ordered. Psalm 37:23 declares, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way." And now your blessing has been released, not because you demanded it, but because you endured for it. This is not just your time. This is your appointed time, and appointed moments in heaven never arrive late. We see this principle reflected not only in Scripture, but in real lives. Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks, was born in public housing in Brooklyn. Raised in poverty, he didn't come from legacy or privilege, but he carried vision. He once said, "Risk more than others think is safe. Dream more than others think is practical." His path was marked by rejection and closed doors, until one opportunity opened that changed his life. What seemed like sudden success was actually the manifestation of quiet resilience, sown over years. And like Schultz, who believed in a future that wasn't yet visible, you too have been carrying vision in silence. Could it be that your boldness to keep showing up when no one applauded was your greatest preparation? This isn't just about a single breakthrough. It's about a divine chain reaction. One open door will lead to another. One miracle will lead to alignment in another area of your life. It's as if heaven has scheduled not just a moment, but a movement. You are stepping into a divine rhythm that will carry you from preparation to manifestation, from survival to significance. It will feel surreal, like watching your dreams move ahead of you, inviting you to catch up. But has it ever occurred to you that what seems sudden to you has actually been unfolding in the spirit all along? Think of a bamboo tree. For years, nothing appears above the surface. But beneath the soil, it is building a complex root system. Then, suddenly, sometimes in just weeks, it can grow over 90 feet. That's what's happening to you. The root system of your faith has reached maturity. The surface breakthrough is now inevitable. Let me tell you about Matteo, a soft-spoken man who managed a tiny bookstore in a quiet town. He spent years recommending books to readers, never realizing that one of them was a prominent film director visiting anonymously. One evening, the director asked him to consult on a script, and soon Matteo found himself listed as a co-writer on a major film. His life shifted overnight. What was that? A harvest of unseen faithfulness. What you're about to walk into is a harvest too. A harvest of nights you kept believing when logic failed. A harvest of obedience when it wasn't popular. A harvest born of character, not convenience. This is not just the answer to your prayer, it's the fulfillment of your endurance. You are reaping what you sowed when no one else believed in the soil. And God, who keeps perfect records, is now handing you the reward. Luke 8:17 reminds us, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." The time for hidden obedience has ended. The season of revealed glory has begun. Get ready. You're not stepping into luck. You're stepping into what was always written with your name on it. Chosen one, the days that are approaching carry more than just answers to your long-awaited prayers. They carry something even more sacred, your new identity. You will not exit this season the same way you entered it. Your name is being elevated. Your posture, once hunched by burdens, will straighten with clarity. Even the atmosphere around you is shifting to make room for the version of you that heaven has always seen. You are not just stepping into blessings, you are stepping into the becoming of your true self. That's why you must walk carefully yet boldly, like Moses on holy ground before the burning bush, Exodus 3:5. These moments are sacred. Don't rush them, savor them, study them, discern them. They were not designed to be spent casually. They are divine appointments. What if every step you take now is a seed being planted for generations to come? Those who once doubted you, dismissed you, or overlooked your quiet obedience will be silenced, not by arguments, but by results. The fruit will speak louder than your defense ever could. The glory upon your life will carry a weight that cannot be ignored. As Romans 8:18 reminds us, the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us. You won't need to announce the shift. Your energy will speak before your mouth opens. People will feel something different in your presence. Conversations will pause when you walk in, not out of fear, but reverence. What they sense will not be arrogance, it will be evidence, the kind that only comes from divine transformation. Even your environment will start to protest what no longer matches your calling. Old rooms will feel too small. Familiar routines may start to feel strangely uncomfortable. But this discomfort is not chaos, it's confirmation. You are being stretched. Like an eagle whose nest becomes prickly before it learns to fly, you're being prepared for elevation. Have you noticed how certain places no longer feel like home, even though they once brought you comfort? That's because you're not supposed to stay there. You are being moved, spiritually, emotionally, financially. The announced days are carrying you into new territory, and for you to fully occupy that, the old must first lose its grip on you. A friend once told me about a woman named Mireia, a midwife from the countryside who felt a strange sense of restlessness for months. She began waking up with dreams of city buildings, faces she didn't recognize, and a deeper hunger to serve. Just when she considered ignoring the signs, a call came. A global health organization asked her to lead a maternal care project in a major city, something she had never applied for. Her unfamiliar discomfort had been pointing to her next level all along. Could your current restlessness be a prophecy in motion? In truth, your instincts are being upgraded. Your discernment, once dimmed by doubt, is becoming razor sharp. What you once questioned, you now sense with quiet confidence. You're not simply dreaming, you're perceiving. And what you're perceiving is the nearness of the moments God has long planned for you. They are closer than they seem. Behind the scenes, alignment is unfolding. Conversations are being had where your name is mentioned with honor. Ideas are being written with your future in mind. Spaces are being designed that only you can fill. Proverbs 18:16 declares, "A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men." And that's exactly what's being prepared, a room that matches your gift. This isn't about luck or chance. It's about orchestration. As the great theologian C.S. Lewis once said, "Hardships often prepare ordinary people for an extraordinary destiny." Chosen one, could it be that your years of silent faith have been carving out space for an extraordinary unveiling? Let me show you one more glimpse. There's a young man named Ezra who spent years repairing watches in his father's dusty shop. He was brilliant, but unnoticed, until one day a wealthy collector stopped in during a storm, impressed not just by the quality of Ezra's work, but by the peace in his demeanor. That one encounter opened doors to a mentorship and eventually a global brand. He hadn't changed. He had simply been seen at the right time. That is what is coming for you, a time when your unseen labor meets undeniable favor. Stay faithful, stay focused, stay grounded. The wind may not roar, but it is moving, and as it does, you will walk straight into what was always yours, written before time began. Chosen one, the days of delay have served their sacred purpose. They were not setbacks, but seasons of divine restraint, pauses used to deepen your roots and stretch your capacity. The time of obscurity has run its course. What was once hidden is now being summoned forward. What was once paused is now playing in real time. The days God announced are no longer on the horizon. They are at the door. They are arriving right on time. And so are you. Have you ever wondered why the delay lasted so long, yet your spirit wouldn't let you quit? You are rising into your appointed position, and the spiritual gravity around you is shifting. You're shedding the weight of what once clung to you, old labels, disappointments, fears, comparisons. And as that weight falls away, something radiant will begin to emerge. People may not be able to explain it. They may not have words for the transformation they sense when you walk into a room, but you will know. You'll recognize it as the manifestation of what God whispered long before you ever fought your first battle, before your first heartbreak, before your first unanswered prayer, before you ever questioned if He remembered your name. He'd already announced these days in the eternal realm. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. What if what you're becoming now is something heaven always saw, even when you couldn't? Now that your spirit is awake to the truth, walk boldly. Don't minimize what you're carrying. Don't water it down to make others comfortable. These are the days where your prophecy walks with you, not as a vision on paper, but as a reality unfolding around you, step by step, breath by breath. Can you feel it? The quiet rhythm of fulfillment. That's not imagination, that's alignment. You've waited long enough, and yet, while you were waiting, you were becoming. You were not idle, you were not forgotten. You were being fortified in stillness, hidden in plain sight, like David tending sheep before being anointed king. 1 Samuel 16:11. While others advanced in visibility, you were advancing in depth. God was refining your soul, not to punish you, but to prepare you for the pressure of favor. These days that have arrived are not random moments. They are divine responses to every private decision you made to keep believing. They are heaven's yes to the times you said, "I trust you," with tears in your eyes and no visible sign of change. They are not sparks of chance. They are coordinates mapped by your obedience. Could the stillness you once feared actually have been the sacred silence of divine construction? Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. Even when you felt nothing moving, God was arranging everything behind the veil. Now the days are not just coming, they are here, and you will recognize them, not because they shout, but because they carry a divine rhythm that resonates with something deep inside of you. It will feel like familiarity wrapped in newness. Even simple moments will carry weight. Conversations will shift in tone. Environments will begin responding to the anointing you now walk in. A well-known quote from actor Denzel Washington, a man open about his faith journey, says, "Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship." You've lived that truth. It was never ease that shaped you. It was the fire. And now you emerge not charred, but commissioned. I once heard the story of Amari, a single mother who worked nights as a hotel cleaner. No connections, no opportunities. But she whispered prayers as she cleaned. One evening, a stranded executive left his briefcase behind, and Amari chased him to return it. That act sparked a conversation, which led to a scholarship foundation being opened in her name. She hadn't asked for elevation, she had simply lived with quiet excellence. But heaven had taken notes. What if your breakthrough isn't loud, but personal? What if the shift you've been waiting for has already begun, but is arriving with the gentleness of rain, not thunder? Your anointing will glow. You won't need to convince anyone. The room will feel it. The air will change around you. That's the language of favor. It doesn't speak with volume, but with presence. Like the oil that flowed down Aaron's beard. Psalm 133, verse 2. The evidence will be undeniable and the impact will be widespread. These days are coded with instructions and favor. Don't just survive them, read them. They carry meaning. Within these moments, you will see why everything had to happen exactly as it did. The rejection, it rerouted you. The betrayal, it revealed the truth. The delay, it refined your character. And let us not grow weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Galatians 6:9. So take it all in. Let your past make sense through the lens of purpose. Let your obedience speak. Let your new walk begin, not just into new days, but into the version of you that heaven always had in mind. You'll look back and realize that every door that slammed in your face wasn't rejection, it was divine redirection. Every detour that made you question your path was actually a shortcut in disguise, crafted by a God who sees around corners. Every no you heard was actually God's yes, spoken in another language, one of preservation, preparation, and protection. Have you ever considered how many heartbreaks saved you from being tied to the wrong places, people, or purpose? You see, chosen one, you were never being denied. You were being divinely preserved for something greater than you would have chosen for yourself. If those early doors had opened, you might have settled. But God didn't call you to settle. He called you to reign. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Jeremiah 29:11. That's why it's so vital that you remain spiritually alert in this season. The enemy senses what's coming, even if you don't fully see it yet. Distractions, false urgency, and even familiar voices may try to pull you away from focus. But don't be moved. No tactic can prevail when your faith has been rooted through fire. Could it be that the rising resistance is a confirmation of your rising power? God has placed a divine shield around these appointed days. What's been declared over you in heaven cannot be reversed on earth. Isaiah 54:17 promises, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." That's not just a verse, it's your reality now. The plans that were secretly formed against you, they will collapse in the open. The lies spoken to dim your light, they will wither in the face of your fruit. And the very ones who questioned your calling will soon become witnesses of your transformation in real time. Let me tell you about Viola Davis, an award-winning actress who once grew up in poverty, stealing food to survive. She said in an interview, "The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity." She didn't wait for permission to rise. She rose through pain, shame, and silence. And now the world recognizes what God always knew about her. You're walking into the same dynamic, not just opportunity, but divine permission. Stay humble, but walk tall. These days aren't calling for false modesty. They're calling you to take up space in rooms you once tiptoed through. You are no longer the guest. You're the one the room has been waiting for. Why else would God bring you through such fire, unless He intended to seat you where others never imagined you'd stand? Don't shrink. Don't play small to comfort the insecurity of those who never saw your worth. The glow you carry is not arrogance, it's evidence. And evidence doesn't apologize. You've earned this moment, not by hustling, not by pleasing, but by obeying. You grew quietly, you endured consistently, and you believed stubbornly. Divine days don't require desperation, they require discernment. Are you able to recognize the shift not by what surrounds you, but by what awakens within you? Recognize the new access that's forming. Recognize the elevation that no longer feels foreign. Recognize the divine yes echoing through opportunities, connections, and even your inner peace. When the butterfly leaves the cocoon, it doesn't return to explain itself to the caterpillars. It flies. That's your invitation now. I once heard of a man named Elias, a quiet accountant who had worked in the same small office for 15 years. One morning he was asked to give a presentation to a board he'd never met. His ideas reshaped the company's future, and within a month he was named Chief Financial Officer. No marketing, no competition, just divine recognition meeting decades of hidden excellence. What if what you're walking into next won't be the result of strategy, but of divine timing meeting unwavering obedience? So, walk like you belong, because you do. Speak like you're called, because you are. Rest like you're protected, because you have been. And remember this, God doesn't just elevate the talented, He elevates the faithful, and you, chosen one, have been faithful in the quiet. Now, heaven is responding in power. In these appointed days, your voice will carry unusual weight. No longer is it just sound, it is strategy. It is spiritual authority. What you speak now is not just commentary on your current condition. It is prophecy over your future. Speak what you want to see. Declare what you believe, even if your eyes have not yet caught up to your spirit. Heaven is leaning in. The angels are listening. The atmosphere is sensitive. You are in a time when your decree becomes your next season's reality. You will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you, so light will shine on your ways. Job 22:28. So speak with purpose. Speak abundance, not anxiety. Speak alignment, not confusion. Speak as if you're already standing in the room you once begged to enter. Why? Because your language must now match the level of your elevation. You're not narrating your pain anymore. You're proclaiming your purpose. Have you noticed how what once seemed impossible is now quietly becoming possible? Divine connections will begin to appear, sometimes without warning, sometimes without explanation, but they will carry unmistakable signs. People will walk into your life carrying keys to your next level. Wisdom, favor, insight, open doors. Don't second-guess the timing. Don't sabotage it with small thinking. Receive what flows. These aren't accidents. They are divine appointments, carefully orchestrated by God. Could it be that help is arriving now, not because you asked loudly, but because heaven said, "It's time"? Let me tell you about Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker turned Holocaust survivor who saved hundreds of Jews during World War II. After unimaginable trauma, she traveled the world preaching forgiveness. She once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." That's the posture you must walk in now. Even if it feels unfamiliar, walk open. Walk receptive. Every connection in this season will carry purpose. No more distractions, no more relationships that drain your spirit, no dead weight, only divine alignment. You will look back and realize God didn't just remove people, He replaced them with purpose carriers. This is a season where what once felt unreachable becomes routine. Processes that took years will now unfold in days. Strategies you once labored to create will now flow from wisdom given freely. Blessings once buried by delay will arrive doubled in intensity. Why? Because God's announcement over your life is now louder than any resistance surrounding it. When heaven speaks, no system, no barrier, and no enemy can undo it. For the word of the Lord will not return void, but will accomplish what He desires. Isaiah 55:11. And heaven has spoken. The timeline has been activated. You are walking into moments prophets only dreamed of. The tables are turning. The seasons are shifting. The wind has found your wings. Even your pace will change. You'll move with clarity, with rhythm, with joy. Not because life suddenly became perfect, but because your spirit is aligned with heaven's calendar. The old confusion has been silenced. The fog has lifted. You will wake up with new breath, walk with new fire, and dream without apology. What weighed you down yesterday has no permission to follow you today. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Your fatigue was not physical, it was spiritual misalignment, and now that you are in sync, your soul is gaining velocity. I once heard of a woman named Isola, a former janitor who journaled quietly during her lunch breaks. Her prayers, written in silence, became a manuscript she didn't know heaven would highlight. One day, her notebook was found by a teacher who passed it to a publisher. Within months, her words were printed and translated into 6 languages. She had never sought a platform, but her obedience wrote one. Could the very thing you're doing quietly now be the seed of a global harvest? And when manifestation begins, and it will, don't be surprised if you feel waves of emotion. It's okay to weep. It's okay to be undone by answered prayers. Those tears are not weakness, they are recognition. A holy remembering of how long you've waited, how deep you've endured. Your soul will suddenly recall the years you watered barren ground with faith and tears. Let those tears fall. Let them be the release of hope that refused to die. Let them mark the moment you realized God was not just promising, He was performing. Blessed is she who believed, for there will be a fulfillment of those things which were told her from the Lord. Luke 1:45. And now, chosen one, you're walking in the fulfillment. Understand this clearly. What is happening now cannot be reversed. The shift that has begun in your life is not temporary, it is eternal. It is not a wave that comes and goes. It is a tide that lifts everything it touches. Heaven's calendar does not flip backward. God does not call you forward to return you to where you've been. You have stepped into something that has no rewind. Can you feel it? The way the old strategies no longer apply, the way old fears don't carry the same weight. You're no longer striving for it. You're no longer begging, bargaining, or burning out trying to earn what's already been written in your destiny. Now, you are aligned with it. The door didn't open because of your hustle. It opened because of your obedience. You don't have to force what flows from heaven. You only have to move in rhythm with it. When divine days are activated, your role isn't to push, it's to trust. You're not carrying it alone. Grace is doing the heavy lifting now. Let obedience guide your steps. Let peace anchor your spirit. As Philippians 4:7 promises, the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Some people around you may start acting strange. Some may pull away or question you. But don't let their confusion interrupt your clarity. You don't owe anyone an explanation for a revelation they weren't present to receive. Let your life speak. Let your results do the talking. Let the fruit of this season tell the story. Have you considered that some people were only assigned to your preparation season, not your performance? Like scaffolding around a building, some were temporary support for a structure being formed. Now that you're stepping into visibility, they are no longer required. Don't fight it. Don't chase what heaven has already dismissed. Bless them, release them, and make room for new alignments. I once heard of a woman named Thalia, a florist who worked quietly in a small town for decades. Every day she left a small handwritten prayer in the bouquets she sold. One morning, a grieving journalist received her flowers and was so moved by the note that she wrote a feature about it. Days later, Thalia's humble shop became a haven for hundreds seeking peace, and she never changed her routine. Her breakthrough came not from striving, but from consistency, kindness, and faith. Could it be that the extraordinary you're stepping into was never loud? It was always sacred. You'll notice something subtle but powerful. Miracles will begin to feel normal. You won't be shocked when doors open. They will simply feel like part of your rhythm now. You'll recognize favor the way a tree recognizes spring. It's just time, and your soul will feel full again. That fullness, that deep knowing, is confirmation that you're standing where you're supposed to be. No more wandering, no more guessing. These are the days that were sealed in your destiny long ago, and now you're unsealing them, not by force, but by showing up fully, faithfully, and fearlessly. Like the Israelites crossing the Jordan, Joshua 3, the moment you step in, the waters make way. At the right time, I, the Lord, will make it happen. Isaiah 60:22. You are not late, you are not early, you are right on divine time. You are now standing in the sacred space between prophecy and fulfillment, the divine in-between where the unseen becomes visible. Can you feel it? The atmosphere thick with expectation. The prayers you once whispered now echo through your reality. Even your breath will feel different. Even your silence will feel holy. This is the zone where destiny kisses earth, where what was once only spoken in fasting, in weeping, in hope, now becomes visible in your path. The light you saw far off is now on your face. The dream you carried in your spirit is now walking beside you. And chosen one, this is only the beginning. These important days that have been announced over your life, they are not subtle, they are sovereign. They were crafted in eternity with surgical precision, and now they've arrived to draw a clear, undeniable line between who you were and who you were always meant to become. This isn't a season of gentle transitions, it's a divine separation. These days carry the spiritual voltage to break generational cycles that clung to your family line for years, sometimes silently. And they are powerful enough to mark you forever, not just in this world, but in the spirit realm. This is not about hype or emotion. It's about holy timing. Have you ever asked, what if everything I've endured was preparing me for a concentrated moment of change? The answer is now being revealed. You have entered the atmosphere of alignment, where the words God once whispered over your destiny are now colliding with the world around you. Suddenly, you'll begin to see things and feel things that seem to shout, "This is it. This is the moment I was made for." The signs won't be vague. They'll be loud enough to silence your doubt. The synchronicities will not feel random. They'll be undeniably divine. And in the middle of this holy unfolding, there will be peace. Not the shallow kind, but the deep, anchoring kind that confirms God has already gone before me. You go before me and follow me. You place your hand of blessing on my head. Psalm 139 verse 5. You may also notice something more mysterious, a stillness heavier than any silence you've ever known. But don't confuse it with stagnation. This is not the silence of delay. This is sacred stillness, the kind that falls right before the curtain opens on a divine unveiling. It is heaven holding its breath. It is the hush that precedes thunder. You're walking into rooms that once existed only in your spirit's imagination, and heaven is watching, not in anxiety, but in joy. Could it be that the reason the world feels quieter right now is because heaven is leaning in to witness your moment of becoming? You've cried out in private. You've fasted, interceded, and remained faithful in hiddenness. And now you will be elevated in public, but not for applause, for assignment, not for ego, but for evidence. Like Esther, who was elevated not for comfort, but for kingdom strategy. Esther 4:14. Your rise is not random. You are being positioned to carry impact, not image. The days ahead are going to define you, not by the metrics of this world, but by the marks of heaven. Obedience, purity, surrender, power. These are the things that will speak on your behalf. You will look back and say, that was the day everything shifted, not because the sky changed, but because you did, because you stopped chasing and started flowing, because you realized the doors didn't open, because you knocked harder. They opened because your spirit finally carried the sound of heaven. Let me tell you about Pastor A.R. Bernard, a former banker who surrendered his ambition to follow God's voice. He built one of the largest churches in New York City by teaching kingdom alignment, not religious routine. He said, "The will of God is not automatic, but it is inevitable for the obedient." That is your confirmation now. You didn't chase this moment, you aligned with it. And the evidence, it will find you. The opportunities, the resources, the conversations, they will be drawn to you like gravity, pulled by the weight of your obedience. I once heard the story of Ezra, a quiet stonemason who carved scriptures into tiny stones during his lunch breaks. One day, a tourist picked up a stone and was so moved that he brought it to a cathedral leader. Within a year, Ezra was commissioned to engrave scripture into the sanctuary walls of a major church in Jerusalem. His hands had been trained for years in obscurity, but heaven had scheduled a moment for his unveiling. Why will your voice carry more weight now? Because it's not just coming from you, it's coming from the place of fire you passed through. Why will what you touch begin to multiply? Because your hands have been consecrated by quiet service. Why will your name rise? Because heaven has endorsed it. Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, and in due time he will lift you up. 1 Peter 5:6. These are not just elevated days, they are demonstration days, and your life is the stage where God has chosen to reveal his power. This is not the beginning of your climb. This is the beginning of your reveal. But listen carefully, chosen one. There's something sacred you must not overlook. Elevation comes with responsibility. Divine promotion is not just a reward, it is a mantle. And if you're not careful, the very blessings sent to elevate, you can become distractions that dull your reverence. Familiarity is a thief, and its first target is awe. Guard your wonder like a flame in the wind. These aren't ordinary days, they are holy appointments. Even as doors swing open and favor surrounds you, don't drift from the foundation that brought you here. Return to your source daily, like the manna that fell from heaven, fresh every morning, never to be stored. Exodus 16:4-5. Why? Because what sustained you in one season will not be enough for the next, unless you reconnect. The miracles you're walking in were not born of chance. This wasn't the result of clever strategies or manipulation behind closed doors. It was divine design, tailored in heaven, stitched into your timeline by the hand of God himself. And as your elevation rises, so too must your awareness. Staying in alignment now means becoming a gatekeeper of your mind, your heart, and your relationships. Not everyone from your past can walk with you into your future. Haven't you noticed? The moment your light grows stronger, shadows from old seasons begin to stir. Some people will reappear, not out of celebration but curiosity, not to add to your journey, but to revisit their version of you. Don't carry resentment toward them, but don't carry them either. This chapter is not about rehearsing old cycles. These days were not announced for you to repeat lessons you've already passed. They were announced for you to walk in wisdom, to harvest the fruit that once was just a seed in your wilderness. Even Jesus, after being raised from the dead, didn't return to every place he had been. He appeared to those prepared to receive him and moved forward in power. Luke 24. Why should your journey be any different? Let your transformation speak louder than your explanations. You don't owe access to everyone who remembers an outdated version of you. Show them the garden God grew, but don't invite them to uproot it. This new chapter demands a clean stage. Clarity, not chaos. Direction, not distraction. Think of it like an artist preparing an exhibition. Each brushstroke has purpose. Each detail is intentional. Would the painter allow fingerprints on the final canvas? Neither should you allow clutter in your sacred space. God is preparing you to present His glory, not just your growth. Yes, you may feel the weight of favor, but don't be surprised by the stretch of new responsibility. Expansion often arrives wearing the disguise of discomfort. It feels unfamiliar because your former self, your survival self, was never built for this. That version was good for getting through, but this version is built for reigning in grace. Like David, who was once a shepherd but became a king, you've been prepared in private to carry the crown with humility. Let me tell you about Elijah Stone, a quiet designer who once worked alone in a garage. No fame, no spotlight, just sketches, solitude, and whispers of ideas. Then came a call from a global non-profit asking him to design a campaign to rescue children from poverty. He wept, not because he felt unworthy, but because he realized God had been preparing him in the dark. And now the world would see what was cultivated in stillness. What about you? Do you feel the stretch, that quiet pressure in your spirit? That's not failure, it's formation. You've been stripped of old thinking, reset like a compass recalibrated after being lost at sea. What seemed like delay was divine refinement. Now, as the veil lifts, the version of you emerging is not a counterfeit. It is the original blueprint finally stepping into alignment. Your confidence now doesn't come from applause. It comes from knowing. It's not pride, it's prophecy being fulfilled. You're not arrogant, you're aware. You're not forcing anything. You're simply responding to what heaven already announced. Think of a lion in the wild. It doesn't roar to prove it's a lion. It roars because it knows what it is. In the same way, your presence in this season doesn't require explanation. It's confirmation. You're not here to dominate. You're here to demonstrate, not to overpower others, but to overflow with what God placed inside you. The light you carry isn't for decoration, it's for direction. As Pope John Paul II once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." Your future isn't waiting for a better version of you. It's waiting for you to realize this is the version that was always meant to rise. Shine boldly, chosen one. Your story is reminding others of what is possible when God writes the script. You are meant to rise, not simply for your own recognition, but so that others might see the unmistakable fingerprints of heaven upon a life fully surrendered to divine purpose. You are becoming a living testimony, a walking revelation of what happens when someone dares to yield completely to God's plan. And in this appointed time, you're not just being elevated, you're being entrusted. These coming days are not ordinary, they are precise. They demand not just obedience, but discernment. Because not every open door is divine. Not every good thing is a God thing. Can you feel that pull to be more intentional, more still, more selective? That's because your spirit has been trained in the silence, and now that inner knowing, like a compass tuned to truth, is becoming your divine navigation system. If you lean into it, you won't wander again. Think of Samuel, the prophet, learning to hear God's voice in the quiet of the temple. It took time to recognize the difference between noise and the call. 1 Samuel 3. In the same way, your spirit has been sharpened through hidden seasons so you can discern destiny from distraction. This is no longer about guessing. This is divine precision. Every step you take now is a step written in heaven long before you ever took your first breath. Nothing about where you're headed is random. Everything, every heartbreak, every delay, every unexplained silence was carefully crafted with your unique assignment in mind. That's why this new chapter fits you. That's why the doors won't need to be kicked open. This is not the season of forcing. This is the season of flowing. You're moving from resistance to rhythm, from pressure to purpose, from survival to supernatural significance. I once met a man named Gabriel, a schoolteacher from a forgotten rural town. He spent years writing curriculum in his tiny apartment, unseen and uncelebrated. One day, a visiting education minister stumbled across his material, and overnight it was adopted by an entire national school system. Gabriel didn't chase influence. He prepared in silence, and when the moment came, it carried his name. Likewise, your gifts are about to make room for you. Proverbs 18:16. Not just any room, but rooms that carry legacy, wealth, and kingdom-level impact. And it won't feel like intrusion. It won't feel like performance. It will feel natural. Why? Because your soul is finally catching up to where your spirit has been pointing all along. That longing you've carried for more, it wasn't ambition. It was prophetic memory, the echo of your destiny, calling you home. You are not an outsider. You are not an accident. You are the one this moment was custom made for. Every conversation, every opportunity, every divine connection that unfolds will carry the aroma of heaven. And even the angels will stand in stillness as you take the stage God has ordained for you. Poet and activist Maya Angelou once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. But now, chosen one, your story is no longer being whispered in the dark. It's ready to be declared in the light. And oh, how sweet it will be, how holy, how fulfilling, when the very things you once wept over in secret, the prayers you whispered between tears, the promises you repeated just to stay alive, become the very words you proclaim with boldness. Not because you need applause, but because you endured. You stayed. You didn't abandon your process. You didn't trade your calling for comfort. You stood your ground when everything in you said run. And that is why your name is now on the reward. I'll tell you about Eva, a woman who spent years battling cancer in silence while mentoring young women through letters and voice notes. She never let them see her struggle. She sowed wisdom in private, knowing God saw what they couldn't. She passed away last year, but just weeks before, those same young women gathered to launch a global mentorship foundation in her name. Her reward outlived her, and it carried the legacy she poured in when no one was watching. You are rising into a moment that will not just bless you, it will bless through you. And the heavens, they are watching, not with judgment, but with joy. They've seen your tears, heard your groans, felt your fire, and now they're holding their breath, waiting for you to fully step into the brilliance that was always meant to be yours. Chosen one, you didn't miss it. You didn't mess it up. You didn't lose your shot. You are right on time. And now the reward is not just near. It's arriving with your name engraved into the glory. You didn't imagine it, chosen one. You weren't making it up. That sense of sacred urgency, the whisper in your chest, the recurring dreams, the feeling that something greater was being woven into your days. It was never fantasy. This was always the plan, even when it didn't look like it, even when everything around you screamed delay and disappointment. Every shift, Every closed door, every unexplained stirring in your soul was pointing you toward this precise season. These days were not only divinely marked, they were divinely protected. They were wrapped in layers of unseen grace. Like Moses, hidden in a basket, drifting on a river that could have drowned him, your destiny has been insulated from destruction, hidden from premature exposure, and covered with divine timing. Not because you were forgotten, but because heaven knew the exact hour you'd be ready. And now, the seal has been broken. It's unfolding, and the unfolding cannot be reversed. You're no longer standing where you once were in the Spirit. Something in you has shifted permanently. Your roots have gone deeper into the soil of faith. Your vision has sharpened. You no longer beg for clarity. You walk in it. Your heart no longer bends at every storm. You've been fortified in stillness. That's why the atmosphere around you feels unfamiliar. It's not just your circumstances that are changing. You are changing. And because of that, your environment must now respond to your elevation. When Jesus was transfigured on the mountain, his very form shifted before the disciples' eyes. Matthew 17. He didn't just look different. He radiated glory. That's what happens in these seasons. What's within you begins to transform what's around you. Your presence starts shifting atmospheres. Your words carry weight. Your silence starts to speak louder than noise. These important days are not arriving to maintain the old. They are not here to decorate the familiar. They've come to birth the new. The past is no longer your reference point. It's your foundation. The future is speaking now, and its voice is unmistakable. It may not shout, but it never lies. Listen closely to the nudges in your spirit, those quiet convictions that make you hesitate just before saying yes, or that mysterious peace that confirms when to move. These are not days to be careless with your awareness. Divine downloads are being released. Coded wisdom, hidden instructions, answers you once cried for, now arriving as whispers. Sometimes you'll feel it as a pause. Sometimes it will be a sudden discomfort with what used to bring you joy. What you're sensing is not loss. It's heaven realigning you. The discomfort isn't punishment. It's permission to rise. There's a woman named Celeste, a garden architect from Florence, who once said, "Growth doesn't always feel like blooming. Sometimes it feels like breaking." When her father passed unexpectedly, she left her business for 6 months to care for her mother. Everyone thought her career was over, but it was in that silence she received the divine vision to design a healing sanctuary for grieving families, something now replicated in over 20 cities. Her pause was never wasted. It was a divine recalibration. In the same way, your quiet moments, your hesitations, your sacred discontents are not signs of weakness. They are the GPS of your spirit recalculating. Stay open, stay awake. The intensity you feel is not chaos, it's convergence. You are standing at an intersection of destinies. One road is paved with the familiar, the predictable, the comfortable. The other, it opens into wild possibility, promise, and prophetic fulfillment. Which road are you walking toward? Familiar may feel safe, but it is now too small for what has been planted inside you. Like a tree that's outgrown its pot, your spirit is pressing against the walls of what once contained you. If you try to shrink back, you will feel it in your soul. A spiritual resistance, like trying to walk backward on a moving train. You'll feel unsettled, not because you're wrong, but because your spirit can't fit where it once lived. And you've already crossed the threshold. You've outgrown what once fit, the shoes of survival, the garments of self-doubt, the language of apology. They no longer match the mantle you now carry. Expansion is no longer optional. It is your assignment. Even the wind knows when a storm is coming. The trees begin to sway. The air gets heavy. That's where you are now, not in danger, but in divine transition. The gate ahead is opening, and everything you've been prepared for is waiting on the other side. The question is not, are you ready? The real question is, Will you rise anyway, even if your knees still shake? Because, chosen one, you weren't just built for the moment. This moment was built for you. The days ahead of you are no longer moving at the pace of the past. What once required years of waiting, building, and toiling will now come together in a matter of weeks. And not because shortcuts were taken, but because you chose to remain faithful when faith didn't feel rewarding. You honored the process even when it felt like punishment. You held on during dry seasons when others gave up at the first sign of discomfort. That unwavering loyalty you displayed, it has not gone unnoticed in heaven. God is now activating what was once delayed. The harvest isn't just coming, it's coming with acceleration. As Amos 9:13 declares, "The days are coming, says the Lord, when the reaper will be overtaken by the plowman." What does that mean for you? It means that before one blessing finishes landing, the next will already be on its way. You're entering a season where what you used to chase will begin chasing you. Opportunities, clarity, alignment, they will start showing up in your space without you knocking, because God has positioned you where attraction replaces striving. A young entrepreneur named Callie, who spent a decade trying to pitch her vision to investors, suddenly had 4 of them reach out to her in the same week, without her ever sending another email. She said, "It's like the silence I surrendered to finally spoke on my behalf." This isn't about skipping hard work. It's about how heaven honors obedience. You endured the unseen years. You prayed in the dark. You praised through rejection. You forgave without applause. And now, the reward is showing up in realms you hadn't even targeted. Divine reward never travels alone. It always brings breakthrough in its wings, along with recognition and provision. But here's the surprise. As reward arrives, you'll find yourself strangely unmoved by what you once craved. That isn't burnout. That's breakthrough. That's your soul realigning itself with heaven's frequency. Can you feel that gentle shift in your spirit? The noise of the crowd no longer excites you. The craving for applause feels empty. You no longer measure your value by who's watching. You measure it by who sent you. This is not loss, it's maturity. This is not isolation. It's invitation into deeper stillness, into clearer discernment. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and in trust shall be your strength." And now silence fuels you. Stillness empowers you. The chaos of your past no longer matches the cadence of your spirit. A Catholic cardinal once said, "If your soul is too full of noise, even God's voice will sound like static." That's why you now guard your atmosphere like a gatekeeper. This shift isn't just happening around you, it's happening in you. You're not only receiving new blessings, you are becoming the version of yourself that can sustain them, carry them, multiply them, and protect them. This is spiritual promotion, and promotion always changes the way others see you. Some people will sense the shift and celebrate with sincerity. Others, unable to understand your elevation, may respond with confusion or even resistance. But your identity isn't up for negotiation. Your direction isn't subject to emotional consensus. You don't need the crowd to clap for what heaven has already confirmed. There's a man named Malik. He spent his youth being overlooked and underestimated. When he finally stepped into his calling as a counselor for troubled teens, some old friends mocked his change, but he kept showing up. Now, his life has touched hundreds. He says, "God didn't ask me to explain. He asked me to continue." And that is your assignment as well. Not to explain your every move, not to debate your value, not to convince anyone of your worth, but simply to continue, just like Noah, who kept building the ark without applause. Just like Daniel, who kept praying even when it led to the lion's den. Just like Jesus, who walked toward the cross even when the crowd chose Barabbas. Picture a river. It doesn't pause to ask the rocks for permission to flow. It simply flows. cutting through stone with persistence, not force. That's the quiet strength now rising in you. Let them feel the change. Let them watch from the sidelines if they must. But don't stop walking. You are not who you were a year ago, and the days that have been appointed for you were not drafted by public opinion. They were written by divine hand. They are sealed in the scroll of your destiny, and they will unfold whether the world claps or not. You're not here to be understood by everyone. You're here to be obedient to the one who called you. And now, your only task is to keep going. Understand this clearly. These days are not flat or predictable. They come in layers, like waves rolling across your soul, each one deeper than the last. The first layer may come gently, like peace settling into your atmosphere. It may feel like a breath of fresh air after years of spiritual suffocation. Then, just when you think you've adjusted, the next wave arrives. New doors, unexpected connections, ideas that seem too big to have come from your own thoughts. And then comes the third, an opportunity cleverly disguised as resistance. But don't misread the disguise. It's not here to defeat you. It's designed to stretch you. Every layer is expanding your capacity, like a potter pressing deeper into clay, shaping not only what can hold blessing, but what can carry weight. God is not just giving you something, He's making you into someone. Isn't that always the pattern? David was anointed in private, but it took Goliath to reveal the warrior inside him. Will you recognize the blessing hidden in the burden? This is why you can't afford to be passive. Don't just hope for what's coming. Prepare for it. Train your thoughts to obey the truth, not your fears. Guard your emotions like you're protecting a divine seed. Strengthen your boundaries so they match your future, not your past. Because what's arriving will require a sharper, more grounded version of you. And thankfully, it's already emerging. You'll also feel a strange but unmistakable urge to clean, not just your home, but your life. It may start as a small desire to declutter your desk or throw out old clothes, but it's not just about neatness. It's your spirit making room. The space around you must now reflect where you're headed, not where you've been. You're no longer creating a home for chaos. You're cultivating an environment that breathes clarity, flow, and divine movement. Just like the temple in the Old Testament had to be cleansed before the glory descended, 2 Chronicles 5:13-14, your atmosphere is being purified because glory is coming. I once met a sculptor named Felix who told me something profound. I don't create the statue, I reveal it by removing what never belonged. That's exactly what's happening in your life. The old labels, old fears, and old roles are falling off. You're not who they thought you were. Truthfully, you're not even who you thought you were. These days will introduce you to your own identity. The version of you that God saw long before others saw your mistakes. Your posture will shift. You'll stop shrinking around people who cannot see your light. You'll begin to speak not from your wounds, but from your wisdom. You'll no longer build out of desperation, but out of divine direction. And more importantly, the pain that used to chase you will realize it no longer has access. Why? Because elevation comes with protection. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." And now, even the old ones lose their grip. But don't romanticize the struggle. It shaped you, yes, honor it, bless it, but don't carry it into the next chapter like a trophy. You've paid the price. Now it's time to walk in the power that price purchased. The silence refined you. The waiting matured you. These divine days are not just about receiving blessings. They're about revealing the masterpiece that the fire produced. You are not who you were, and that's not shameful. That's sacred. There will be divine interruptions. A call from someone you haven't spoken to in years. A text that seems ordinary but shifts your entire week. An idea whispered in the quiet that births a new path. That's how heaven works. Subtle but seismic. God loves surprise, and the surprise always carries acceleration. just like when Peter was fishing all night and caught nothing, until Jesus stepped into his boat. "Cast your net on the right side," he said, John 21:6. And suddenly the same waters delivered what had been hidden. What if your next breakthrough is already in your boat? You just haven't cast it on the right side yet. Stay awake, stay available, not alert in fear, but awake in faith. Sometimes what looks like a coincidence is actually a cue from heaven, a nudge, a divine breadcrumb on the path of obedience. You don't need to force the door open, you just need to recognize when it starts to swing. The time you feared missing has never been at risk. Your moment was never random, it was written. And now, the moment has arrived. Time has finally caught up to the promise. You're not late. You're not behind. You are perfectly aligned with a timeline that heaven designed in advance. Your only task now is to be fully present, to keep showing up, to trust the prompting when it comes, to move when the inner fire says, now. That is the rhythm of divine timing, not hurried, not hesitant, but holy. You're not racing the clock anymore, you're dancing with it. And your testimony will not be, I forced the future. It will be, I followed the flow. And that flow carried me to places I never even imagined dreaming. Because that's what happens when the days ahead of you are not ordinary, but announced by God Himself. The beauty of these appointed days, chosen one, is that their power does not depend on your resume, your family name, or your public approval. These divine moments are not attracted to perfection, they are drawn to obedience. Heaven is not looking for flawless vessels, it is looking for willing ones. And you have made yourself available, even when everything around you suggested you should retreat. You stood when sitting down would have silenced the conflict. You chose light-filled words when bitterness whispered an easier path. You waited in quiet trust, even as the calendar seemed to mock your expectations. That is why these days carry a weight and wonder, unlike anything you felt before. Their arrival isn't random, it's the reward of consistency. It's the recognition of the spirit you carry, undaunted, yielded, refined. There is something magnetic about a soul that survived fire and still chose compassion. Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the furnace, Daniel 3, you've walked through flames that should have consumed you, and yet you've come out not even smelling like smoke. So don't be startled when people start saying, you seem different. You are. The glow they're noticing. That's not coincidence. That's consecration. You've been enrolled in heaven's private school, one-on-one training in trust, patience, and power. I once met a retired flight attendant named Grace who had endured unimaginable loss, her son, her health, her career. But during her long recovery, she said something that stayed with me. I thought I was being buried. But it turns out I was being planted. And sure enough, just 2 years later, she began leading healing retreats for grieving parents. She didn't chase the assignment. The assignment came looking for her because her pain had become preparation. That's what's happening with you now. These divine days aren't just adjusting your surroundings, they're reconstructing your inner structure. You're not just stepping into better conditions, you're stepping into a new creation. As 2 Corinthians 5:17 reminds us, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. Old things have passed away. Behold, all things have become new. There is a spiritual promotion taking place, whether others see it or not. You don't need to explain it. Some will misunderstand, others will distance themselves, but their comprehension is not required for your elevation. This next level doesn't need introduction. Your peace will introduce it. Your fruit will testify to it. Your consistency will make it unmistakable. What explanation could possibly match the power of a transformed life? Think of a butterfly. It never apologizes for shedding the cocoon. It simply rises and flies. You've outgrown spaces that once fit. Don't shrink to fit them again. Don't dilute your light to soothe the insecurities. of those still adjusting to the old version of you. This is the season where your confirmation comes not in words, but in motion. You will walk differently, speak more clearly, and move with a boldness that confuses those who still expect hesitation. These divine days are not just bringing blessings, they are assigning you to bless others. There is a mantle on you now. It carries leadership, clarity, and responsibility. Have you noticed how your presence brings peace into chaotic rooms, or how your words seem to carry unexpected weight? That's not personality, that's placement. You are not just blessed to be comfortable, you're blessed to be a conduit. You are a carrier of breakthrough, a vessel of clarity, a living reflection of heaven's strategy for the earth. And now, the time has come to stop second-guessing what your spirit already confirmed long ago. No more playing small in rooms you were sent to rearrange. No more shrinking back from stages that were prepared for your assignment. You are not only called to receive the blessing, you are the evidence that the blessing is already moving. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to build. You were never meant to wait for permission. You were meant to walk in the power of divine announcement. So rise, because your days have not just been revealed. They are here. Let this next phase of your journey be grounded in integrity, chosen one. With new elevation comes not just recognition, but responsibility. As influence increases, so must the purity of your motives. Stay clean in your spirit, unclouded by ego or fear. Stay clear in your intentions, undistracted by applause or outcome. You no longer need to manipulate or control outcomes. You've graduated from striving. You've evolved into alignment. What's yours will arrive at the appointed time, and it won't come because you forced it. It will come because your soul became magnetic to the will of God. This is the frequency of holy days. Not desperation, but divine pull. Not grasping, but resting. Not panic, but posture. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds you, trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. When you walk in truth, you never have to chase what God has already scheduled. Every part of your day is about to feel supernaturally charged. The ordinary will become divine. Simple conversations will start to reveal hidden confirmations. Quick coffee meetings will feel orchestrated by heaven. And the interruptions you used to resent will now become sacred invitations into higher purpose. Will you have the discernment to recognize it? That's what's different now. You're walking with a new sensitivity. You can feel what's sacred without being told. You're no longer asking, is this from God? Because you can sense his fingerprint on even the smallest detail. Your spiritual eyes have been opened. This kind of maturity couldn't be taught through books. It was formed in the fire, shaped by the silence, and deepened in the delay. I once met a marine biologist named Ezra who had spent years studying coral reefs. He told me, most of their beauty happens slowly in places no one sees. That stayed with me, because like coral, your transformation has been happening quietly. And now, God is bringing it to the surface. There is a divine order unfolding now, even if you can't see all the pieces at once. The path is being revealed, one obedient step at a time. Your walk isn't blind, it's bold. Even when it feels uncertain, it's sacred. Psalm 119:105 says, your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. God isn't revealing the whole map. He's illuminating your next step, and that's enough. You are being honored not because you were perfect, but because you were faithful. When it was hard, when it was hidden, when it didn't seem to matter. And now heaven is rewarding consistency. Not public consistency, but secret integrity. That moment you forgave when no one was watching. That time you gave when you had little left. That season when you kept showing up in prayer with a broken heart. Every one of those moments was recorded. And now, they're returning as overflow. Your whole being is aligning with your divine assignment. Your thoughts are clearing. Your emotions are stabilizing. Even your body is adjusting to the weight of the glory you're about to carry. You'll feel lighter, not because life gets easier, but because your spirit is finally leading. And when the spirit leads, the mind submits, the emotions calm, and the body follows. Now watch closely. What you once pursued is turning around. It's coming back to find you. You're about to witness roles reverse. People you once admired are now seeking your wisdom. Opportunities you used to dream about are knocking without invitation. Why? Because the atmosphere around you has changed. When divine days are released, they shift everything. Resources are loosed. Hidden help is revealed. Closed doors open without a knock. And you don't even have to push. You just have to be. These days are not just blessings, they're lessons in receiving. You're being taught to welcome abundance without guilt, to lead from light instead of fear, to shine without shrinking. You were never meant to blend in. That was never the plan. Your calling was never camouflage, it was clarity. You are a city on a hill, Matthew 5:14, not a candle under a basket. That's why the anointing on you is speaking now. It's speaking to doors you didn't know existed. It's silencing doubts that used to scream. It's confirming every word you held on to in the wilderness seasons when the silence nearly broke you. And now you rise, not in pride, but in power. Not to boast, but to bless. You're not just walking into your destiny, you are becoming it. Chosen one, you didn't find this word found you. It was heaven's response to your quiet faithfulness, your hidden prayers, your sacred persistence in seasons where nothing seemed to change, yet you remained. These appointed days are not coming to test you. They're arriving to affirm you. You're not being called to strive anymore. You're being called to stand. Stand in your light. Stand in your truth. Stand in the anointing that has always been yours, even before others could see it. You are walking into a time where spiritual alignment becomes visible fruit. No more hiding, no more shrinking, no more apologizing for the weight you carry. You were born for this moment. Every delay, every detour, every wilderness has brought you here, not to explain yourself, but to express the fullness of who you've become. Let this word activate something deeper in you. If it spoke to your spirit, if you feel the stirring of destiny rising up, let it be known. Comment 777 as a declaration of divine alignment. Let heaven and earth witness your yes. To those who have supported this message through super thanks or by simply showing up with your presence, thank you. Your generosity, your time, and your spirit are all part of the movement God is building through His chosen ones. Whether you give or not, please know this: you are seen, you are blessed, and you are deeply appreciated. If this message lit something within you, don't let it end here. Share it, subscribe, stay connected. God is not finished, He's just beginning. And what's coming next will require your voice, your presence, and your obedience more than ever. May favor surround you like a shield. May peace go before you like a river. May every divine day written in your book unfold with unstoppable grace. And may you never again question who you are. You are chosen, you are ready, you are rising. God bless you always. Chosen one, slow down for a moment. Let everything else fade. Silence the noise of the world. Quiet the chatter of your fears. And listen, not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Because what you're about to hear is not entertainment. It's not just another video. It's a sacred message sent to you in perfect timing. This is a divine appointment sealed in the heavens long before you ever questioned your purpose or doubted your path. You see, June 6th is not just another date. It is a prophetic doorway, a celestial hinge where timelines shift, destinies accelerate, and callings are unlocked. The very air around you is changing, and though it may feel like nothing is happening right now, the silence you feel is not emptiness, it is holy suspense. The calm before a supernatural shift. This isn't coincidence, this is a divine alignment. And the fact that your eyes are on this video at this exact moment is confirmation. Heaven is preparing to reveal something monumental in your life. Have you ever felt like you were born for something more, but couldn't quite name it? Have you ever wondered why you've always felt like an outsider, walking a road no one else seemed to understand? That's because you are God's chosen one, marked, set apart, and called for a time such as this. And June 6th, it may just be the day everything begins to make sense. Something in the spirit realm is moving on your behalf. There are whispers in heaven with your name on them, strategies being shifted, doors being unlocked, enemies being silenced, and promises being activated. But there is one condition: you must recognize the moment, and you must respond with faith. Stay with me until the end of this message, because hidden in these words may be the very sign you've been begging God for. And when that sign comes, it will not whisper, it will thunder into your soul. As you listen, comment 777 below if your spirit is stirred. That number represents divine alignment, spiritual completion, and heaven's confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. To those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks, I want you to know your support is more than generosity. It is ministry. Every seed you've sown helps carry this message to others walking through their own silent battles. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you. May your kindness return to you multiplied. Now, pause and ask yourself, what if this moment was designed before time began? What if June 6th is the day God releases the answer you've been praying for? The healing, the confirmation, the calling, the shift. What if the greatest battle you've been facing is a sign that your breakthrough is right around the corner? Don't move, don't scroll, don't doubt. This is it. Your name is being called in the Spirit. Get ready, because everything could change. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, everything could change on June 6th. Please listen carefully. There are certain days when heaven leans closer to the earth, days when the spiritual realm whispers louder than usual. June 6th is one of those days. On the surface, it may appear like any other, but for you, God's chosen one, it is not. You have been spiritually awakened, given eyes to perceive what others dismiss, and ears to hear the low hum of eternity beneath daily noise. This awareness is not an accident, it's a divine assignment. You've felt the pressure building, haven't you? The delays that made no sense, the conversations that ended too soon, the dreams that left your heart racing. These aren't random, they're sacred signals, early tremors before a holy quake. Just like Joseph in Genesis, when he was thrown into the pit by his brothers, the betrayal seemed like a setback, but it was actually a positioning. Behind the veil of that suffering, God was aligning nations, dreams, and timelines. Joseph didn't know that the journey to Pharaoh's palace began with rejection, but heaven did. And now, just like Joseph, you are standing at the threshold of an unseen transition. June 6th is not merely a date, it is a gate. And some gates are so silent, only the spiritually sensitive notice them opening. Can you recognize when God is moving behind the scenes, even when everything feels like it's falling apart? Romans 8:28 says, And we know that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are the called according to his purpose. Even the delays serve your destiny. Imagine standing on a shoreline, unaware that miles away a tidal wave of change is forming. That's what June 6th carries. It holds the spiritual frequency of sudden realignment, an invisible shift that repositions people, restores promises, and reactivates long-dormant dreams. Have you ever wondered why so many things recently broke down at once? Why old habits, outdated friendships, and former identities started fading? It's because you're being made new. Could it be that what you're shedding is no longer aligned with who God is calling you to become? And like a snake shedding its skin, the process can feel raw, but it is necessary. I'll tell you about Raymond, a quiet janitor at a local school. Just 3 months ago, he was contemplating giving up, not on life, but on his purpose. He felt unseen, overlooked. But on a random Tuesday, a student left behind a journal filled with dreams about helping the homeless. Raymond read it, and something stirred. That night, he started sketching out ideas. Today, he's overseeing a grassroots initiative that has already placed over 40 families into shelters. The divine doesn't announce itself with fanfare. Sometimes it arrives disguised as an interruption. Is it possible that your next divine assignment is hidden in someone else's cry for help? Even C.S. Lewis, the Oxford professor and Christian author behind the Chronicles of Narnia, once said, "Hardship often prepares an ordinary person for an extraordinary destiny." What you've endured lately was not punishment, it was preparation. And what looked like silence from God may have been the divine loading screen for a life-changing encounter that June 6th will trigger. Isaiah 55:9 reminds us, "For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Could this be why his silence felt so strange? In the Bible, the prophet Daniel waited 21 days for an answer to his prayer. What he didn't know was that an angel was sent the moment he began praying, but had been delayed by spiritual warfare. The answer was always on the way. June 6th may carry that kind of breakthrough. It's not about the date itself, it's about the convergence of obedience, preparation, and divine timing. You are standing on holy ground, not because of where you are, but because of what you're about to step into. Are you willing to keep believing even when the answer seems delayed? Galatians 6:9 declares, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart." Let me share the story of Elira. She was a florist in a quiet coastal town. She loved working with colors and scents, but never thought it meant anything in God's larger plan. Then, on a whim, she began attaching handwritten prayers to bouquets. A week later, one of those notes made its way into the hands of a woman contemplating suicide. That woman found the note, read the verse, Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares Thaktitin seti altin, that plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And changed her mind. One small act, one hidden message, one perfectly timed decision. That is the power of God's quiet appointments. How many lives are connected to your silent obedience? Nature teaches us this too. Think of a seed buried in the earth. In darkness, surrounded by silence and pressure, it begins to crack. It must break open before it ever sees sunlight. You are that seed. And the tension you felt is not punishment, it's transformation. What looks like stillness above ground is radical change beneath the surface. And when that breakthrough happens, it will be sudden, unexplainable, divine. Unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much grain. John 12:24. Could this be the death of your old self to birth something greater? Many around you may miss it. They will go about their routines, blind to the fact that heaven is shifting gears. But not you. You are called to watch, to wait, to be still, and know. June 6th could bring with it that one email, that one conversation, that one unexpected message that sets everything in motion. A closed door could swing wide open. A forgotten promise could be reinstated. A dream once buried could rise again. Could it be that the delay wasn't denial, but divine choreography? Let us not forget Esther, a woman placed in the palace not for comfort, but for purpose. For such a time as this, Mordecai told her, and you, chosen one, are being called in the same way, not by chance, but by divine orchestration. The resistance you've faced lately wasn't just bad luck. It was spiritual friction caused by your proximity to a shift. First, Peter 5:10 encourages you. After you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace will himself restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. Is this the moment your restoration begins? As the day approaches, stay alert. Discern every detail. There are instructions buried in the mundane. There is guidance hidden in small moments. Heaven often whispers, and June 6 may be the whisper that changes everything. Will you be quiet enough to hear it, ready enough to receive it? The dam is cracking, the energy is shifting, the spiritual atmosphere is swelling with pressure that cannot be contained much longer. You can feel it, can't you? That restlessness in your spirit, that holy unease that refuses to be silenced. That's because what's coming next is greater than you imagined, bigger than what you prayed for, and more precise than anything you've tried to plan. Heaven is orchestrating movements so divine, even the angels are standing still in awe. But here's the challenge. Your greatest threat right now is not failure, not rejection, but distraction. What pulls your attention will control your alignment. And what controls your alignment determines your breakthrough. The enemy knows he cannot steal what God has assigned to you. But if he can blur your focus, delay your steps, or entice your mind to chase shadows instead of light, he can cause you to miss the timing of the door that only opens once. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. So ask yourself, what is calling for your attention that doesn't deserve it? June 6th is not just a date, it's a divine interruption wrapped in stillness, a spiritual hinge point disguised as a normal day. It will not repeat itself. It is an appointed window, a coded invitation, a gate that opens with mystery and closes with choice. What if your next chapter depends on the posture you carry into that day? What if your words that morning echo into eternity? Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, death and life are in the power of the tongue. Your declarations, your thoughts, your decisions, they carry ripples that could shift the landscape of your calling. You are not behind, you are not forgotten, you are not late, you are right on time for something sacred. Every delay has been divine. Every detour was protection. The tears you cried alone were not wasted. They were counted by God himself. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. Psalm 56, verse 8. And now, chosen one, the timing is aligning. The contractions you felt weren't weakness. They were spiritual labor pains. You've been pregnant with purpose. And June 6 is the crowning moment. This version of you, the wiser, deeper, stronger you, has been waiting behind spiritual curtains, and now those curtains are parting. Can you feel the unveiling? That sense that your name is about to be spoken in rooms you've never stepped into. There are people assigned to your life who will recognize you after this day. There are doors that have stayed shut, not because you weren't ready, but because the timing hadn't caught up to your anointing. Now it has. I'll tell you about Nina. She was a violinist in New York City, talented but invisible, For years, she played in subway stations just to survive. But one day, a world-famous composer missed his train. He heard her play and froze. Within weeks, Nina was performing at Carnegie Hall. Was it coincidence, or was it heaven's chess move disguised as a delay? Ecclesiastes 3:1 says, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." Some will witness miracles, not because they begged, but because they endured. You endured when no one saw. You stayed when walking away was easier. You believed when belief itself felt foolish. Could it be that your faith, forged in silence, is the very key unlocking what others are still waiting for? June 6th could become the landmark day of your destiny if your spirit is awake enough to recognize it. Don't enter it casually. Clear your atmosphere. Guard your gates. Remove old conversations that echo with doubt. Cleanse your space. Detox your mind, because what's coming doesn't fit in yesterday's mindset. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Romans 12:2. You've outgrown the pain. You've outlasted the storm. Now, chosen one, you're about to outshine every version of who you thought you had to be to survive. This time, you're not surviving, you're rising. And there's a crown that fits you now. One molded in fire, tested in silence, and refined in obedience. Heaven is about to place it on your head, not with applause, but with power. Have you noticed divine interruptions lately? A cancelled meeting, a delayed response, a strange but peaceful pause. These are not accidents, they're adjustments in the Spirit. I will go before you and level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron. Isaiah 45:2. I'll tell you about Malik. Just weeks ago he lost his job unexpectedly. It felt cruel, unfair, but in that pause he rediscovered an old sketchbook. He began drawing again, at first out of boredom, then out of passion. Last week, one of his pieces was bought by a global publisher for their next campaign. What if your interruption is God's rerouting? What if what looks like an exit is really the entrance to purpose? This same truth echoes in real life. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. He grew up in a housing project in Brooklyn, raised by struggling parents. He once said, "When you're surrounded by people who share a passionate commitment around a common purpose, anything is possible." It wasn't coffee that changed his life. It was vision. When others saw a beverage, he saw a culture. That breakthrough only came after years of invisible hardship. How many of your ideas are waiting for the right moment to be seen not as ordinary, but extraordinary? June 6th carries the signature of divine strategy. You are a piece now being moved quietly, precisely, into victory. And when God moves, it doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes it comes with stillness. Sometimes with a single phrase spoken at the right moment. Sometimes with a dream that won't let go. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Can you feel that holy trembling in your bones? That quiet fire building in your chest? Something unseen has already been set in motion for you. You didn't miss your timing. You were being reserved, preserved, hidden, like Moses in the reeds, like David in the field, like Jesus in the tomb. You weren't buried, you were planted. And now the time has come. And after you have suffered a little while, God himself will restore you and make you strong, firm, and steadfast. 1 Peter 5:10. Your story is still unfolding, just like the story of Mother Teresa, a humble woman from Albania who went to serve in the slums of Calcutta. She once said, "God does not require that we be successful, only that we be faithful." She faced criticism, loneliness, and spiritual dryness for decades. But she endured, and because she endured, she became a light to millions. Could your consistency, even in hiddenness, be preparing you to impact more people than you'll ever meet? Some things have been waiting for this day to activate. Contracts, connections, callings. Even your own faith is being reignited. That fire inside you, the one that nearly went out, it's sparking again. Do you feel it rising? That inner roar reminding you who you are? You were never meant to live in cycles. You were created to evolve through seasons. And the season of June 6th is not about survival. It's not about maintenance. It's about movement. Radical, holy, irreversible movement. Now breathe. Still your soul. Sharpen your senses. Align. June 6th is not just coming. It has already begun. Chosen one, what you're sensing in this season is not random. The pressure, the restlessness, the vivid dreams, the inner stirring, they are part of something far more ancient than you realize. The energy building up to June 6th is not just emotional or cosmic, it is sacred. This moment has been written into the fabric of time long before you were born. It's been whispered through generations, echoed in prayers you've never heard, and anticipated by realms beyond sight. You are now standing in one of those rare divine intersections where history and prophecy collide. And in that collision, something must shift. Ecclesiastes 3:1 declares, "To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven." This is that time, not for everyone, but for you. Timelines are being rewritten, delays are turning into sudden accelerations. And the spotlight is shifting, not to fame, but to purpose. Can you feel it? Like a veil being pulled back from the next part of your calling. This is why your current season feels heavy, unfamiliar, even lonely. Not because you're lost, but because the false can no longer survive in the atmosphere you're entering. Think of gold being refined in fire. The flame isn't punishment, it's purification. And you've walked through that fire, haven't you? Not many saw it, but heaven did. The silent nights you endured, the tears you wiped while smiling, the battles you fought without applause or recognition. Galatians 6:4 encourages, each one should test their own actions. Then they can take pride in themselves alone, without comparing themselves to someone else. Your hidden obedience has formed you into someone heaven now trusts. And trust, chosen one, is not handed out carelessly in the spiritual realm. Trust is a currency more powerful than visibility. Jesus said in Luke 16:10, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." And now you are being prepared for the much. That is why you were hidden. Not because you were forgotten, but because your unveiling had to be precise. Do you realize how much protection is hidden in divine delay? June 6th isn't merely a calendar date. It is a divine cue, a trumpet sound in the spirit realm, a green light from heaven saying, "Step forward, shine." The version of you that others knew even a month ago has already dissolved. You're seeing deeper, hearing clearer, feeling more intensely, and that trembling inside you. That's not fear, it's divine sensitivity. It's the Holy Spirit tuning your heart before your mind can catch up. 1 Corinthians 2:14 reminds us, "The natural man does not receive the things of the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, because they are spiritually discerned." You're not overreacting, you're awake. You don't need to calculate what's next. You don't need the full picture. You just need to remain open, faithful, and in position. The next step won't come by striving, it will come through surrender. The door may not look like what you expected, but it will fit you better than anything you could have imagined. Have you considered that your dream job, your divine connection, your breakthrough might arrive in a way that bypasses your logic entirely? I'll tell you about Lysandra, an interior designer from Brazil. She spent years trying to break into the luxury market, but kept getting overlooked. One day, frustrated, she felt God tell her to redesign her grandmother's tiny kitchen pro bono. Within days, a neighbor saw it, posted it online, and her style went viral. Her calendar is now full for the next year. What changed? Not her talent, her alignment, her surrender to an assignment that didn't look like breakthrough, but carried it within. And consider Tyler Perry, actor, filmmaker, and media mogul. He was once homeless, living out of his car, rejected over and over again, but he kept writing plays, obeying the whisper that told him to keep going. Now, he owns one of the largest film studios in the US, and his work impacts millions. He once said, "The key to life when it gets tough is to keep moving, just keep moving." What if your obedience in the shadows is preparing you for influence far beyond your imagination? Isaiah 43:19 says, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" What if the new thing is already here, and it just doesn't look like your old plans? This is the season where God tailors the blessing to fit your evolved identity. The old blueprint, your former expectations, past coping methods, outdated relationships, can't contain the fresh anointing being poured out. That's why everything familiar feels like it's falling away. Could it be that what you're mourning was only meant to carry you this far? Like a bird preparing to migrate, you sense the air changing. Instinct is rising. The spiritual atmosphere is signaling that it's time to fly. Repeated numbers, surprising dreams, unusual waves of peace in places that once triggered you. These are not hallucinations. They are sacred breadcrumbs, heavenly notifications that you are walking in step with something much greater than yourself. Job 33:15-16 says, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, God may speak in their ears and terrify them with warnings to turn them from wrongdoing." Pay attention to your dreams. Some instructions are too powerful to be spoken in the noise of the day. This isn't mysticism, it's divine communication. You aren't imagining more, you are perceiving more. While others may stay asleep to the Spirit, you are being awakened more fully every day. June 6th may look ordinary to the world, but to you, it could be a divine before and after. A day when a name is whispered in the right room. A day when a prayer rises through the right portal. A day when the trajectory of your life shifts without warning, yet fits with perfect peace. Will you be ready not just to receive it, but to carry it well? Don't measure this moment with your eyes. The physical realm may look still, but your spirit knows better. Can you sense it? That subtle shift in the atmosphere. It's quiet, but undeniable. Even if the room around you hasn't changed, something inside you has. Deep within your soul, something ancient has awakened. And chosen one, what's happening to you right now isn't ordinary, it's eternal. There are moments in history when everything pivots silently. The news doesn't report it, but heaven records it. Habakkuk 2:3 declares, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come." June 6th carries the energy of that appointed time, a moment not of information, but of transformation. This is more than the manifestation of a desire. This is about alignment with your assignment. It's about legacy, what you are becoming, not just what you are achieving. Divine purpose is unfolding in your life, not all at once, but step by step. And every one of your steps matters. They're not being wasted. They are being watched, measured, and ordered. Heaven is tracing your every move in obedience and marking it with favor that has been kept in storage, waiting for your maturity to unlock it. Psalm 37:23 says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." Every time you moved forward in faith, even when afraid, God smiled. You thought you were just surviving, but you were sowing. You thought the waiting was empty, but it was sacred. You were never meant to chase what was already written in your name. What's yours is now being drawn to you, not through striving, but through surrender. And June 6th acts as a spiritual passage point. It's the green light, a gate wide open, an invitation from heaven saying, "Come and step into what I've prepared for you." You're not being asked to panic. You're being instructed to prepare. You're not being urged to retreat. You're being commanded to rise. Even if things appear the same on the outside, your discernment knows better. You've felt the subtle shift, haven't you? The way conversations now carry a strange intensity. The way familiar people now seem distant. The way your dreams are clearer, louder, more urgent. These are not side effects of stress. These are signals of transition. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it? Isaiah 43:19. You're not imagining the change. The veil is thinning, and you're no longer walking blindly. You're being positioned as a receiver of divine clarity. And when that clarity comes, it won't just show you the way, it will move you. You won't need to push, you'll feel pulled. Not by pressure, but by purpose. That pull is destiny in motion. That moment when your spirit says, now, even if your logic says, wait. June 6th is heaven's declaration that obedience doesn't wait for comfort, it waits for timing. And timing, chosen one, has never been this precise. Even if you're afraid, move forward. Even if the next step is blurry, take it anyway. Fear doesn't disqualify you. Stagnation does. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the refusal to be mastered by it. Let go of the weight you've carried. That betrayal, it no longer has permission to walk beside you. That bitterness, it's too heavy for where you're going. That doubt, it was only meant to test you, not follow you. Hebrews 12:1 urges, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and run with perseverance the race marked out for us. June 6th is the finish line for your delay and the starting gun for your release. Let me tell you about Rehema, a school counselor from Kenya. She spent years helping students but felt invisible in her career. One morning she woke up from a dream with a strange name echoing in her mind. That name turned out to be a foundation in Canada looking for educational partnerships. She reached out. Today, she runs a cross-continental mentorship program that has impacted over 5,000 youth. One dream, one email, one sudden yes from God. And think of Viola Davis, Academy Award-winning actress who grew up in poverty and trauma. Her journey wasn't glamorous, it was layered with rejection and pain, but through it all, she stayed rooted in purpose. Today, she uses her platform not just to perform, but to empower. She once said, "You can either leave something for people or leave something in people." What if your current struggle is producing the legacy that will be left inside generations? You are not being promoted in pain, you are being promoted in power. But to walk in that power, you must be light, you must be clear, you must be ready. The door will open, but only you can walk through it. That's why this season has been so brutal. You haven't been losing, you've been shedding survival mode, shedding shame, shedding every mask that protected the old version of you but would suffocate the new one. 2 Corinthians 5:17 says, "If anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come." This is not a renovation. This is resurrection. You are becoming someone that hell cannot manipulate and heaven can fully trust. This upgrade cannot live side by side with your former self. It requires elevation. It demands that your habits, your posture, your very mindset begin to match the future you've been praying for. You cannot walk like the old you and expect new doors to swing open. Chosen one, hear this clearly. June 6th could be the very first day the universe stops resisting you because you finally stopped resisting yourself. You are no longer apologizing for the light you carry. You are no longer hiding from the call that burns inside your bones. Jeremiah 20 verse 9 said it best. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I cannot hold it in. And that fire, chosen one, is about to ignite everything around you. When you shift from resistance to resonance, something powerful happens in the spirit. The universe doesn't just observe, it responds. It's like a sacred frequency that heaven has been waiting to detect from you. And now, it's here. You've already endured enough confusion. You've wrestled with enough doubt. You've cycled through lesson after lesson until the patterns became clear. Now is not the time to hesitate. Now is the time to embody wisdom. And wisdom does not delay, it aligns. Proverbs 4:7 says, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. June 6th isn't about preparing for breakthrough. It's about walking into it because you already carry it. If you've been praying with sincerity, if you've been healing, surrendering, staying obedient even in the silence, then you are ready. Stop second-guessing what God has already affirmed in your spirit. The enemy wants to infect your certainty because he knows that a chosen one who moves with conviction is unstoppable. James 1:6 reminds us, but let him ask in faith with no doubting, for he who doubts is like a wave of the sea, driven and tossed by the wind. You were never called to drift. You were born to move with divine direction. On that day, June 6th, something will shift, and when it does, you'll feel it in your bones. Whether it's that moment you decide to finally send that message you've been holding on to, accept an invitation that feels bigger than your comfort zone, walk away from a place that no longer grows you, or say yes to the version of you that you've only seen in glimpses, it will be undeniable. Can you trust the internal nudge, even when the external hasn't yet changed? Your spirit always receives the memo before your logic catches up. Let others call it luck. Let others explain it away as coincidence. But not you. You know what this is. You've seen the signs. Repeating numbers, unexpected clarity, divine delays that seemed frustrating at the time, but now look perfectly placed. Romans 8:14 says, for those who are led by the Spirit of God are the children of God. You're not being led by pressure, you're being led by presence. Let me tell you about Ariane, a young artist from Manila. She had been working tirelessly on commissions, rarely feeling seen. Then, one night, she painted a piece based on a dream, a blue gate opening over a desert. She almost didn't share it, but she did. That post was discovered by a global gallery curator who was looking for prophetic art. Today, her works travel the world. What changed? Not her brushstroke, her timing. What if the gate you've been waiting for is already unlocked, waiting for your courage to open it? And think of Brené Brown, the renowned author and research professor who was once terrified to speak about vulnerability. Yet, when she leaned into it, shared her brokenness instead of hiding behind academic perfection, her voice resonated across the globe. Her TED Talk reached over 60 million viewers. She once said, "You can't get to courage without walking through vulnerability." Isn't it interesting how your greatest breakthrough often hides behind your greatest fear? Chosen one, now that you've stepped into the stream of this revelation, let your spirit fully open. Let it receive what the mind cannot explain. June 6th isn't just a day on the Gregorian calendar. It's a divine decree sent across both seen and unseen realms. It's heaven's whisper turned into a trumpet blast. Isaiah 55:11 declares, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." You've been praying, waiting, wondering, but the entire time you were being built. The preparation was never empty. It was encoded with divine appointment. Your obedience is not a footnote. It's a prophecy. Every quiet, yes. Every time you forgave and no one knew. Every time you stayed and served when you could have walked away. These weren't just signs of character. They were heaven's checklist for promotion. Hebrews 6:10 says, God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him. Every detour rerouted you toward a more divine destination. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. And positioning, when it's from God, is never random. It is royal. Think of it like tectonic plates shifting beneath the earth. You don't hear the movement, but eventually mountains rise. That's what's happening beneath the surface of your life right now. Heaven's timing is merging with your readiness. Prophetic convergence is taking place, not in theory, but in real time. You've been wondering why certain people fell away, why some doors didn't open, why you felt held back while others ran ahead. But now it all begins to make sense. Can you feel how the puzzle pieces are finally fitting together? June 6th is not the end of your waiting, it's the activation of your receiving. June 6th could mark more than a date. It may become the very moment when the impossible starts folding itself into your reality. The things that once felt far off, like promises meant for someone else, could suddenly fall into place, without warning, without striving. You may receive clarity you weren't even seeking, or a divine disruption might knock at your door, an unexpected change that urges you into unfamiliar territory. Can you recognize the answer to your prayers, even when it comes dressed in discomfort? That unfamiliar path you're hesitant to explore might be the exact road to your breakthrough. Isaiah 55:8-9 says, For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways. So are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Heaven doesn't operate on human logic or calendar dates. What feels sudden to you has likely been in motion behind the veil for years. You're not walking into something random, you're walking into something ripened. The gear that matches your life is finally locking into place. The prophetic rotation is happening, and June 6th could be the exact day you feel it click. Can you feel how the friction of your past is finally aligning with the peace of your future? You've outgrown what once held you. The old rules, they no longer apply. The templates, the timelines, the expectations, they were never built to carry the version of you that's emerging. You've been forged in fire. Every storm you survived added layers of wisdom that cannot be taught, only earned. You now carry something others cannot replicate, divine resilience. That's not just strength, it's spiritual authority. Romans 5:3-4 tells us, We glory in tribulations, knowing that tribulation produces perseverance, and perseverance character, and character hope. You're not walking a paved road, you are paving one. You're not merely traveling the path, you are becoming it. You are the bridge others will one day cross. Your breakthrough will be the confirmation someone else has been begging God to send. That's why this moment is holy. That's why it's so critical that you don't shrink at the threshold. And you won't. Because no matter how loudly doubt tries to echo, your faith now roars louder. No matter how heavy the past tries to weigh you down, the gravitational pull of your purpose outweighs it. Let me share the story of Elias, a baker from Morocco. For years he opened his shop at sunrise, faithfully crafting bread few noticed. One day, a tourist from France tasted a loaf, struck up a conversation, and asked him about his story. That conversation led to an invitation, then a partnership, and now Elias's business supplies artisan bread to 3 international hotels. What if your ordinary routine is hiding a divine appointment waiting to be triggered? And consider T.D. Jakes, the renowned bishop, speaker, and author. Long before global stages and viral sermons, he preached to 50 people in a run-down storefront church. But he stayed faithful. He stayed in alignment. He once said, "If you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead you right into your purpose." What if your passion is no longer just personal? It's prophetic. The doors that refused to open before June 6th might swing wide open now, not because the doors changed, but because you did. You're no longer knocking as a beggar, hoping for scraps. You're knocking as an heir, a rightful child of divine promise. Revelation 3:8 says, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. You are anointed, appointed, chosen." Heaven responds to confidence rooted in intimacy, and you've built that intimacy, not just in public worship, but in private weeping. You've cried out in silence. You've sought God not for blessings, but for direction. That kind of seeking never goes unnoticed. Matthew 6:6 assures, "Your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly." June 6th may become the day when heaven publicly announces what has long been whispered in private. This shift is going to separate you. But don't fear the separation. It's a sign of distinction. When God elevates, he also isolates. Not to punish, but to preserve. People around you may not understand the pace of this change. They may question the acceleration. They may mock the sudden favor. Let them. Their confusion is not your responsibility. Luke 2:19 tells us Mary pondered these things in her heart. She didn't broadcast the angelic prophecies to prove anything. She carried them in stillness. Can you carry the weight of your calling without explaining it to those who were never meant to understand it? This is your shift. This is your moment. When the favor falls, don't explain it. Don't dilute it. Don't delay it. Walk in it, quietly, boldly, gratefully, just like the changing of a season in nature, where one day the air smells different, the leaves shift color, and you just know. June 6th might bring that kind of certainty. You won't need proof. Your spirit will know. This is it. And when it does, don't hesitate. Step forward into the divine current that has been waiting for your yes. Chosen one, June 6th, may not just mark another Friday on the calendar. It may become the day when the heavens quietly lean closer and begin releasing the very fulfillments you've long carried in prayer. The promises that once felt so delayed, so far off they almost blurred into fiction. This could be the beginning of their reality. You've felt it for weeks now, an invisible pull, a quiet anticipation, like the deep breath right before a season changes. Ecclesiastes 3:11 says, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." Not a second too early, not a moment too late. To others this may pass like any ordinary day, but for you it will feel different, heavier in spirit, brighter in silence. This one breathes destiny. This one speaks in a voice only your soul can hear. It has been calling you long before you had the language to understand why. Can you feel the difference between an ordinary day and a divine appointment disguised in it? Watch closely, not with your eyes, but with your discernment. Watch for confirmations that don't make sense on paper, but settle your spirit like puzzle pieces finally fitting together. Watch for unexplainable peace, even when the situation looks uncertain. Watch for divine timing in conversations that seem casual. You may hear a sentence from someone and feel the weight of prophecy in their tone, even if they don't realize it. John 14:27 reminds us, "Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid." That peace is not passive. It's proof of God's fingerprints. You've already done more than enough to qualify for this shift. Your faith didn't falter, even when it cracked. You forgave people who never said sorry. You remained when everything inside you said, run. You loved, served, stayed, and believed even when it cost you pieces of yourself. Galatians 6:9 says, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." That harvest has begun, not because you forced it, but because you faithfully endured. Let me tell you about Chyros, a woman who worked for years in a quiet hospital corridor as a cleaner. No one knew she spent her breaks praying over every room. One day, a chaplain passed by and overheard her whispering scripture. That conversation led to an opportunity, and months later, Clarice was training to become a chaplain herself. Her prayers promoted her. What if your hidden devotion is about to pull your calling into the open? Even Oprah Winfrey, before she was a global icon, was fired from her first reporting job and told she wasn't fit for television. But she didn't let that become her truth. She transformed rejection into redirection. Years later, she said, "What God intended for you goes far beyond anything you can imagine." Could it be that what rejected you actually refined you for royalty? The spiritual agreements over your life are now being activated. What was written in heaven is now being released on earth. Don't hold on to the old cycle out of fear of the unknown. The familiar isn't always faithful. The known isn't always safe. The unknown doesn't mean danger. It means discovery. Isaiah 41:10 reminds you, "Fear not, for I am with you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." You were built for this journey. Your spirit was wired to thrive in divine mystery. You're not just walking toward destiny. Destiny is running toward you. It's magnetic, holy, charged with eternal purpose. June 6th could become the day you realize that what opposed you wasn't designed to destroy you. It was allowed to test your spiritual muscle, to prove, not to God, but to yourself, that you were ready for what you've been asking for. Romans 5:3-5 says, "Suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope, and hope does not disappoint." You passed the test. You're still standing, still believing, still moving. That makes you unstoppable. There will be a moment, maybe loud, maybe whisper soft, where everything aligns. Timing, clarity, peace, opportunity. It will come like a single breath that changes everything. That breath may arrive on June 6th. Are you ready to inhale what you've been exhaling in hope for so long? Expect it not with your logic, but with your soul. That's how miracles know where to land. Not in the places where control reigns, but in hearts wide open, souls stretched in surrender. Chosen one, what you're walking into is more than success. It is confirmation, the kind of confirmation that will validate every silent season, every tear you cried behind closed doors, every hour you wondered if you heard God right. Psalm 126:5 says, "Those who sow in tears shall reap in joy." This is your joy season. This is the moment where heaven says, "I saw it all, and now I'm answering it." You were always meant for this moment, and now this moment is ready for you. Chosen one, as the hours inch closer to June 6th, something ancient and sacred begins to awaken within you. It doesn't roar, it whispers, yet even in its gentleness, it shakes the walls of your spirit. Have you noticed it? A quiet urgency, a sense that this is no ordinary time. The days feel heavier, the nights more reflective. That's because you're not entering just another chapter. You're stepping into the page destiny has been saving for you since before you were born. There's a divine rhythm to everything God ordains, and somehow, without effort, you're beginning to move in sync with it. Even the moments you once labeled as mistakes, the delays, the detours, the heartbreaks, are all now being reorchestrated like instruments in a holy symphony. Nothing was wasted, not even your tears. Do you remember what Psalm 56:8 says? "You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle." Every tear carried weight, and now they carry momentum. This season feels different because it is. You may feel pressure, but it's not the pressure of failure, it's the pressure of purpose. Just like a woman in labor doesn't panic when contractions come, you are being prepared to deliver something heaven has planted inside you. The pain is not punishment, it's prophecy turning into reality. Something God spoke over your life, perhaps years ago, is beginning to take on physical shape. It's no longer just a word. It's becoming flesh in your circumstance. Consider Mary, the mother of Jesus. The angel told her in Luke 1:35 that the Holy Spirit will come upon you and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. She didn't have to understand the how. She only had to say yes. That's the same invitation being extended to you. Heaven is not asking you to force anything into being. It is simply asking for your alignment. And alignment is not ambition, it's surrender. It's no longer you striving to make it happen, but letting the divine order do what logic never could. I once met a young entrepreneur named Marcus. He told me that for 2 years he built a startup no one believed in. Nothing clicked. Then suddenly everything fell into place in a matter of 3 days. Investors appeared, doors opened, and his technology is now used in clean water systems in Africa. What changed? I stopped trying to force the breakthrough, he said, and I started preparing for it instead. What if your breakthrough doesn't need more effort, just more surrender? Imagine the metamorphosis of a butterfly. Before it soars, it must cocoon, alone, pressed, hidden. But the silence of the cocoon is not death, it's design. Right now, it may feel like parts of your life are falling off. Certain relationships fading, desires shifting, routines becoming uncomfortable. Don't fight it. This is pruning. And as John 15:2 says, every branch that bears fruit, he prunes it so that it may bear more fruit. God clears space not to empty you but to prepare you. In a small village in Italy, an artist named Lucia spent decades painting in anonymity. She once said, every brush stroke felt like prayer, even when no one saw it. Then one day, a gallery visitor stumbled upon her studio while lost. Today, her work hangs in the Vatican. That random visitor was a cardinal seeking unknown talent for a special commission. What if someone has already been sent to find what you've quietly been building? June 6th carries the scent of divine timing. It's wrapped in the mystery only God can orchestrate. You may feel things fall away in the days leading up to it. People pulling back, doors closing, familiar comforts fading. Let them go. If it's walking away now, it was never meant to walk into your future. You're not being abandoned. You're being prepared. This is sacred separation before divine elevation. Heaven never fills a room it hasn't first emptied. And what's coming will require space. Space in your mind, your schedule, your heart. Because when glory enters, it doesn't fit in the leftovers. It requires the best seat. Could it be that what you call loss is really God clearing the stage for the unveiling of your next scene? You've been waiting, praying, holding on in silence. But now the atmosphere is shifting, the crown is near, and June 6th may just be the moment the promise finally pushes through. Not by might, not by power, but by His Spirit. What's forming isn't small, it's sacred. Stay still, stay open, stay surrendered, because what's coming is not just for you, it's coming through you. For generations you haven't even met yet. Chosen one, trust the reordering, even when the pieces seem scattered, even when life feels like it's unraveling. In truth, it's not falling apart. It's being rewoven by divine hands. What looks like reversal is really redirection. What you thought was a setback is a setup for something far greater than you envisioned. The chapter you assumed was an ending was, in fact, a prelude to revelation. You haven't just been waiting. You've been prepared. You haven't just survived. You've been refined. There's a reason the pressure was so intense. There's a reason your nights felt endless and your prayers felt unanswered. Because what God is forming through you isn't ordinary favor. It's legacy-level purpose. That kind of significance cannot be rushed. That kind of impact must be forged in silence and struggle. As Romans 8:18 reminds us, The sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory that is to be revealed in us. You are not being delayed, you are being deepened. June 6th may not announce itself with thunder in the sky, but don't be fooled by its quietness. It will come like a gentle wind, yet carry the force of a spiritual earthquake. The ripple it creates will stretch across your days, your decisions, your destiny. At first, you might not even realize what shifted, but weeks from now, maybe even months, you'll pause and say, everything began on that day. You'll remember the weight in your chest, the stillness of the air, the tears you cried behind closed doors, and in that reflection you'll know you crossed a line heaven had been drawing for years. Think of Joseph in Genesis, the betrayal, the pit, the prison, all leading up to Pharaoh's palace. Not a single moment was wasted. God allowed obscurity so Joseph could be trusted with visibility. The same is true for you. The hidden seasons weren't punishment, they were protection. What use is a palace if your spirit hasn't been trained to handle influence? This is why your battles weren't in public, because your foundation had to be built away from the noise. Elevation, without that kind of grounding, always leads to collapse. But you, chosen one, are no longer standing on shallow soil. Your roots are deep. Your character has been tested in the dark. Your discernment has been sharpened like iron striking iron. You are not a wanderer anymore. You are a warrior. And you are carrying wisdom forged in fire. I once heard of a woman named Leora, a counselor who for years poured herself into others while carrying her own grief in silence. One day, God prompted her to write a single sentence in her journal. The healer also needs healing. That phrase became the foundation of a book she never planned to write. It's now translated in 5 languages and used in trauma centers across Europe. What if the quiet ache inside you is really an instruction disguised as longing? Even famous figures have felt this divine reordering. Maya Angelou, poet, activist, and a voice of resilience, once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." She knew that significance is often preceded by suffering. What you've endured hasn't disqualified you. It's what qualifies you for what's next. And as nature reminds us, the tallest mountains were formed through pressure beneath the earth, hidden from view until their time came. The same power that pushes tectonic plates into glorious peaks is pushing you into your calling. You've been quiet long enough. You've dimmed your light to fit in spaces too small for your calling. But now your voice must rise. Not in pride, but in purpose. The cost you've paid in private has given you authority in the Spirit. You can no longer be manipulated by the things that once held you hostage. The enemy has no leverage over someone who no longer fears being alone. You've bled, you've healed, you've matured, and now you're ready. On June 6th, listen closely. God may whisper an instruction that seems small, perhaps a phone call, a bold step, a prayer you've never prayed aloud, or the courage to finally let go of something you've carried too long. Whatever it is, obey without delay. In 2 Kings 5, it wasn't Elisha's mighty words that healed Naaman. It was Naaman's obedience to a simple, almost insulting command. Never underestimate the power of a strange instruction. I'll tell you about Daniel, a software engineer in New York. Just weeks ago, he felt compelled to forgive a former friend who betrayed him years ago. No apology, no reason, just obedience. That same week, an unexpected promotion was offered to him, one that would have been blocked had that person still held a grudge against him in corporate politics. Sometimes breakthrough is hidden behind forgiveness, and June 6th is not about kicking down doors. It's about recognizing the one that's already been unlocked. The doors aligned with your spirit won't resist your approach. They were designed to respond to your vibration, and that vibration is rising. You are no longer carrying the heaviness of self-doubt. You are burning with clarity. You are no longer shackled by fear. You are ignited with fire. And when that moment comes, you'll finally say, "Now I understand why it took so long." Because timing with God isn't about delay, it's about design. Every scar will make sense. Every silence will echo with meaning. And the God who watched you obey in the shadows will reward you in the light. Heaven doesn't tease, and it never forgets the faithful. Chosen one, the same ones who once dismissed you, overlooked you, or whispered about your failures behind closed doors. They're about to witness something they never saw coming, but this is not your moment to boast. It's your moment to bow. Do not gloat, glorify. Glorify the one who saw you when no one else even noticed. Glorify the God who whispered your name in secret when the world forgot it. This moment isn't meant for applause. It's meant for testimony. You are about to carry undeniable proof that faith is not fantasy and waiting is never weakness. Look back for a moment. Remember the silence, the closed doors, the seasons when you questioned whether you even heard God correctly. Those weren't wasted days. They were wombs. You were being formed, not forgotten. Isaiah 49:2 says, "He made me a polished arrow. In his quiver he hid me away." You were hidden, not buried. And now you're being drawn out, ready to be launched. So let June 6th come. Don't brace for it. Embrace it. Let it unfold like a scroll written by God's own hand. Let it surprise you, because the greatest breakthroughs are the ones you didn't manufacture. They're the ones heaven hands you without warning. The real preparation was never about your strategy. It was always about your posture. Heaven never watches your plans. Heaven watches your positioning. And you, chosen one, have positioned yourself in faith, through storms, through tears, through loneliness. You stood under thunderclouds and still whispered praise. You walked through shadows and still held onto the light. This is why heaven is marking this moment, not because of what you did, but because of who you became. A few years ago, a pastor in Uganda named Samuel shared how he led church gatherings under a tree for over a decade. Rain or shine, he preached with no sound system, no stage, only a Bible and a faithful heart. One day, a missionary stopped during a rainstorm and saw him preaching to 12 people soaking wet. That missionary returned with support, and today, Pastor Samuel oversees one of the largest rural training centers in East Africa. God had been watching all along, and when the time was right, visibility caught up with obedience. We are now moving deeper into something divine. The air around June 6th is spiritually charged, as if the atmosphere itself is vibrating with holy anticipation. Blueprints are being finalized in the invisible realm. Kingdom strategies are being assigned. You don't see it, but there are angels right now, standing ready, waiting for the command that releases blessing attached specifically to your name. You are not a spectator in this story. You are the axis on which the turning begins. The shaking you've felt lately, it's not confusion, it's construction. There has been a sacred pause in heaven. You may have called it delay, but it wasn't inactivity, it was intensity. A divine silence doesn't mean you were forgotten, it means God was drawing close in stillness. What happens in the presence of royalty? The room falls silent. That's what you've been living through, not abandonment, alignment. Heaven has been crafting the next part of your path, not carelessly, but with the precision of an artist, chiseling eternity into time. Think about Esther. She wasn't thrown into the palace by chance. She was appointed for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. But before the crown ever touched her head, she had to be trained, hidden, refined. The real transformation wasn't in her beauty, it was in her boldness. You've been going through the same process. Heaven has been forming your voice, your vision, your vessel. And now, your moment is approaching. June 6th may not feel like fireworks, but don't be surprised if you wake up that day with a weight in your spirit. Not the weight of fear, but the weight of glory. It may come as a calm that feels sacred, or perhaps a surge of energy you can't explain. You'll find yourself unable to speak it into words, but everything inside you will say, something is different. That's destiny arriving before your intellect catches up. I met a woman named Noelle who once described the day her life shifted. I felt like heaven was 1 inch above my skin. I wasn't anxious, I wasn't excited, I was just aware that something holy had entered the room. That's what this will feel like an anointing brushing up against your breath. The trees don't tremble when spring arrives, but suddenly they blossom. Just like that, something is about to bloom in your life. You may not feel the earth move beneath you, but the fruit will soon reveal the root was never dormant. It was deepening. June 6th is not random. It is coded with divine coordinates, a spiritual invitation, a date written in the invisible archives of heaven's timeline, and it's calling your name. Chosen one, every seed you buried in silence, every whispered prayer, every night you laid still, staring into the dark, wondering when things would finally shift. None of it was ignored. Heaven documented it all. And now what once felt like spiritual stillness has become the soil from which your harvest is emerging. But this harvest is not general. It bears your name. It carries your signature. It's your spiritual fingerprint etched across blessings that have been waiting for only one thing: divine permission. And that permission, sacred, irreversible, and heaven-authored, could be released on June 6th. Imagine the veil tearing, the heavens opening, a divine decree echoing through the spiritual realm. It is time. The answer you've been waiting for, the release that felt just out of reach, the direction you needed to step into clarity. All of it could descend like rain on thirsty ground. Others may chalk it up to coincidence, but you'll know better. Deep in your spirit, you'll feel it. It will hum beneath the surface of the day. Time will feel strange, stretched, spacious. Even your casual moments will feel loaded with meaning. This is the nature of divine portals. On days like this, nothing is ordinary. Every interaction becomes an altar. Every yes becomes a key. A phone call could shift the trajectory of your purpose. A text message could open a forgotten door. A contract, a confirmation, a divine encounter disguised as a coincidence. And it won't just happen. It will be heaven whispering now. And when it does, you won't scramble to prepare. You'll already be ready. Not because you performed your way there, but because you surrendered your way forward. Not because you knew every step, but because you chose to believe without seeing. Just like Abraham, who in Hebrews 11:8 obeyed and went, even though he did not know where he was going. Faith was always the strategy. Obedience was always the plan. This shift is not about climbing higher in human systems. It's about being lifted, elevated by a force greater than effort. It's not hustle, it's holy. You've already let go of the mask. You've shed the past. You've buried the former identity and made peace with your history. Now you are standing in the full light of your becoming. That's why June 6th matters so much. It's not just about external breakthrough. It's about internal alignment. It's about the moment your soul speaks louder than your fear. The moment when your inner compass stops trembling and starts pointing north. The moment you stop begging God for signs and become one. I once spoke with a man named Elias, a carpenter from Brazil. He told me how he used to write scripture verses on the underside of every table he made. No one ever saw them. Until one day, a customer flipped over a table while moving and saw Jeremiah 29:11 carved into the wood. That verse, "For I know the plans I have for you," was the same one she'd clung to during her battle with cancer. That discovery led to a national interview. His small workshop is now a ministry hub. He never shouted for attention, but God elevated the work that carried his fingerprint. This is what June 6th holds, a holy shift that won't just bless you, it will mark you. It will stamp your journey with the evidence of divine orchestration. You won't be able to explain it logically. You'll simply know it wasn't chance. It was design. People will ask how it happened, and you'll find yourself smiling and saying, God chose this moment. But hear this, just as clearly, this moment will require release. You cannot take everyone with you. Not everyone is assigned to the next room. Some were only meant to sit with you in the waiting area, and that's okay. Let them go in peace. You don't need to chase closure or explain your next steps. Elevation brings its own clarity. As the eagle ascends, not all birds can fly with it. Even Jesus, before performing miracles in Mark 5, cleared the room of doubters. Why? Because miracles require atmosphere. And the next miracle in your life will require separation. This isn't rejection, it's realignment. You've felt it, that stirring, that sense that something is about to happen, that holy restlessness. It's not your imagination. Your spirit is already hearing what heaven has declared. The natural realm always lags behind the spiritual realm. Prophecy always speaks before performance. The shift has already been announced. You're just about to step into it. So now, what's required of you? Listen, lean in, guard your peace, tune your ears to the whisper, silence the noise of the world, the doubts of the past, the voices that don't know what God told you in secret. Stop chasing, start receiving. Don't resist the flow, align with it. When the door opens, and it will, you won't need to ask if it's yours. Doors that are written for you open at your arrival. You don't knock them down, you walk through them. June 6 might not be the finish line, but it could be the first domino, the spark that lights the fire, the spiritual green light that has been held back until now. The scroll in heaven with your name on it is being unrolled. Assignments are being released. Blueprints are being activated. You don't need to see the full staircase. You just need to take the step that's lit. That stirring in your chest. That's not just hope. That's divine memory. Your soul remembers what your mind is just now catching up to, because what's calling you forward has already been written. And now it's time. Chosen one, as you stand at the threshold of this divine moment, may you carry this truth deep in your spirit. You are not late, not forgotten, and not unqualified. You were reserved, you were prepared, and now you are being revealed. June 6th is not just a date, it's a doorway, and when you walk through it, may your heart be steady, your ears be open, and your soul be ready. What's ahead will not only change the course of your life, it will confirm everything heaven already declared over you in secret. You've sown in tears. Now, prepare to reap in clarity, in calling, and in joy. You will not have to explain the shift. Your life will become the explanation. If this message spoke to you today, write, "Yes, I'm ready," in the comments so heaven can echo your agreement. And so we can stand in faith with you. And if you're feeling the weight of this confirmation, write 66 below to mark the alignment between heaven and earth. To everyone who has supported this channel through Super Thanks, your generosity carries light. We thank you deeply. You help make messages like this possible, and may God multiply your kindness in ways only He can. Don't forget to subscribe, share this video with someone who needs it, and let this message live beyond this moment. Until next time, may your spirit stay aligned, your steps remain ordered, and your life be filled with undeniable evidence of God's presence. You are chosen, you are marked, and your moment is now. Before we dive into what may be the most important message you've heard in a long time, I want to take a heartfelt moment to honor those of you who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity doesn't go unnoticed. It's not just a gift, it's a seed planted in divine soil. And I believe with all my heart that God is about to return it to you in ways far beyond what money could buy. Peace, breakthrough, protection, and supernatural increase. Even if you simply liked, commented, subscribed, or just silently listened. Thank you. May your faith be rewarded 100-fold. Now, I need you to listen closely. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like time paused, like the universe, heaven and earth, aligned to whisper something directly to your soul? If you're watching this video on May 15th, it's not a coincidence. It's a divine appointment. You didn't just click on a video, you were called to this moment. Something in your spirit led you here, and whether you fully realize it or not, you've stepped into a sacred portal of time, one that was marked for you before you were even born. The winds have shifted in the spirit realm. There's a stirring in the atmosphere. Angels are on assignment. Prayers that felt unanswered are now being unsealed. Hidden things are being revealed. Delayed blessings are being released. And if you've been wondering when your next would finally arrive, this is it. For some, May 15th is just a date, but for you, it's a divine checkpoint. It's a moment where heaven intersects earth. You've endured spiritual warfare. You've stayed silent when you could have spoken in anger. You've trusted when you were tempted to give up. And now, God says, your obedience is attracting acceleration. But here's the key. You can't just hear this message. You must absorb it. You must let it stir your spirit and prepare you for what's coming next. Because something is going to shift within the next few minutes that could reroute your entire year. Don't just listen casually. Pay attention. Something prophetic is being released now. And if something already feels like it's waking up inside you, if your heart is racing, if your soul is leaning forward, comment 777 below as a prophetic act of agreement. 7 is the number of divine completion, and today, something that's been incomplete in your life is being wrapped up by God's perfect hand. You're not here by accident. You're here because you're chosen. Because heaven has a message only you were meant to receive on this day. Are you ready to find out what it is? Are you ready to uncover the divine reason why May 15th was hidden in your timeline all along? Then stay with me, chosen one, because what happens next might just rewrite everything. God's chosen ones, listen to this on May 15th and everything will start to change. In seasons of stillness, life can feel frozen. Have you ever looked around and felt like nothing is moving? You've prayed for change, cried out for direction, and begged for signs, but all you've received is silence. In that silence, doubts start to settle in. Did I miss it? Has God forgotten me? Was the promise just a dream? But what if I told you the silence isn't absence, it's divine preparation? Does God ever seem silent to you in the hardest moments of life? Consider this. Sometimes God's timing isn't about rushing the miracle. It's about maturing the vessel. And that vessel is you. Think of the story of David, who was anointed as king as a young shepherd. But he didn't immediately step into that role. Instead, he spent years running from Saul, enduring hardship and loneliness. Was God absent in those years? No. He was preparing David. Psalm 18:30 reminds us, "As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him." Every moment of struggle, every season of waiting was a part of God's perfect plan for David's life. God's way is not measured by human time. Heaven operates on a higher rhythm, not the ticking of a clock, but the beating of eternal purpose. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. What seemed like a delay in your life might have been a sacred pause, a divine protection. Have you ever wondered if the breakthrough you were longing for might have crushed you if it came too soon? Maybe the timing wasn't right yet. Just as you wait for fruit to ripen, God is waiting for the perfect time to release His promises. Think about the Israelites. God promised them the land of Canaan, but He didn't allow them to enter immediately. Why? The timing wasn't right. The Lord said to Moses, "I will drive out before you the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you." Exodus 33:2-3. At that moment, God knew His people were not spiritually prepared for the battles ahead. It was not a no, it was a not yet. Now, listen carefully. Something has shifted in the spiritual realm. May 15th is no ordinary day. It's a divine appointment. Have you ever felt like something big is about to happen, but you can't see it yet? Just like how a seed doesn't show signs of life until it breaks through the soil, God's promises are often hidden in plain sight. There is a gate opening in the Spirit, and those who are aligned, awake, and ready will walk through into a radically different season. What if I told you the delay you've been experiencing wasn't denial, but preparation? The waiting has been working for you, not against you. Your breakthrough is coming, but it's crucial to stay focused, stay aligned, and stay vigilant. Much like the famous American author Maya Angelou once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." In the waiting, God was strengthening you, preparing you for what's next. Even if you don't see it or feel it yet, faith doesn't wait for proof. It moves on prophecy. This is the word that God is giving you today. The delay is over. What was held back is being released. What was blocked is being opened. The closed doors are finally swinging wide. Your story wasn't meant to end in a dead stop. It was only a pause. Every silent day had a purpose. Every unanswered prayer has been gathering weight in heaven. But here's the twist. The closer your breakthrough comes, the more chaos may rise around you. Have you ever noticed that when your breakthrough is near, things get tougher? That's how you'll know it's real. When the enemy senses breakthrough, he'll throw distraction, fear, doubt, and confusion at you, like a storm before the dawn. In moments like these, it's easy to panic, but don't. What if the chaos around you is proof that your miracle is on the horizon? Just as in the Bible, when the disciples were caught in a storm, Jesus didn't prevent the storm, He calmed it. But He said to them, "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" Mark 4:40. You are at the threshold of something big, and the storm is proof that it's real. Heaven doesn't move based on emotions. It moves on perfect timing. This is your moment. When things feel unstable, uncertain, and intense, don't panic. It's proof that you are on the verge of something extraordinary. In this very moment, just like an artist prepares their canvas for a masterpiece, God has been preparing you for what's to come. As real-life examples show us, many people who achieved great things had to endure seasons of waiting. Think of Oprah Winfrey, who faced numerous setbacks before becoming a media mogul. She was fired from her first TV job, but she didn't let that stop her. Her faith, despite the odds, carried her forward. Her story echoes the biblical truth that, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Jeremiah 29:11. So, don't let the silence or the chaos fool you. The breakthrough is near, and May 15th is a key moment in your journey. Heaven is ready to release what has been held back, And you, God's chosen one, are about to walk through that open gate into a new season. The time has come. Will you step into it with faith? But what happens next? That's the part most people miss. Because when divine timing activates, there's one thing that God requires from you, and that one thing can either unlock the floodgates or keep them sealed for another season. Are you ready to discover what it is? Stay with me. What I'm about to share could be the key to unlocking your month of miracles. You've been planting in the dark for so long. Have you ever felt like you've prayed without seeing anything change? Like you've sown tears while smiling in front of others, speaking life, even though you secretly felt empty? And yet, you never stopped. You didn't give up when it would have been easier to walk away. You didn't curse God when everything seemed to fall apart. Have you ever felt like throwing in the towel, but something inside of you kept you going? You didn't disconnect from your purpose, even when the process seemed unbearable. That faith, that endurance, that quiet obedience when no one was watching, it moved heaven. You weren't just surviving, you were planting. And every prayer, every fast, every act of kindness, every choice to love instead of retaliate, it was a seed. But here's the mystery of the kingdom. Seeds don't shout. They don't warn you before they break the surface. They work in silence, in the unseen, and suddenly they arrive. Think of the mustard seed that Jesus spoke about in Matthew 17:20. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, "Move from here to there," and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. That seed of faith, though small, is powerful in the hands of God. Have you been faithful with your mustard seed? It works in silence, and the moment you least expect it, it breaks through. And now, listen carefully. This isn't a season of planting. This isn't even a season of pruning. This is a season of arrival. Do you feel it? The plane is landing. The vision is forming. The connections, the clarity, the confirmation, they are all converging because God has declared over you, you've waited long enough. It's coming to you, not because you earned it or because you forced it, but because you were faithful when it didn't make sense. Do you realize that your faithfulness, even in the unseen moments, has positioned you for this season? Now, the heavens are responding. And let me tell you this, when God sends harvest, it doesn't come in trickles. It doesn't knock politely. It floods. Then he said to his disciples, "The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest field." Luke 10:2. Miracles won't enter your life in an orderly line. They'll rush in like a wave. Opportunities will appear out of nowhere. Hearts that were once hardened will suddenly soften. Can you see it? Phone calls that shift your destiny. Ideas that birth new income streams. Doctors saying, "We can't explain it, but it's gone." While others may still be striving, you will begin receiving. Not because you're more special, but because your appointment has come due. Doesn't that feel like divine timing? You don't need to chase it. You don't need to manipulate it. You just need to stay aligned, because what's yours is already walking toward you. But here's the twist that most don't expect. Arrival is not always comfortable. Sometimes the answer to your prayer arrives in the form of disruption. Sometimes the very thing you prayed for looks unfamiliar when it first shows up. Has something you prayed for ever seemed too big, too overwhelming when it arrived? Sometimes the open door feels like it's too much to handle, but don't let that scare you. That's confirmation that you've stepped into a space you couldn't have reached on your own. This isn't a repeat of last season. This isn't almost. This isn't one day. This is it. The day where what you carried in your spirit for years finally manifests in front of your eyes. Can you imagine that? The fulfillment of all those quiet prayers, all the tears and all the waiting, it's finally here. And here's the question for you. Are you ready for it? Because the moment you step into this new season, it may look different than what you imagined. It might be bigger than anything you've ever handled before. But know this, it's your time. This is your moment to shine. You've been faithful, and now heaven is about to pour out the floodgates of blessing over your life. But before we move forward, let me give you this prophetic warning. Not everyone around you will be ready for your arrival. Some will question it, some will resist it, and some will even try to remind you of the seasons where nothing was growing. Have you ever experienced people doubting your progress because they only remember your struggle? They may look at your current season of breakthrough and try to bring up the days when you were sowing in silence, when you were struggling, when you seemed invisible. But here's what I want you to hear today. Don't explain yourself. Don't shrink. Don't apologize for the favor on your life. In 1 Samuel 16:7, God reminds us, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." The people around you may not see what God sees, but God knows the cost. You've paid for this season in tears, in quiet moments of faith when no one was watching. You've sowed for this in silence, with unwavering belief in the promise, and now you are about to reap in joy. Can you feel it? The harvest you've been waiting for is here. But there's still one more layer to this arrival, something deeper that most people overlook. It's a truth that separates those who taste the promise from those who truly live in it. Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who experience a breakthrough moment from those who walk in it every day? There's a key that unlocks this, and I'm about to share it with you. When I do, it may change how you see everything, the delays, the pain, and even the purpose that you've been carrying. Are you ready to go deeper? Because this revelation is not just about your breakthrough, it's about your transformation. Stay with me, because what comes next will shift your atmosphere and reveal the deeper purpose of everything you've gone through. Why did the waiting feel so long? Why did the pain seem so intense? Could it be that you were being prepared for a greater purpose than you imagined? Everything you've endured, every delay you've faced, has been a part of God's perfect plan to get you to this moment. And now, the arrival of your blessing won't just be a moment, it will be a lifelong transformation. The atmosphere around you is about to change. Are you ready for it? Because the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. Faith isn't a feeling. It's not something you wait to feel motivated to use. Have you ever found yourself waiting for the right moment, the right feeling to start believing? It doesn't work like that. Faith is a force, a spiritual voltage that powers the movement of heaven on earth. Without it, even the greatest promises stay locked behind invisible walls, waiting for activation. Can you imagine a world where miracles don't happen simply because faith was never activated? Faith doesn't just stand still, hoping something will change. It moves mountains, shifts circumstances, and pulls divine promises into the physical realm. You see, miracles don't just happen by accident. They are pulled into reality by the hands of relentless faith. Think of the story of the woman with the issue of blood in Mark 5:34. Jesus said to her, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace and be freed from your suffering." Her faith wasn't passive. She didn't just hope for healing. She reached out, believing that a touch of Jesus' garment could make her whole. Do you understand that? Her faith activated the miracle. She didn't wait for it to happen. She moved in faith. Let me make this clear. There is a difference between having faith and activating faith. You can believe in God. You can know His word. You can recite His promises. But unless you activate your faith daily, deliberately, and with authority, you will live surrounded by potential miracles that never manifest. Have you ever felt like you were surrounded by promises, yet they never seem to come to fruition? That's because faith is not passive. Faith is a weapon. and weapons must be wielded to be effective. Take Tyler Perry, for example. Have you ever heard of Tyler Perry's story? He went from being homeless to becoming a self-made billionaire in the entertainment industry, despite facing rejection, failures, and struggles. He never stopped believing in his purpose. Tyler Perry's relentless faith and perseverance to continue pushing forward in the face of adversity, even when no one believed in him, led to his breakthrough. In fact, he attributes much of his success to his deep faith. He was often ridiculed for his dreams and vision, but he stayed faithful. His story exemplifies the power of activated faith. So here's the revelation. Every day of May is a door, a supernatural window waiting for you to either walk through it with boldness or stand outside hoping it opens on its own. You've got to make a choice. Every moment, every opportunity is a doorway to something greater. Have you been waiting for an open door, or are you ready to declare it open by the power of your words? And today, May 15th, is not just a date on the calendar. It's a launch pad, a divine ignition point where your words become keys, your declarations become doors, and your mindset becomes the magnet for the miraculous. What would it look like if today you spoke with the authority of someone who knows they are stepping into the season of fulfillment? But here's what the enemy wants. He wants you to wake up each morning numb, distracted, disappointed, tired of believing, tired of hoping, tired of getting your hopes up only to be let down. Have you ever felt that weariness in your spirit? He wants you to stop speaking, because if he can silence your voice, he can stop your breakthrough from forming. But not this time. Not today. This time you rise. This time you fight back with your voice. Do you realize how powerful your voice is? This time you prophesy into your day before the day has a chance to steal your joy. You speak to your circumstances, declare your victory, and watch as heaven moves in response to your words. In Matthew 17:20, Jesus says, "If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you." Your words have the power to move mountains. Are you ready to speak to the mountains in your life today? The time to activate your faith is now. This is the moment you rise. So, before your feet hit the floor tomorrow morning, say this out loud. "Miracles are finding me today." Say it like you mean it. Say it until your atmosphere feels it. Can you feel the power in those words? Say it until your doubts can't survive it. Say it until fear gets evicted and favor takes its place. Why? Because when you speak with faith, you're not just talking to yourself. You're commanding the supernatural to respond. And here's the truth. Heaven always moves where faith is loudest. Let me tell you something most believers forget. Angels respond to faith-filled words. Your declarations send assignments into motion. You might not see it, but in the spirit realm, every "I believe" is like a spark. And the more consistent you are with your declarations, the more intense the fire becomes. Faith is not about feeling good every day. It's about choosing to believe, even on the hard days. Have you ever faced days when believing felt impossible? That's when your faith is most powerful. Faith doesn't require the perfect conditions. It thrives in the middle of the storm. And May, this is not the time to coast. This is the month to build spiritual momentum. What do I mean by momentum? One word, one declaration, one act of trust at a time. Every morning is a blank scroll. What will you write on it? Will you choose fear or faith? Complaints or declarations? Doubt or destiny? The future doesn't answer to emotions. It responds to bold belief. Have you noticed how your thoughts can shape your reality? When you speak with authority, you're planting seeds in the soil of your future. Now, if you're thinking, "But I've spoken before and nothing changed," let me speak to that disappointment. Does this sound familiar? You prayed, declared, and believed, but the results didn't show up immediately. Just because the seed didn't sprout on your timeline doesn't mean it died. Think about the story of Joseph. He had a dream, but before he saw it fulfilled, he was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and thrown into prison. Did that mean the dream was dead? No. It meant the process was still unfolding. Some breakthroughs are so massive, so multidimensional, that they require time to align everything behind the scenes. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. So, don't let silence make you stop speaking. Don't let delay make you stop declaring. This is your faith sprint, and your words are the fuel. Every single day, heaven is listening. Can you imagine that? Every time you speak faith, you're drawing the miracle closer. You may not see it yet, but your words are setting the stage for the breakthrough you're about to walk into. Take, for example, Serena Williams. She's one of the greatest athletes of all time, but her journey to greatness was filled with setbacks, injuries, and doubts. Yet, despite the challenges, she always declared victory over her life and career. Her consistency in speaking belief into her future despite the odds is what fueled her to become a champion. She didn't let silence or delay stop her from declaring her greatness. What could happen in your life if you applied that same relentless faith to every circumstance? This is your moment. Keep declaring, keep speaking faith into your day, because every time you do, you draw heaven's attention. Miracles are finding you today. Are you ready to believe it? But here's where it gets interesting. There's a kind of faith that terrifies the enemy. It's a mindset, a way of thinking that, once you step into it, will make your life almost unrecognizable in just a few weeks. Have you ever felt like you've reached a place where your faith was so strong, you could feel things shifting around you? This type of faith doesn't just attract blessings, it transforms your identity from the inside out. And in the next part, I'm going to show you how to unlock it. But be warned, once you see it, you won't be able to go back to who you were before. Are you still with me? Good, because what's coming next might just rewire your entire perspective. There's something sacred happening right beneath the surface of your life. It's quiet, invisible to most, but undeniable to those who are sensitive in the spirit. Have you ever had moments where you felt something was shifting inside you, even when nothing around you had changed yet? God is not just healing your wounds, He's rewriting your story. Do you realize that your past is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of your purpose? That pain you never talked about, that failure you tried to forget, that moment that felt like the end of everything you dreamed, God is touching it. He's reframing it, redeeming it. Think of Oprah Winfrey, a woman who has openly shared the pain and struggles of her past, from abuse to being told she wasn't fit for television. Did you know that she once failed a screen test for a news station and was told she wasn't cut out for TV? Yet, she didn't let her history define her. Instead, she used those very struggles to fuel her success and create a platform where she could inspire millions. She transformed what the world thought would disqualify her into the very foundation of her destiny. She didn't let her past anchor her to failure. She used it as a stepping stone to greatness. Just like Oprah, you too are being called to rise above your past and use it as a platform for God's glory. Because the enemy has tried for too long to anchor your identity to your history, to convince you that your past is proof that you are disqualified from the promise. But hear this with your spirit. You are not what happened to you. You are not the mistake you made. You are not the shame you've carried in silence. You are becoming a new creation, and heaven isn't consulting your past to decide your future. Do you hear that? Your history is not what determines your destiny. God is. And He's not just healing you. He's redeeming everything the enemy tried to use against you. In fact, God is doing something radical with your history. He's turning it into a platform, a message, a weapon. The very place that once hurt you, that once felt like your weakest point, will become the place where God's glory shines the brightest. Are you ready for that kind of transformation? Because what once wounded you will now become the very place where you shine the brightest, where your testimony lights the way for others. Just like a diamond forms under intense pressure, your breakthrough is coming, and the very things that tried to break you will now be the testimony that leads others to Christ. It's time to shift your mindset. No longer will your past define you. Instead, let your faith and the redemption of your story propel you into your destiny. Listen to this truth. God doesn't just erase pain, He recycles it. He takes broken pieces and makes them sacred. Have you ever felt like your pain was wasted, like it would never have a purpose? But here's the amazing truth. He takes your lowest valley and transforms it into the stage for His highest purpose. That's why Isaiah 43:19 doesn't say, "I'm fixing the old." It says, "Behold, I am doing a new thing." New. Not recycled, not improved. New. That means the page is turning. The script is changing. Do you feel it? The very timeline of your life is being rewritten by the author of redemption. Your story isn't stuck in the past. It's moving forward. And the chapters ahead will be far more glorious than anything you've left behind. And here's the mystery. Sometimes, when God rewrites your story, He also removes people who only knew the previous chapter. Have you ever felt like you had to let go of someone who just couldn't understand the new you? They can't see the new version of you because they were only ever connected to the version of you that was broken, traumatized, or playing small. Let them go. Some characters aren't meant for your next scene. What's coming doesn't require validation. It requires alignment. Take Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, for example. Have you ever heard of his journey from humble beginnings to superstardom? Johnson grew up with very little, facing financial struggles and living in difficult conditions. After his dreams of becoming a professional football player fell short, he was homeless for a period of time. Yet, despite these challenges, he never gave up. He transformed his pain, his rejection, and his struggles into the fuel that drove him to become a world-renowned actor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Today, his story is one of redemption, where the very challenges that seemed to define him became the stepping stones to his success. Johnson himself has spoken about how the pain of failure and hardship has shaped him, saying, "Success at anything will always come down to this, focus and effort, and we control both." He didn't let his history anchor him to failure. Instead, he used it to build his future. As God turns your mourning into dancing, don't be surprised if joy feels unfamiliar at first. Have you ever felt like happiness was something you didn't deserve, or that it was too good to be true? Don't be surprised if peace makes you nervous, if favor feels too incredible to accept. You've lived in survival mode for so long, thriving feels like a foreign language. But now, you are shifting from survival to thriving. This is your new native tongue, freedom. And that weight you carried, the invisible heaviness that followed you everywhere, it's being lifted right now, in this very moment. The voice in your head that whispered, "You're not enough," is being silenced. Not by chance, not by luck, but by the sovereign hand of God, who's been rewriting your story in the background, even while you slept. You've cried long enough. You've questioned long enough. You've apologized for your existence long enough. And now, He's handing you a new pen. The next chapter doesn't start with pain. It starts with power. But before we step into it, there's one final key, a divine shift that completes the transformation. And when I reveal it, something in your spirit will unlock, because it's not just about what God is doing around you. It's about what He's about to ignite within you. Are you ready for that spark? Stay with me, because the final part will awaken something inside you that you didn't even know you were carrying. What if I told you you're about to walk into rooms you didn't even apply to enter? Can you imagine that? What if I told you that before this month ends, you'll receive a call, an opportunity, a breakthrough so divinely orchestrated that you'll have no explanation except this is God. You've walked through the fire. Now you're walking into your divine destiny. The next chapter is not just a continuation of your story, it's the beginning of a new season. The doors are opening, and you're walking through them with purpose. Let this truth sink in. You were never created for average. You were never meant to live a life of barely getting by, barely being seen, barely holding on. Have you ever felt like you were meant for more but couldn't see how to get there? You were designed for uncommon favor. Favor that doesn't make sense. Favor that skips the line. Favor that overrides logic, timelines, and human limits. And here's the wild part. God is not asking you to earn it. He's asking you to expect it. Do you know that what you expect in the spirit, you attract in the natural? If you can believe for it, if you can expect it, heaven will move on your behalf. This isn't about earning or striving. It's about positioning yourself to receive. Can you imagine that? The key to unlocking this divine favor is simple: expectation. Listen closely. There is a divine repositioning happening in the heavens. Have you felt like something is shifting in the unseen world around you? People who once overlooked you are about to need you. Doors that were bolted shut are swinging wide. The things you thought were delayed are actually being perfectly timed for maximum impact. Does that give you hope? What you thought was a setback was just a setup for a divine comeback. But here's the twist most people miss. Uncommon favor looks like chaos. At first, it looks like rejection. It feels like confusion. It shows up as delay. Have you ever been in a season where everything seemed to be falling apart, only to realize later that it was part of a divine plan? But in the kingdom of God, what looks like a no is often a routing to something better than you prayed for. God isn't withholding. He's redirecting. He's setting you up for something that's beyond your wildest dreams. So, if you've been in a season where nothing made sense, where your prayers felt unheard, your path unclear, and the doors just wouldn't open, don't panic. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Think of the story of Nelson Mandela. He spent 27 years in prison, a time that seemed like nothing but loss. Yet, those years weren't wasted. They were part of his preparation for a greater purpose: to lead South Africa into freedom. Have you ever felt like the time you've spent waiting, struggling, or enduring hardship is not wasted? It's being used to shape you for what's coming. Because what's coming to you now isn't just a blessing, it's a statement, a signature of heaven on your life that will leave people asking, how did this happen so fast? Can you imagine what that will feel like? People will be amazed at the sudden shift in your life, and they won't understand how it all came together. But you'll know the answer. You'll know it wasn't luck. It wasn't coincidence. It wasn't your resume or your network. It was May 15th. It was the moment you stopped doubting. It was the moment you started declaring. It was the day you said, I believe again. And that belief, that single act of faith, set everything into motion. Did you know your faith has the power to move mountains? Now the gears are turning. The angels are moving. The tables are being prepared in the presence of your enemies. Have you ever wondered how God can turn your enemies into witnesses of his power? And your name is being whispered in rooms your feet haven't even entered yet. Your future is being prepared in ways you can't even see yet. But it's coming. Are you ready for the uncommon favor that's about to flood your life? But I need to tell you something powerful. Uncommon favor isn't just about what you receive. It's about who you become in the process. Have you ever noticed that when God's favor touches your life, It doesn't just change your circumstances, it transforms you. When favor finds you, it doesn't just change what's around you, it changes who you are. You walk different, you speak different, you expect more. You live with divine confidence because you've seen what heaven can do in a moment. Can you imagine walking with that kind of confidence? The kind of faith that says, I know I'm favored and nothing is impossible for me. So let me ask you, are you ready to stop surviving and start thriving? Because the window is open. The invitation has been sent. The atmosphere is shifting. Have you felt that? That sense that something is about to change, that you're on the cusp of a breakthrough. The next 21 days of your life could look nothing like the last 21 months if you dare to believe. What would it take for you to step into that kind of belief, where you know God is moving on your behalf? But here's where it gets even deeper. You think you've seen God's hand before? What if I told you He's just getting started? Isn't it amazing to think that God, the creator of the universe, is still working behind the scenes on your behalf? What if the breakthroughs, the miracles and the opportunities you've been praying for are only the beginning? What if what you've seen so far is just a preview of what's coming next? The best is still ahead. And what's coming next in the final moments of this message isn't just encouragement. It's a divine activation. Something is about to break open, and you need to be ready for it. Are you still here? Because what comes next might just unlock the floodgates. This isn't just about hearing a good word. This is about the word moving you into action. Do you feel that shift happening within you? It's time for you to step into your destiny, to walk in the favor God has promised you. The floodgates are opening. Are you ready to receive it? This is the moment. Every word you've heard, every feeling that has stirred deep inside you, every instance when your heart raced with anticipation, none of it is by accident. You didn't stumble upon this video by chance. No, you were chosen. Heaven's hand has guided you here. You are marked for such a time as this. The transformation has already begun, but now we make it official. We seal this divine shift together. Let's pray. Father, I thank you for this sacred moment, for this divine appointment on May 15th. You've orchestrated this day long before I even realized it. I stand in full faith, ready to receive every miracle you've prepared for me. Every breakthrough, every healing, every open door, every divine reversal, I claim them in your name. No more delays. Let this be the moment when everything begins to accelerate. Let the silence that once seemed deafening turn into a season of celebration. Father, I declare that every door that has been closed before me will now burst open. Just as you parted the Red Sea for the Israelites, you will part the ways for me. And just like Joseph, who faced rejection and betrayal, but was later elevated to save nations, I too will see my elevation. Have you ever wondered why some of the most powerful blessings in life come only after trials? It's in the waiting, in the silence, that God is working wonders behind the scenes. I break any agreement with fear, and I align myself with unwavering faith. As the Apostle Paul reminds us in Romans 8:28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. I trust that every season in my life, even the hardest ones, has been shaping me for something greater. Now, I step into this new season with boldness and confidence, fully convinced that your promises over my life are yes and amen. I claim uncommon favor. I receive joy that overflows and peace that surpasses understanding. In the words of Pope Francis, the future starts today, not tomorrow. The future that you have planned for me begins right now. Consider the story of Walt Disney, who faced rejection after rejection yet never gave up. He said, "All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them." You too were born to overcome obstacles and achieve the impossible. God has marked you for greatness. You have everything within you to succeed, and this moment is the tipping point. Now, Ask yourself, what will you do with this season? Will you hesitate, or will you walk boldly into the promises of God? Will you stay where it's comfortable, or will you step out in faith, trusting that God is leading you to something extraordinary? Today is your day. Don't let it pass by unnoticed. You were chosen to be a part of this divine moment. The same God who raised Lazarus from the dead is raising you into a new life today. Every challenge you've faced, every setback you've encountered, is just the beginning of the story God is writing for you. So, let's walk into this new chapter with the confidence that we serve a God who is bigger than our problems, who sees the end from the beginning, and who has a purpose for every detail of our lives. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Let this be the day you claim your breakthrough. Now take a deep breath. Can you feel it? That isn't just emotion, that's activation. A fire has been ignited in your spirit, and it will not die out. You are no longer the person you once were. You stand at the precipice of something divine, something monumental, and from this moment on, you will live as someone who knows heaven is backing them. This is your moment. This is your time. Think about this. Have you ever heard of the moment when Moses stood before the burning bush, uncertain yet called to a higher purpose? That was a moment of divine activation. God was calling him into the next chapter of his destiny. Now, just like Moses, you are being called to something greater. You may not have expected it, but you are in the midst of your own burning bush moment right now. Make this moment prophetic. Don't just sit back and watch. Declare it. Speak it into the atmosphere. Comment below right now. May 15th is my day. My miracles begin now. Let the world know you've crossed over. Let them see that you're no longer the same person. Just like the Israelites crossing the Red Sea, you've passed through the waters of your past, and you're stepping into a new promise, a new season. Have you ever wondered when everything started to change for someone? When they look back and trace their steps to a specific day that turned everything around? When they started to walk in favor, blessings, and breakthrough? If someone asks you later, when did everything change for you? You will smile and say, it was May 15th, the day I decided to believe again. This isn't just a new chapter in your life. This is a new book written by the hand of God. It's a story that is sealed in faith, signed in fire, and ready to unfold in divine timing. Remember the words of St. Augustine, who said, "Pray as though everything depended on God. Work as though everything depended on you." You've activated the prayer. Now walk in the work. Your month of miracles has begun. The door has been opened. Your divine breakthrough is already here, waiting for you to walk in it. You've crossed over, and the past is no longer your destination. From this moment forward, you will see your life change, not just by a chapter, but by an entirely new book that God is writing with his own hands. So, step forward in boldness. Don't look back. Don't even second guess. This is your time. The power of heaven is behind you, and nothing can stop the miracles that are now being activated in your life. In the words of the renowned theologian C.S. Lewis, you are never too old to set another goal or to dream a new dream. And today your dream is coming true. Go walk in it and never look back. This is the moment when everything starts to change. You've just stepped into something extraordinary, something bigger than what your eyes can even fully comprehend right now. Your spirit is already attuned to the divine frequency, and the atmosphere around you is charged with the power of heaven. The shift has happened, and now it's time to let this truth settle deeply in your heart. Have you ever seen the moment when a seed is planted in the ground? At first it seems small, insignificant even, but soon it begins to break through the soil, reaching for the light, growing and transforming into something unrecognizable. This is the same for you. The seed of destiny that was planted in your life has now broken through the surface, and everything around you is about to change. No more hiding, no more settling. You are stepping into the fullness of what God has prepared for you. Now, let's pause for a moment and reflect on the power of belief. Think about what Jesus said in Mark 11:24. Therefore, I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. That belief, that unwavering faith, is what activates the power of God in your life. You've just made the decision to believe again. And because you've chosen faith, you will see doors open that no one thought possible. You will experience breakthrough in areas where you've been stuck, and you will walk in favor that others could only dream of. This is a divine reset, and just as God turned the mourning of Job into a season of restoration, He's turning your trials into triumphs. You may have faced seasons of difficulty, moments when you wondered if things would ever change, but just like Job, the season of your restoration is here. God is going to restore you, but not just to where you were before. No, He is going to give you more joy, more peace, more favor, and more blessings than you could ever have imagined. Take a moment and ask yourself, what am I going to do with this divine reset? Will you continue to walk in the same patterns, or will you boldly step forward into the abundance God has set before you? The choice is yours. God is offering you a new season, a fresh start, and all He's asking from you is that you take the step forward in faith, with the belief that He is working everything for your good. In the same way that a master painter envisions his masterpiece before ever picking up a brush, God has already seen your victory. You are His masterpiece, and He is crafting something beautiful in your life. You may not see it all right now, but trust that every step you take is leading you closer to the finished work He has in mind. As the great artist Pablo Picasso once said, "The purpose of art is washing the dust of daily life off our souls." Your life, too, is being transformed from the inside out. It's being refined, reshaped, and made more beautiful than ever before. And this transformation isn't just for you. You were chosen, not just for yourself, but for the generations that are coming after you. You are creating a legacy of faith, hope, and resilience that will inspire others. Your courage to step into this new season will be the testimony that others cling to when they face their own battles. You are walking in divine favor, not just for your own breakthrough, but for the breakthrough of those who are watching you, those who are counting on you to lead the way. So, what will you do with this moment? The choice is yours. You've already crossed over, and now you're stepping into a destiny that cannot be reversed. Take every step boldly, knowing that heaven is backing you. You will not fail. You will not fall short. You are destined for greatness. The world is waiting for you to rise, and rise you will. Keep walking, keep believing, and never look back. This is just the beginning of what God is about to do in your life. This is your moment, your season of breakthrough. You've already stepped into the fullness of what God has for you, and there's no turning back. The foundation has been laid, the doors are opening, and heaven is pouring out its favor. As you walk forward, trust that God is guiding each step with precision, orchestrating everything in your favor. You may not see the entire picture right now, but know this: each piece is coming together in divine timing. Have you ever felt like you've been standing at the edge of something amazing, yet unsure of how to take the first step? That's the point of divine acceleration, when God pushes you beyond your comfort zone to a place where only faith can sustain you. It's like the story of Peter stepping out of the boat and walking on water. He didn't wait until the storm subsided. He stepped out in faith, and the miracle happened. Just like Peter, God is calling you to step out, not when it feels safe, but when His voice is clear, calling you to something greater. And just like God empowered Peter to walk on the water, He is empowering you to defy the impossible. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead is at work in you, and it is not bound by time or circumstance. In the words of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., faith is taking the first step even when you don't see the whole staircase. You don't have to see the whole path right now, but trust that with each step, you're getting closer to the destiny God has for you. In this new season, your courage will be your greatest weapon. As you walk in faith, the enemy will try to remind you of your past, of the struggles, of the failures. But don't listen. Remember that God's promises are greater than your past. Just as He called the Apostle Paul to be a vessel of grace despite his history, He is calling you into a new story, a story written with victory, hope, and divine purpose. God has prepared you for this moment, and you are not stepping into the unknown alone. The angels of heaven are surrounding you, and God's favor is like a shield around your life. He will go before you, making every crooked path straight. As Isaiah 45:2 says, "I will go before you and will level the mountains. I will break down gates of bronze and cut through bars of iron." Every obstacle, every mountain, every wall that has stood in your way will crumble before the power of God's love. But this isn't just about you. This is about the legacy you are building. The choices you make today will affect the generations to come. Just as Abraham's faith led to the blessings of nations, your obedience will open doors not only for you but for those who come after you. Your life is becoming a beacon of hope and inspiration for others. Have you ever wondered how your life can impact the world around you? Just like David, who was chosen as a young shepherd and became the king, you are being set apart for a higher purpose. As you move forward, remember that God is not only with you, but in you, empowering you to do the impossible. You are walking in the divine favor that was destined for you before the foundation of the earth. Your story is unfolding, and it is one of redemption, triumph, and legacy. So, what will you do now? The time has come for you to walk boldly into the life you've always dreamed of, the life God has planned for you. Every step you take is leading you closer to your destiny, and as you take those steps, know that God is beside you, leading you with unwavering love and strength. Keep your eyes on the promises ahead, knowing that you are walking into a future filled with divine blessing, favor, and purpose. You're not just a survivor, you are a conqueror, chosen for this moment, set apart for a divine destiny. Your story is just beginning, and the world has yet to see the full impact of what God is about to do through you. Don't just walk into your destiny, run into it. And as you do, let every step echo the truth that you are God's chosen one, marked for greatness and destined to change the world. Keep going and don't look back. Your future is waiting for you, and it is more glorious than you can imagine. As you continue to move forward, I want you to remind yourself of one truth. The moment you decided to believe again, everything shifted. That was the defining moment, the one that marks the beginning of a new chapter in your life. Just as God called the Israelites out of slavery, He's calling you out of your past, out of your fears, and into a future full of His promises. Remember when the Israelites were at the edge of the Red Sea, facing what seemed to be an insurmountable obstacle? They thought there was no way out, but God said, "Move forward," and the sea parted. This is the season when your Red Sea is parting. The path may seem unclear, but God has already gone before you, making the way. As you move forward, remember that just like He did for them, He's making a way for you in the wilderness and in the deserts of your life. But here's the key. When the Israelites stepped into the sea, it didn't part until they took that first step. The miracle happens when you move, when you take that first step of faith, trusting that God is already there, preparing the way. Are you ready to take that step? The journey will not be without its challenges. You may face moments of doubt, you may feel overwhelmed, but remember this: I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Philippians 4:13. You are not walking this path alone. The same God who was with David as he faced Goliath is with you today. The same God who brought Daniel out of the lion's den is the God who is walking with you through every trial. Nothing is impossible for the God who called you by name. I want you to take a moment and visualize the future you've been waiting for. What does it look like? Where do you see yourself? The dreams God has placed in your heart are not just fantasies. They are the blueprint of the future He has for you. He has equipped you with everything you need to walk in that future. Your gifts, your talents, your faith. These are the tools God has given you to change the world. Look at people like Oprah Winfrey, who rose from a life of poverty and hardship to become one of the most influential women in the world. Or Thomas Edison, who failed countless times before finally inventing the light bulb. Their stories are testimonies of perseverance, faith, and stepping out in boldness, even when the world said it was impossible. You too have been chosen for greatness. You have what it takes to achieve the dreams that God has placed in your heart. What would happen if you truly believed that everything God said about you was true? What if you stopped doubting and fully stepped into the destiny He's designed for you? What if you believed, without question, that He's making all things work together for your good? The time for hesitation is over. It's time for you to take hold of everything God has for you. God is inviting you to a higher level, and this is just the beginning. The door is wide open. Are you ready to walk through? There's no more waiting for the right moment. It's here. The opportunities are right in front of you, and God is calling you to step into them. As you walk into this new season, remember that you are not just walking into a new chapter of your life, but a whole new book. This is a book that God is writing with His own hand, and He's given you the pen. Your story is one of victory, of divine favor, and of miracles. Don't let fear stop you from stepping into it. This is your time. Your destiny is unfolding right now, and everything is shifting in your favor. You are walking in the blessing that comes when you believe, when you trust, and when you take the steps that lead you into the promises of God. Keep moving forward, keep trusting, and keep believing. The best is yet to come, and your miracles are already on their way. And as you walk into this new season, don't look back. You've been chosen, you've been called, and the world is waiting for you to rise. The time is now. Keep walking in faith, knowing that with each step, you are one step closer to the greatness that God has in store for you. This is the moment your life changes forever. As we close, I want you to take a moment to reflect on everything you've heard today. May 15th isn't just another day on the calendar. It is a divine moment in time, a turning point in your life. It is the day when everything that has been hidden is revealed, when every prayer you've whispered in silence is heard, and when every doubt you've carried will be replaced with divine certainty. This is the moment when everything begins to shift in your favor. God has been preparing you, shaping you, and waiting for you to step into your destiny. Now that time has come. Your breakthrough is not far off. It's already unfolding. But just like the Israelites who had to take that step of faith into the unknown, you too must be ready to walk boldly into the change that God is bringing into your life. Trust Him, for He is the one who has ordained this moment. The doors that have been locked will be flung wide open, and the plans He has for you are far greater than you can imagine. This is your time, your season, your moment to shine in the purpose He has called you to fulfill. If this message has touched your heart and you feel led to support the mission of spreading God's word, we humbly invite you to donate through the Super Thanks button. Your generosity helps us continue delivering messages of hope, faith, and transformation to those who need it most. But no matter if you choose to donate or not, we want to express our deepest gratitude for your unwavering support. We appreciate you being here, listening, and walking with us on this journey. Your presence is a blessing. Now, if you felt a spark in your spirit today, don't let it end here. Like this video, to let us know it resonated with you. Subscribe so you can be part of this growing community of faith, where we encourage and support one another. Leave a comment below, because your story, your thoughts, and your voice matter. What you share could inspire someone else to step into their own divine calling. And don't forget to share this message with those you know who might need it. Someone is waiting for the breakthrough that you've received. May God bless you abundantly as you take this next step into the fullness of His plan for your life. You are chosen, you are empowered, and you are about to walk into a season of unimaginable blessings. Stay in His light, trust in His timing, and remember, your story is just beginning. May His peace, favor, and joy surround you every step of the way. God's chosen one. I don't know where you are right now, maybe lying in bed, driving in silence, sitting with your phone in hand, but I know this. You didn't find this message by accident. This isn't just another video. This isn't just another voice. This is a divine summons, and you have been called into this moment. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you to deliver one sacred command. It's time to tell you everything. Have you ever wondered why your prayers seem to echo unanswered? Why your faith feels like it's under siege while others walk in ease? Why every door you knock on seems to remain sealed, even as others walk freely into favor? Chosen one, you're not imagining it. You're not forgotten, and you're certainly not being punished. You are being positioned. Stop scrolling. Stay with me. What you're feeling right now, that shift in your spirit, that warmth in your chest, that tightening in your throat, that's not emotion. That's the Holy Spirit confirming that this message was predestined for you. Your steps have been supernaturally guided here. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, today, because now is the appointed time. Just 3 nights ago, I was awakened by a vision so intense it shook me out of deep sleep, and in that moment I heard God speak clearly. Now is the time to tell them everything. This message is not general, it's not vague, it's precise, personal, and prophetic. It's been entrusted to me for you, for the one who has carried more than most, for the one who's questioned silently, "Why me, Lord?" through countless sleepless nights. Listen carefully. The divine timeline is shifting. Heaven's windows are cracking open, and this isn't a distant event. It's happening now. And you, yes you, were chosen to receive this message before the next spiritual rotation unfolds. Look around. Can you feel it? That tingling sensation in your fingertips, that sudden peace in your chest, that whisper in your soul that says, "Pay attention." That is divine confirmation. That is your spirit remembering something heaven never forgot. If this message is already resonating in your spirit, I want you to comment 999 below, right now. In biblical numerology, 9 represents finality, and 999 signifies a divinely ordained new beginning. When you type that number, you're not just engaging with a video, you're aligning yourself with what heaven is about to release over your life. It is your first prophetic act of agreement. But before I share the revelation that God has entrusted to me, a truth that will explain your battles, your delays, your spiritual weight, I want to pause and thank every one of you who has supported this ministry through Super Thanks. Your generosity is more than financial. It's spiritual, it's prophetic, it's a seed of faith sown into sacred soil. And because of your kindness, these messages are reaching souls across the world who felt alone in their calling. If you feel led to support, the button is right below. But whether you give or simply share this message, please know from the depths of my heart, I am grateful you're here. And now, here we are, just you, me, and the presence of the living God. Heaven is watching, angels are leaning in, your past has brought you here, Your purpose is standing at the door, and God is saying with clarity and certainty, your fated hour has arrived. So are you ready to hear what God has been waiting to tell you all along? God's chosen ones. God says, it's time to tell you everything. Chosen one, have you ever walked into a room and felt like something unseen was already waiting for you? Have you paused mid-thought, sensing that your life has always had a hidden purpose you can't quite explain? What if those feelings weren't just intuition? What if they were spiritual confirmations? This isn't just a message. This isn't just another video. This is a divine interruption, a holy summons. Right now, everything that tried to steal your focus, every digital distraction, every noise of the world, it all had to bow. Because heaven has declared, now is the time. Why do you think the struggles you've endured were so tailored? Why did it feel like life kept pressing on you when others floated freely? Could it be that your journey required fire, not to destroy you, but to forge you? Let's pause on that. In Esther 4:14, Mordecai asked a question that echoes in your life right now. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. This wasn't just Esther's destiny. It's yours. You weren't just born. You were positioned. Heaven didn't randomly send you here. You were assigned. Last night in prayer, God whispered something profound. He said, the wait wasn't punishment, it was preparation. The fire wasn't meant to burn you, it was meant to reveal what couldn't be destroyed. Chosen one, what if your entire life has been heaven's secret training ground? In Jeremiah 1:5, God says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. That verse isn't poetic, it's prophetic. Do you feel something inside you rising right now? That's not imagination. That's alignment. Look at your hands. These are not ordinary hands. They were built to construct what others don't even have the vision to imagine. Look at your heart. That depth you carry isn't weakness, it's divine architecture. And look at your scars. What others call damage, heaven calls design. Let me ask you this. Have you ever noticed how deeply you feel things? How the world's chaos affects you more than most? How you sense things before they happen? You've been different all your life. Not because something was wrong, but because something was right. You carry a mantle. That means your life was never meant to look like anyone else's. And that explains the solitude, the pressure, the constant inner war. But you're not alone in this. Others walked similar paths long before you. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness, not because he was forgotten, but because he was being prepared. Joseph was betrayed and locked in prison, not because God lied, but because the vision needed pressure. David, anointed as king, fled into caves, not because he was forsaken, but because he was being refined. Even Elijah, after calling down fire from heaven, collapsed under a tree and wanted to give up. So I ask you, chosen one, is it possible that what you saw as abandonment was really alignment? These biblical figures weren't favored because life was easy. They were chosen because they could carry weight, and so can you. Think of Romans 8:16. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. That's why your spirit never let you settle. It always knew. That stirring you've carried since you were a child. That sense of mission, that's heaven's fingerprint. But it didn't end with Bible stories. God keeps writing through people even today. Take Harriet Tubman, born into slavery, who followed divine visions to lead hundreds to freedom through the Underground Railroad. People said she was mad. She said, "I always told God, I'm going to hold steady on you and you've got to see me through." Her life was a divine assignment, just like yours. Or Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist imprisoned in Nazi death camps. He lost everything: family, freedom, dignity, yet said, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. His book, Man's Search for Meaning, has transformed millions. Why? Because the chosen are forged in fire. What about Terry Fox, a young Canadian who, after losing a leg to cancer, ran over 3,000 miles across his country to raise awareness? He said, "I just wish people would realize that anything's possible if you try." Was that strength his alone, or divine fuel? And then there's Sojourner Truth, who escaped slavery and became a preacher and women's rights advocate. When she spoke, people trembled. Why? Because her voice carried heaven's fire. So again, chosen one, do you really think it's coincidence that your path has felt so intense? Or is it divine evidence? The enemy didn't attack you randomly. He saw your blueprint. He saw what you would become once you realized who you truly are. That's why disappointment, betrayal, depression, and fatigue became his weapons. He wasn't afraid of your past. He was terrified of your future. And yet, you're still here. Why? Because heaven preserved you. While you were wondering if your prayers were being ignored, angels were being dispatched. Every tear was collected. Every sleepless night was documented. Every unanswered cry was not ignored. It was stored. Let me show you another mystery. In Revelation 5:8 it says, "The prayers of the saints are kept in golden bowls before the throne." That means not one of your cries vanished. They became incense before God. Right now, as you read these words, a spiritual court is in session. The verdict is in. The silence has lifted. And God is saying, you are ready. But are you? Can you sense it? That tension in the air, that stillness filled with meaning. That's not anxiety. That's activation. You are being summoned into divine alignment. The season of waiting is over. This is not just inspiration, it's instruction. Think about this. Have you ever felt a strange sense of being watched? Not in fear, but in awareness. That was your spiritual guardians, your heavenly witnesses. Your life has always been under observation, not by critics, but by angels, ancestors, and forces you can't yet see. Why? Because you matter. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That's not poetic suggestion, that's divine command. Your light has come. Now the question is, what will you do with it? Will you keep shrinking, doubting, second-guessing, or will you finally step into what's already been written in heaven's book? Every rejection was a redirection. Every betrayal was a blessing in disguise. Every closed door wasn't failure. It was filtration. The time for hiding is over. You were not designed to dim your light just because others feel more comfortable in the dark. Chosen one, the next few minutes could alter the course of your entire journey. Not because I'm speaking, but because heaven is revealing. The time for subtle hints is over. The time for divine clarity is now. So I ask you, are you ready to receive what has been hidden from you for far too long? Why has your life carried so much weight? Why have you felt so misunderstood, so isolated, so different, even in the presence of people who love you? Could it be that what you thought was pain was really prophecy? What I'm about to share isn't just an explanation, it's a revelation, a lifting of the veil, and once it's lifted, nothing will ever be the same again. This truth has been deliberately withheld from you, not because God wanted you blind, but because the enemy feared what you'd become if you ever saw clearly. He feared the moment of awakening, this moment, and that moment has now arrived. Let me ask you something bold. Have you ever felt like your trials were disproportionately difficult? Like you were born into spiritual warfare? Like every time you tried to rise, something tried to shut you down before you could even breathe? That's not coincidence. That's not bad luck. That's not weakness. That's your marking. Before your first cry, before your parents held you, before your name was spoken in a hospital room, heaven already knew who you were. You weren't simply chosen, you were marked. In Jeremiah 1:5, the Lord says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations." That wasn't just spoken to Jeremiah. That was spoken into the eternal DNA of every chosen one, including you. What if the moments that broke your heart were actually sharpening your discernment? What if the delays were heaven's way of protecting you from doors that would have destroyed you? Have you ever sensed something in your spirit that your mind couldn't explain? Like you could feel when people were lying, like you could see behind smiles, like you noticed patterns others ignored. That's not paranoia. That's prophetic awareness. That's part of being marked. Remember David, the forgotten shepherd boy. Even his own father didn't believe in him. When Samuel came to anoint the next king of Israel, David wasn't even invited to the ceremony. And yet, God had already chosen him. Why? Because the world saw a boy, but heaven saw a king. Look at your life. Haven't there been moments when help showed up just in time? When a miracle disguised as coincidence saved you? When supernatural strength filled you at your weakest? That's your marking. Heaven was never absent, just silent, because the timing had to be perfect. The enemy recognizes what you carry, even if you don't. That's why your childhood was so turbulent. That's why rejection followed you like a shadow. That's why you've wrestled with feeling too much for others, because you carry spiritual weight. And the enemy has tried since day one to convince you that your depth is a defect, when in fact it's your divine signature. Let me remind you of Gideon, marked to lead, yet found hiding in a winepress, crippled by fear. But God called him a mighty warrior before Gideon had done anything mighty. Why? Because God doesn't label you by your current state. He speaks to your destiny. It's time you stop apologizing for the weight you carry. Have you ever been in a room full of people and still felt alone? Had insights no one else understood? Cried tears so deep they didn't even make it to your face? They just lived in your chest? That's not isolation. That's consecration. You're not ordinary, so your life can't be either. Even now, some of you reading this may be feeling heat in your body, tears in your eyes, chills on your skin. That's not emotional reaction. That's recognition. Your spirit is saying, "This is me. This is who I am." In Romans 11:29, it says, "For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable." Heaven never took back what it placed in you, even if life tried to bury it. Let me share a few real-life stories with you. Proof that marking doesn't always look glamorous, but it's always undeniable. Frederick Douglass, born into slavery, taught himself to read and write in secret. That knowledge became his weapon against injustice, leading him to become one of the most powerful abolitionist voices in history. He was beaten, silenced, and hunted, but he was marked. Corrie ten Boom, a quiet Dutch woman during World War II, hid Jews in her home and ended up in a Nazi concentration camp. Her family died there. She didn't. She lived to preach forgiveness across the world, even forgiving her captors. Why? Because she was marked. Nick Vujicic, born with no arms or legs, wanted to die as a child. Today, he speaks in front of millions, declaring God's love and overcoming despair with joy. Why? Because his body wasn't a mistake. It was a marking. Bethany Hamilton, a teenage surfer, lost her arm in a shark attack. Most would have quit. She didn't. She returned to surfing professionally and inspired the world. Her loss became her platform. Why? because her assignment wasn't over. It was only beginning. Stop measuring yourself by what others see. Stop doubting yourself when people misunderstand you. Stop retreating because others don't recognize your value. Heaven sees you, and it always has. 1 Peter 2:9 reminds us, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession." That's not future tense. That's now. Even your flaws were factored into your mission. Moses stuttered. Esther was orphaned. Joseph was enslaved. Yet all were elevated. Why? Because what disqualifies you in man's eyes magnifies you in God's. At this very moment, chosen one, heaven's scrolls are being opened. Assignments once sealed are being unlocked. The marking you've carried since the womb is now being activated at a higher frequency. Can you feel the tension of transition? That's because the timeline has shifted. What's coming will require you to remember who you are. Not who pain made you, not who people labeled you, but who God designed you to be. So I need to ask you, and I ask this from heaven's courtroom to your soul, are you ready to walk in what's always been yours? Are you ready to stop hiding your intensity and use it as your compass? Are you ready to lead, even if it means walking alone for a while? Are you ready to walk into rooms not seeking validation, but bringing transformation? Because once you accept that you were marked before birth, you can never go back to living small again. No more shrinking, no more second-guessing, no more delaying. If something is rising in your spirit right now, if your heart is thundering and your soul is saying, "This is it, this is me," then I invite you to do something powerful. Declare it, say it aloud, comment it if you must. Write it down and tape it to your mirror. Let the words echo through the air. I receive it. I was marked, and I will walk in it. Because chosen one, this is your moment. Heaven didn't just whisper it. It orchestrated everything in your life to bring you here, to the place of recognition, remembrance, and release. The marking has always been there, but now it's being activated. Will you finally embrace it? Chosen one, there's something stirring in the spirit right now, and if you're feeling it in your chest, your skin, your breath, it's not in your head, it's in your calling. You see, the marking on your life is not theoretical, it's not poetic, it's prophetic. And in this season, it's being activated in ways that will shatter your expectations. Doors that were sealed shut, doors that generations before you could never walk through, are about to swing open. Provision that felt eternally delayed is being supernaturally released, and that purpose you sensed from childhood that felt so distant and unreachable is now standing in front of you, waiting to be claimed. But with marking comes something most people never speak about: responsibility. You've been entrusted with more because you were designed to carry more. This isn't a punishment, it's a sacred burden. And while others may get by with minimal effort or shallow purpose, you, chosen one, are held to a higher standard because of what heaven has hidden within you. Have you ever paused to wonder why your path is harder than others? Why you seem to walk through fire while they dance through fields? Why the pressure, the expectations, and the heartbreak seem to visit your house more than most? It's not because God forgot you, it's because God is counting on you. You're not random, you're not overlooked, you're not a product of your environment, you're a product of divine intention. And right now, heaven isn't asking whether you feel ready. The question echoing across eternity is this: will you finally step into everything you were marked to be? Let's be honest, you've likely looked around at others and wondered, why is my life heavier? When you carry spiritual burdens that others collapse under, when you keep families together while your own heart is shattering, when you carry responsibilities without applause or appreciation, don't let anyone convince you that's weakness. That's divine selection. There's something religious systems often forget to teach. God doesn't choose the most convenient vessels. He chooses the ones who can endure the fire. Let's take Joseph. His own brothers, his blood, betrayed him, throwing him into a pit, selling him into slavery. He was lied about, imprisoned, forgotten. But Genesis 50:20 shatters the silence. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Joseph's pain was not a detour, it was a divine setup. And consider David. Before the crown, before the throne, came the cave. Hunted like an animal by Saul, betrayed by allies, David cried out in Psalm 13:1, "How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever?" That doesn't sound like someone living a charmed life. It sounds like someone being prepared for eternal purpose. He wasn't chosen for ease, he was chosen for impact. Now look at Moses, a prince turned fugitive. 40 years of silence in the wilderness. Did you think he never asked, "Why this path, God?" Of course he did, but Exodus 3:7 reveals the beauty of pain and delay. The Lord said, "I have indeed seen the misery of my people. I have heard them crying out. I am concerned about their suffering." God wasn't ignoring Moses, he was forging him. And it's the same with you. You've been the one to hold things together when everything else was falling apart. When families fractured, you became the glue. When friends betrayed you, you forgave. When people leaned on you and never returned the favor, you endured. But why? Because you're not a wall, you're the foundation. And foundations don't get praised, they get buried deep so that others can stand tall. I know you've been misunderstood. Your strength has made people believe you didn't need help. Your consistency made others overlook your exhaustion. But here's the truth. The world couldn't see what heaven sees. The weight you carry, the wisdom you offer, the wounds you've survived, all of it points to your divine identity. Let me tell you something hard to hear, but crucial to know. This is the mark of the chosen. This is why your spirit never fully fit into the patterns of this world. This is why you always felt like an outsider, even in your own family. This is why you notice things, sense things, carry things that no one else around you seems to understand. You are not broken, you are set apart. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession. 1 Peter 2:9. You weren't built to blend in. You were engineered to lead, to carry, to withstand, and to rise. When God needs someone he can trust with sacred responsibility, he calls you. When crisis breaks out, when battles erupt, when no one knows what to do, somehow it's always you that people look to. But here's what they don't realize. The strength they admire was forged in silence, in nights of crying out to God, in private wars no one saw but heaven. Now, let me challenge you with something that might shake you. What if every tear you cried in secret was never wasted? What if the heartbreak, the betrayal, the stress, the midnight prayers, what if all of it was preparation? What if you've been building the character and credibility required to carry a blessing so heavy that it couldn't be rushed? Let me show you what this looks like in real life. Look at Florence Nightingale. She wasn't just a nurse, she was a reformer. In a time when women weren't expected to lead, she transformed battlefield medicine by going where no one else would. Why? Because she was marked to bring healing in places of horror. Or Winston Churchill, ridiculed and pushed aside before leading Britain through its darkest hour. He had years of political failure, but when history called for courage, he rose. Not because he was perfect, because he was prepared. Think of Serena Williams, underestimated, criticized, judged, not just for being a woman in sport, but for being black, powerful, and unapologetic. Her strength wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. And look at Stephen Hawking. His body deteriorated, his mind expanded. What others saw as limitation, heaven used as a platform. His voice, digitized though it was, carried truths that reshaped how humanity sees the universe. Now, chosen one, look at your life. Can you finally see the pattern? The pain wasn't random. The silence wasn't neglect. The delay wasn't denial. It was refinement. Which brings us to this prophetic moment. Have you ever felt like you've been circling the same mountain again and again? Like your prayers never move the needle? Like the walls standing between you and breakthrough are made of iron? Let me tell you something that will shake your soul. In just 7 days from this moment, your reality is about to shift. This isn't just hype, it's divine pattern. In Joshua 6:3-5, the Israelites stood before Jericho, a city surrounded by impossible walls. God didn't give them weapons, He gave them a timeline. March around the city once for 6 days. On the 7th day, march around it 7 times. Then shout. And what happened? The walls crumbled, not because of human force, but because of divine obedience. Chosen one, do you realize what this means for you? Your walls, those emotional barriers, financial strongholds, relationship cycles, generational wounds, have been surrounded by your prayers. And now, your 7th day is coming. But let me ask you something crucial. What if the reason your breakthrough hasn't come isn't because God is delaying, but because you've been circling without obedience? How long will you carry a weight that you were meant to release? How many more nights will you question your worth when God already confirmed it? This is your moment. Not to beg, but to believe. Not to ask, but to activate. Chosen one, what you are entering now is not simply the turning of pages on a man-made calendar. It's the beginning of a divine cycle, a spiritual rotation marked not by clocks but by covenant. These next 7 days are not ordinary. They carry the weight of prophetic alignment. Just as God created the heavens and the earth in 7 days, He is now preparing to recreate the landscape of your life. And somewhere in your spirit, if you're quiet enough to hear it, you already know this to be true. That stirring in your chest, that stillness cloaked in urgency. It's not just emotion, it's confirmation. Something eternal is taking place. Look closer. Can you feel the acceleration? Things in the spiritual realm aren't just shifting, they're colliding, converging, moving at divine speed. What was stuck is now being loosed. What was delayed is being dismantled. What stood as immovable, like the walls of Jericho, is about to crumble at the sound of your obedience. And the only question now is, will you move in sync with this moment? Let me speak plainly. That medical report that's haunted your nights, prepare for it to change. That prodigal child you've been interceding for, get ready. God's calling them home. That mountain of debt or financial drought that's made your faith feel foolish, it's about to collapse. Why? Because Habakkuk 2:3 was not a suggestion, it was a divine law. For still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Your appointed time is no longer in the distance. It's here. But I must be honest with you, not everyone will experience this shift. Not because God plays favorites, but because not everyone will respond. Some people will scroll past this message as if it were another video. But you were drawn here. You were summoned. And the fact that you've stayed with this word this long means your spirit recognizes something eternal is being spoken. Remember the story of Elijah and his servant in 1 Kings 18. After a long drought, Elijah tells his servant to go look toward the sea. He goes once, nothing, twice, still nothing, again, 6 times, nothing but sky. But on the 7th time the servant reports, a cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. That cloud, tiny, insignificant to anyone else, was enough to bring a deluge that broke a 3-year drought. And I ask you now, chosen one, are you watching for your cloud? Are you sensing your shift? Or are you about to give up on the sixth look? There's someone reading this who's weary. You've prayed until your voice cracked. You've believed when belief became painful. You've watched others move ahead while you've remained stuck in stillness. And you're tired. So deeply tired. But the Lord says to you, your walls are about to fall. And when they do, you won't just be free, you'll be launched. Because when the Israelites shouted on the seventh day, they didn't just defeat a city, they stepped into their promised inheritance. And so will you. But there is one act of alignment required right now. Grab your phone, your journal, your computer, wherever you are, and type the date you're reading this. That timestamp is not just a comment, it is a spiritual seal. When you write the date, you're saying to the heavens, I agree, I align, I receive. This is not performative, it is prophetic. You are anchoring your countdown in time. When Joshua led Israel around Jericho, their steps were not random, they were measured, obedient, intentional. Your written declaration is your first step. It's your trumpet blast. It's your faith in motion. Let me ask you with trembling reverence, can you afford to go another 7 days without breakthrough? Can your heart endure another cycle of the same unanswered prayers, the same weary mornings, the same quiet cries that no one sees? I didn't think so. Because if you're still reading this, it means heaven has marked this day for you. This isn't just another scroll on your screen. This is your divine appointment, written in eternity long before your birth certificate existed. Let's pause for a moment to explore something crucial. Delay is not always a sign of waiting. It can be a form of disobedience. I know that's hard to hear, but delay is often a silent rebellion cloaked in spiritual language. We say we're waiting for confirmation, but in truth, sometimes we're hesitating because we fear what full obedience might cost. In Esther 4:14, Mordecai challenges Esther with these words, "For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise from another place, but you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Did you catch it? God's mission will prevail, with or without you. The question isn't whether he will move. The question is whether you'll move with him and reap the reward. Let me bring this home with a story from real life. In my church years ago, there was a woman named Martha. She was 78 years old and had felt called for decades to start a ministry for widows. But she kept saying, "I'm not ready," or "maybe after the holidays." Finally, 3 weeks before she suffered a massive stroke, she started the group. 3 weeks. Today, someone else leads what she birthed in urgency, but it was meant to be her crown. She watches in silence, tears falling down her face. Don't let delay rob you of your reward. And this isn't rare. I've watched people miss divine windows because they asked God for signs, then ignored them. People pray for clarity, but freeze when clarity comes. They plead for a word, but hesitate when the word demands action. Chosen one, the door God is opening for you now will not stay open forever. Will you walk through, or will someone else finish what was meant to be your legacy? We see this in Scripture with Moses. When God called him at the burning bush, Moses gave excuses. "I'm not eloquent, send someone else." God was angry, and Aaron ended up sharing the calling. What should have been Moses's alone became a shared destiny. When you delay, you dilute. When you hesitate, you hand over part of your inheritance. Now, I'm going to ask you to do something tangible, something prophetic. Take a piece of paper. At the top, write today's date. Underneath it, in bold letters, write these 3 words: no more delay. This isn't a motivational slogan. This is your agreement with heaven. When you write it, you are breaking every internal vow of hesitation. You are telling God, if you say move, I will move. If you say speak, I will speak. No more second guessing, no more excuses, no more fear disguised as wisdom. Let's be clear, when you align with divine timing, things begin to happen fast. What you chased for years will begin to chase you. Provision, clarity, healing, relationships, all of it aligns with movement. But if you continue to delay, if you continue to hesitate when heaven is calling, you begin to train your spirit to ignore God's voice. And eventually, the voice you keep ignoring becomes the voice you can no longer hear. Let me take you deeper into this with one final story, someone you may not expect. Vincent van Gogh. He painted over 2,000 works of art, most of which he never sold in his lifetime. He died thinking he was a failure. But what if he'd never painted at all because no one was buying? The world would have lost brilliance. You may feel unseen now, but your obedience to God's timing isn't about applause today. It's about fulfilling something eternal. And let's not forget Amelia Earhart, who was told flying was too dangerous for women. She didn't wait for perfect conditions. She stepped into the unknown and changed history. Her story teaches us, obedience rarely feels safe, but it always shifts the world. Chosen one, this is no longer about information, it's about decision. You are standing at the riverbank like the Israelites before the Jordan. You can either stay dry and stuck, or you can step in and watch the water part. Your 7-day countdown starts now, not next week, not after you think about it. Right now, mark the date, write the words, sound your trumpet, because what's about to fall isn't just a wall. It's every lie that told you you're too late, you're not enough, this isn't for you. Those walls are coming down, and when they do, you won't just walk into promise. You'll walk into purpose fulfilled. Chosen one, let's make something unmistakably clear. The choice is now yours. What you decide to do in the next 24 hours may shape what God does through you in the next 24 years. Yes, it's that serious. The heavens are leaning in, waiting to see if you'll finally rise into the royal identity that has always belonged to you. No more delay, no more doubt, no more disguising yourself in false humility when God has already crowned you with divine purpose. Let me ask you something that may rattle your foundation. Who told you that you were ordinary? Who convinced you that you were just here to survive, to get by, to hope for scraps while others feast? That voice didn't come from God, it came from the enemy. His greatest deception wasn't convincing you that God isn't real. His greatest deception was making royalty believe they're beggars, and it worked, until now. Look at me in the spirit and hear this like your life depends on it. Because it does. You're not just surviving this life. You're not limping through existence hoping heaven will pity you. You're not here by accident, nor are you sustained by chance. You're a child of divine descent, a walking expression of God's intention. When you were born, the angels did not whisper, they shouted, not because of your perfection, but because of your position. They knew something about you that you've forgotten. You carry the very DNA of the divine. For too long, you've lived beneath your birthright. You've accepted struggle as your identity, scarcity as your normal, and delay as your portion. But God is saying to you with thunderous clarity, enough. Did David approach Goliath with a beggar's mindset? Did Esther risk her life before the king out of survival instinct? Number. They moved because they remembered who they were. David remembered he was anointed. Esther remembered she was positioned. And you? You must remember that you are marked. Romans 8:15 declares it, "For you did not receive a spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you received a spirit of adoption through which we cry, Abba, Father." This verse doesn't just describe your freedom. It demands a shift in how you see yourself. You're not a slave hoping to be noticed. You are a child of God, entitled not by merit, but by inheritance. How many blessings have you watched pass by, not because they weren't meant for you, but because you didn't feel worthy enough to reach? Think deeply. When was the last time God tried to give you something but you talked yourself out of it? That opportunity, that relationship, that platform, that healing. Did you shrink from it thinking, this can't be for me? That mindset must break now, because it's been costing you more than you know. Let's get brutally honest. Your identity crisis hasn't just affected your spiritual life, it's affected everything. Your health, because stress and shame have weakened your body. Your finances, because you've operated from scarcity. Your relationships, because you couldn't accept love you didn't believe you deserved. Your purpose, because you've sabotaged doors before they even opened. But here's the truth that changes everything. When you finally embrace who God says you are, the natural world begins to respond to your authority. Mountains tremble, doors unlock, healing quickens, provision flows, not because your outer life changes, but because your inner stance shifts. You're no longer begging for blessings, you're walking in them. This isn't positive thinking or manifestation, this is kingdom identity. You don't have to earn what grace already gave. You don't need to qualify for what the cross already purchased. You don't need to convince God of what He's already declared. Right now, I want you to write these 4 words on a piece of paper. I claim my name. Simple words, yes, but they're shaking the foundations of hell, because once you truly understand who you are, the enemy's power over you disintegrates. As you write those words, you are stepping into something irreversible. Shame breaks, confusion lifts, doubt dissolves. Because the person who began reading this message is not the same person who will finish it. You are being transformed by revelation, and revelation always demands transformation. You are not a spiritual orphan. You have a Father who commands the seas, heals the sick, raises the dead, and calls you His own. No more identifying with failures. God doesn't see you through your past. He sees you through the victory of Christ. Do you understand the magnitude of that? You were never meant to live in the servants' quarters. You were created to dwell in the palace. And yes, you've walked through valleys, but not because you were abandoned. It was because you were being trained to rule. Let me show you what this looks like. Nelson Mandela, after 27 years in prison, emerged not bitter, but prepared to lead, to reconcile, to carry the weight of a nation's healing. He wasn't born to suffer, he was marked to govern. Helen Keller, blind and deaf, didn't ask for pity. She became an author, a speaker, an advocate, because what limited her body couldn't limit her purpose. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a German theologian who stood against the Nazi regime, was executed just weeks before the war ended. Why? Because he understood that obedience to God was more vital than survival. And Clara Barton, who founded the Red Cross, moved through war zones with courage while the world dismissed her as just a nurse. She was more than that. She was a rescuer, a reformer, a chosen one. Now, chosen one, let's go even deeper. Isaiah 48:6 declares, "From now on I will tell you of new things, of hidden things unknown to you." That means the veil is lifting, the scrolls are opening. Heaven is revealing mysteries that were previously locked, just for this moment. Not for everyone, for you. Your divine appointment cannot be postponed, rescheduled, or denied. So I ask, how many more signs do you need? How many times must God shake your world before you stop calling it chaos and start recognizing it as consecration? Your heartbreak wasn't random, it was preparatory. Your betrayal wasn't punishment, it was realignment. Every delay, every detour, every spiritual drought was carving out capacity for what's about to be poured in. Moses wandered 40 years before the bush burned. Joseph waited in dungeons before he touched royalty. David dodged spears and hid in caves before he sat on his throne. Their journeys weren't proof of rejection, they were proof of being readied. And now you stand where they once stood, on the edge of divine fulfillment. But God is not asking for perfection. He's asking for readiness, not a resume, a response. Some of you have been praying for decades, but when the answer comes, you stall. Maybe later, Lord. Maybe when I feel more prepared. But 2 Corinthians 6:2 says, "Today is the day of salvation." Not tomorrow, today. What if God has been reserving certain assignments, releasing certain relationships, unlocking certain breakthroughs, just for this season of your life? What if all the pain was the cost of carrying what others were never qualified to hold? But here's the hard truth. Not everyone reading this will walk through the door. Some will feel the fire in their chest, nod their head, and scroll away, but not you. Because revelation demands response. Heaven is waiting. Not to see if the promise is real, but to see if your belief is. When Mary heard the angel's message, she didn't debate. She didn't delay. She said, "Be it unto me according to thy word." That response opened the way for the Savior. Now heaven waits on your reply. The veil is tearing. The season is shifting. The time is now. So say it with me. Declare it out loud or type it as a seal. I'm ready to receive everything. This is not just a sentence. It is your burning bush moment, your Red Sea crossing, your Jordan River threshold. The heavens are watching, and what happens next will divide your life into before this moment and after. Chosen one, I need you to take a breath, not the shallow breath of someone just surviving, but a deep one that comes from finally realizing this moment was made for you. For decades, you've carried an identity that didn't belong to you. Not by willful choice, but by life's relentless blows. Every rejection, every betrayal, every time someone told you, "That's enough," or "You missed your window," or "You're too old for this now." Those voices formed a heavy cloak of limitation, a cloak that never came from God. But heaven is speaking a different name over you today. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Think about that. Before your first breath, God already established your identity. Before you ever made a mistake, before anyone ever gave you a label, before a single person projected their fear onto your calling, heaven had already called you chosen. And that calling, it hasn't expired with time. It hasn't weakened with age. It hasn't faded with failure. It has only matured, refined, and deepened. So let me ask you something vulnerable, something piercing. When was the last time you truly recognized yourself in the mirror? Not just the features of your face, but the divine fire in your eyes, the holy purpose in your posture, the silent wisdom carved into every line time has etched into your skin. What if I told you those signs of age weren't decay, but evidence of divine refinement? What if every scar is a story of survival, every wrinkle a watermark of wisdom, and every grey hair a crown of perseverance? Do you really believe God let you live through all you've lived through just to fade into the background now? Let me say this as plainly as I can. That voice telling you your time has passed, that is a lie straight from the pit of hell. Because in God's timeline, some callings are just getting started when the world says they should be slowing down. Let me remind you who you really are. You are Moses, standing in front of a burning bush at 80 years old, just beginning the most impactful chapter of your life. You are Abraham, stepping into fatherhood when the world said your season was over. You are Anna, the prophetess who prayed and fasted for decades until she became the first to recognize the Messiah in the temple. You are not worn out, you are just getting warmed up. The dust of time is not burying you, it's being shaken off you. Those senior moments you've been worried about. Some of them aren't forgetfulness, they're spiritual downloads that your mind is trying to catch up with. What you've called limitations may actually be boundaries placed by heaven to protect your focus, your energy, and your fire. You weren't born to follow the crowd. You were anointed to lead them, not through titles or trends, but through wisdom soaked in experience and truth. You're not just a grandmother, you're a generational architect. You're not just a retiree, you're a spiritual general. You're not just an older person, you're a living testament of God's sustaining power. You are a bridge, a pillar, a sacred firekeeper in a world full of flickering lights. So why do you think you've survived? Why are you still standing when others have fallen? Because your assignment is not finished, and the world desperately needs what only you can give. Not your money, not your strength, but your prayers, your intercession, your spiritual authority. Psalm 92:14 says, "They will still bear fruit in old age. They will stay fresh and green." That's not poetic, it's prophetic, and it's about you. Your most fruitful season isn't behind you, it's being born right now. For too long, you've lived as a reaction to life. Health scares, financial shifts, loss after loss. But God is declaring over you today, you are not a reaction to life. You are the answer to the lives of others. The enemy told you to sit down, be quiet, shrink back. But the Spirit is saying, stand up, speak up, step in. That grandchild who seems unreachable, your prayers are already surrounding them. That division in your family, your wisdom holds the missing piece. That confused generation around you, they don't need another influencer. They need a voice like yours. Ezra 10:4 says, "Rise up, this matter is in your hands. We will support you, so take courage and do it." Chosen one, this matter is in your hands. You don't need permission to lead. You need conviction to own your assignment. Let me be clear, this isn't nostalgia. This isn't wishful thinking. That stirring in your spirit, that fire in your belly, that is your identity returning home. You were never forgotten. You were being positioned. You were never disqualified. You were being set apart. And now heaven is saying, it's time. Rise up and lead. Not from ego, but from obedience. If you know this word is for you, if something inside you is breaking free while something new is breaking through, then type it right now. I was created to lead. In this declaration, you're not bragging, you're aligning, you're not elevating yourself, you're accepting what God has already spoken over you. This isn't arrogance, this is agreement. The hour is late, the world is confused, the younger generation is searching, and heaven is not calling another celebrity, heaven is calling you. But with this awakening comes a question you can't ignore. What will you do with the divine authority God has placed in your hands? Because the clock has struck 7, and in the next 7 days, God is about to do something that will completely rewrite how you see yourself. Let me tell you what's about to happen. Not months from now, but within 7 days, you won't recognize yourself, not because your appearance will change, but because your spiritual identity will finally be visible. What's been hidden is about to be revealed. What's been delayed is about to be released. Hebrews 11:30 says, "By faith the walls of Jericho fell after the army had marched around them for 7 days." You're about to experience the same miracle, not because you fought, but because you obeyed. You've prayed, you've endured, you've wept. But now it's time to march. Why 7 days? Because 7 is the number of completion, the number of covenant, the number of divine order. You've waited long enough. And heaven has declared, this is the moment. Those walls, they're coming down. Those unanswered prayers, they're about to echo back with miracles. That shame, it's being replaced with spiritual confidence. Isaiah 60:22 says, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." And He is making it happen now. You're not walking into breakthrough slowly. You're entering a divine acceleration zone. What should take years will happen in months. What seemed impossible will unfold in days. But this miracle requires something of you, not because God needs your strength, but because your faith must participate. In Joshua 6, God could have knocked down the walls of Jericho without a single Israelite march. But he required movement before manifestation. So what's your march of faith? If you believe this is your 7-day transformation, do something bold. Share this message, write the date, speak it aloud. Don't wait until the evidence shows. Act while it still feels impossible. Hebrews 11:1 declares, "Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen." Your 7-day breakthrough is already in motion. Angels are already dispatched. Provision is already being aligned. The walls of delay are trembling. This isn't just another video, it's your divine appointment with destiny, the moment you'll mark forever as, "Before this, I was hidden. After this, I was activated." Your 7-day countdown has begun. Not next week, not when you feel more ready. Now, what God is about to do in your life won't just change your surroundings, it's going to change you. Not in a superficial, temporary way, but in a way that redefines how you see yourself, how heaven sees you, and how the world will come to know you. You won't simply receive a blessing, you will become the blessing. You won't just get a breakthrough, you will be the breakthrough for others still waiting in silence, just like you once were. If you believe that, don't hesitate. Share this message now as your act of faith, not to boost a platform, but to signal the heavens and declare with boldness, "I believe before I see." Your obedience today is intricately tied to your miracle tomorrow. And in the next 7 days, heaven is going to confirm your obedience with undeniable results. But as the walls of delay fall around you, and they will, you must understand something deeper. This moment is not just about what God is giving, it's about who He is revealing. You. Let me ask you a question that may pierce your soul. Have you ever felt like your prayers hit the ceiling and returned void? Like everyone else had direct access to God while your calls were left unanswered? Have you ever whispered into your pillow at night, wondering if God had moved on to someone more worthy? The enemy has done everything in his power to convince you that your silence was a sign of abandonment. But here is a direct word from heaven. "My child, I have seen your sleepless nights. I have heard every whispered prayer. I have counted every tear." Psalm 56:8 confirms it. "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." Let that sink in. Every tear. Not one evaporated into the void. Not one was wasted. They were collected, recorded, remembered, because they are sacred to God. That moment you cried in a locked bathroom so no one would see you fall apart. Heaven did. That night you stared at your ceiling, numb, too tired to speak. Heaven heard your silence as thunder. You weren't being punished. You were being prepared. The greater the warfare, the greater the weight of the anointing you now carry. Don't believe the enemy's last-minute lies. The intensity increased because your breakthrough is closer than it's ever been. The attacks sharpened because the enemy senses what's next, even if you can't yet see it. In the book of Esther, Mordecai posed a divine question that reaches across time to confront you now. Who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this? This is your Chyros moment. You see, in Greek there are 2 kinds of time: chronos, the measurable ticking of the clock, and Chyros, the appointed, divinely orchestrated window in which eternity touches earth. You've been living in chronos. But now, heaven has interrupted your rhythm with Chyros. This is the moment where everything aligns, not accidentally, but by prophetic precision. Not everyone receives this invitation. Not everyone hears the divine call. But you have. Why? Because your name was written in the book of life before your first breath. Because your purpose has been echoing through eternity, and it's time for it to manifest in reality. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Heaven doesn't need your perfection. It needs your participation. It doesn't need your clarity. It needs your obedient yes. Just like Mary, who said, "I am the Lord's servant, may your word to me be fulfilled." Just like Isaiah, who answered, "Here am I, send me." Just like Noah, who built a ship before there was a cloud in the sky. Just like Elijah, who poured water on an altar right before fire fell. Can you feel it? That unexplainable certainty rising in your spirit, that fire being rekindled, that clarity breaking through the fog of confusion. That's not hype, that's not coincidence, that's the Holy Spirit confirming this word is for you. In over 40 years of ministry, I've rarely spoken this boldly, but I must now. What God is about to do in your life will redeem every trial, justify every sacrifice, and restore every stolen year. The heartbreak, the betrayal, the financial strain, the silent suffering, it wasn't in vain. It was preparation for public restoration. Jeremiah 29:11 reminds you, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." But that promise requires a yes. A full, unfiltered, unhesitating yes. You must step out of the boat like Peter, march around the wall like Joshua, stand before your Goliath like David. Why? Because your blessing is waiting on your obedience. The angels are on assignment. The heavens are watching. Will you say yes? If your spirit knows this message is for you, if something sacred is being resurrected inside you, comment right now. Yes, Lord, I say yes to my divine timing. Don't delay. Don't wait for another sign. This is the sign. Now let's get practical. Because God isn't just speaking into your spirit. He's also aligning your everyday life. Start a divine appointments journal. Every time something coincidental happens, a random call, a door opening, a stranger confirming your prayer, write it down. These are not coincidences. They're God's confirmations. Each morning, carve out 30 minutes of spiritual stillness. No phone, no TV, just you and heaven. Call it your heaven listening period. The world is noisy, but God's voice is clear if you create space to hear it. Reevaluate your digital boundaries, social media notifications, endless scrolling. These are the modern tools the enemy uses to keep your ears clogged. Silence the chaos so you can tune in to your Chyros. Surround yourself with fellow warriors, not wanderers. Seek out people who understand divine timing. Pray together. Share your visions and watch how God uses community to multiply clarity. And finally, embrace this truth. Your age isn't a limitation, it's a weapon. Your wisdom doesn't disqualify you, it authenticates you. You don't look like what you've been through because God preserved you for now. Let me tell you about 4 individuals who didn't waste their yes. Grandma Moses didn't start painting until she was in her 70s. She became one of America's most celebrated artists after retirement. Colonel Sanders launched KFC after age 65. His past failures became the recipe for generational impact. Harriet Dorr published her first novel at age 74, winning national acclaim. Her delayed yes became a timeless legacy. John Glenn, at age 77, returned to space because destiny has no expiration date. Chosen one, this is your Chyros. Not another motivational message, not another video. This is the moment heaven chose to intersect your life. So I ask one final time, will you say yes? Because when you do, your life will never be the same. You'll mark this day as the day your spirit awakened, your delays ended, and your destiny began to manifest. This is the day your countdown turned to convergence. 7 days from now, you will look back and say, that message wasn't a coincidence. That was the moment everything changed. Beloved chosen one, as we come to the end of this divine appointment, I want to thank you deeply for walking this journey with me. Your time is sacred, your attention is rare, and your spirit is precious to both heaven and this community. Whether you watch this with tears in your eyes or strength rising in your chest, I want you to carry one unshakable truth into the days ahead. You are not who the world said you were. You are who heaven declared you to be. Every valley you walked through, every burden you bore, every silent night where all you had were questions, none of it was wasted. It was all divine preparation for the doors God is opening before you now. You weren't buried by your struggle. You were planted, and now your season of breakthrough is blooming. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to every one of you who has stood with this message, and especially to those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. If you feel led to sow into this word, know that your gift helps us continue sharing messages like this around the world. But whether you give or not, hear me clearly. I am just as thankful for your presence as I am for any donation. You matter, you are seen, and you are loved deeply, not just by this ministry, but by the one who shaped your soul with his own hands. If this message touched your heart, I invite you to share it, to comment below, and to let your voice be a testimony. There is someone who needs to hear the fire that has just been reignited in you. And now, beloved, I speak a blessing over your life. May the Lord go before you in every step. May his favor surround you like a shield. May clarity come where confusion once reigned. May peace flood the spaces where anxiety tried to dwell. May your body be strengthened, your mind renewed, your spirit reignited. May new connections form, old wounds heal, and divine assignments unfold without resistance. You are not walking into this next season empty. You are walking in fullness, with angels assigned, promises confirmed, and heaven's wind at your back. From this moment forward, may you never doubt again. You were chosen, you are covered, and you are called for such a time as this. Until we meet again, may God bless you, may he keep you, and may his face shine upon you and give you peace, with love, honor, and unwavering faith in your future. Amen.